Xiao Zhong looked at the cookbook again and felt that it was different. It was not just a cookbook, it carried a profound vision and entrusted responsibility. He solemnly said, "I can only promise that I won't let the Wang family's cuisine be disgraced. Every dish that comes out of my hands will be worthy of the name of Wang's cuisine." Wang Zhongyang glanced at him with reluctance and handed the cookbook to Xiao Zhong. "We have tasted the dishes you make, and they are delicious. My mother also said they were delicious." Wang Zhongyang thought of his mother and smiled tenderly. "When will you officially open? I want to bring my mother here to dine in. Do you know how to make local Shanghai dishes? My mother is from Shanghai, but it's been a long time since she had an authentic local meal. I want to fulfill her wish." Xiao Zhong pondered for a moment and replied, "We can prepare marinated fresh sea cucumber. Spring bamboo shoots will be available in a while." Wang Zhongyang was overjoyed. "My mother loves marinated fresh sea cucumber." Xiao Zhong informed him of the new address after the relocation and saw him off. When he returned, holding the priceless cookbook, he sighed once again. "What's wrong? Why do you look so downcast?" Ding Sha approached, holding little Ping An. "Come here, little Ping An. Give daddy a smile." Little Ping An didn't know if he could understand, but he obediently smiled widely. Xiao Zhong told Ding Sha about Wang Zhongyang's situation and finally said, "It's really..." He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what to say, so he sighed. Ding Sha put down the recipe and said, "Since there's a renovation going on over there, we can separately list a section for Grandpa Wang's dishes and call it Wang Family Cuisine. What do you think?" "That's exactly what I was thinking," Xiao Zhong said. Worried that Ding Sha's arm might hurt from holding the child, so he took little Ping An in his arms. "The landlord over there is quite reasonable. The location and area of the house are even better now. I thought that if it's suitable, we can save enough money and eventually buy it. I mentioned it to the landlord, and he agreed. So we can consider the renovation. The pandemic is gradually under control now. We can make an appointment with a designer another day and take a look at the design and decoration plans. What do you think?" "Of course, that's great." Ding Sha was quite happy. Perhaps all Chinese people have a sense of stability and belonging when they buy a house and settle down. Ding Sha was no exception. As she spoke, she took out her phone and started searching for decoration ideas. "Can we decorate it in any style?" Ding Sha asked. Xiao Zhong replied concisely, "Whatever you like." Ding Sha was his preference. For Xiao Zhong, when facing Ding Sha, there was only yes and no. After looking for a long time, Ding Sha finally decided to go with a Chinese-style decoration. She saved a design that she liked and showed it to the designer she had arranged to meet with Xiao Zhong. "Can we do it like this?" Of course, the designer glanced at it and understood. "But the wooden furniture like this may not be readily available in the market to suit your taste." "That's fine. I can have it custom-made based on the design," Ding Sha waved her hand. She was satisfied with Wei Uncle's aesthetic sense and craftsmanship. "All right then, in the next few days, I'll oversee the renovation there. If there's anything that needs to be finalized, I'll give you a call." The designer was an efficient and decisive career woman. Only after everything was discussed did her demeanor soften. "How old is the little one?" "Just born recently, right?" "Just 3 months, Ding Sha smiled. "So adorable. When my daughter was this age, she cried every day as if her father had died." Ding Sha paused for a moment. It was the first time she had heard such a description. The designer smiled mischievously at her. "My ex-husband cheated on me during my pregnancy." "Oh." Ding Sha didn't know how to console her. "You can just say my condolences to me," the designer winked playfully. "Anyway, I consider him dead." Ding Sha burst into laughter. She thought this designer was really interesting. Not only was she carefree, but even when discussing the decoration matters, she avoided contacting Xiao Zhong and Ding Sha. According to the designer, it was to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The designer looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. I still need to make a trip to the building materials market. Not sure which stores are still open." "Wait. It's already so late. Let's have a meal before you leave." Ding Sha quickly stopped her. The designer initially wanted to decline, but her stomach growled in protest, so she decided to sit down. "Let's eat first, then. Coincidentally, I'm hungry too," she said. "What would you like to have?" Ding Sha handed her the menu. The designer glanced at it and replied, something simple and healthy, like shredded vegetables in sauce. "How about a bowl of rice?" No. The designer waved her hand. "Health-conscious urban professionals don't consume carbs at night." Ding Sha chuckled and passed the menu to Xiao Zhong. Shredded vegetables in sauces is actually a vegetarian dish from the Huayang cuisine. White radish, carrot, and green radish are shredded and blanched in water, then poured into a pot of crucian carp soup with a pinch of salt and pepper for seasoning. After steaming for 10 minutes, it is topped with a thin layer of egg crepe and ready to be served. Not only is it fresh and delightful, but the fragrance of the fish soup is also infused throughout, making it both nourishing and healthy, satisfying the taste buds. The designer finished the plate clean, patted her satisfied belly, and happily headed to the building materials market. Ding Xia held a stack of furniture pictures and said, "Take a look at these. See if there's anything we don't need or need to add. We'll give them to Uncle Wei another day. It will take quite a bit of time to handle this stack." Xiao Zhong took them, and the first thing that caught her eye was a note from Ding Xia indicating an extra large bed. It measured over 2 meters, looking incredibly spacious. Unable to resist, Xiao Zhong held her phone and started daydreaming. Chapter 37. Ding Xia turned around and saw Xiao Jun staring blankly at the blueprint, lost in thought. She couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Zhong was startled. "Oh, nothing." He glanced at the blueprint of the large bed again, then went over to hold little Ping An, who was still refusing to sleep. "Let me take him. You're always saying your back hurts, right?" Ding Xia handed the child to him. "I think he's not sleepy yet. He wants to play a little longer. Keep him company for a bit. I'm going to take a shower. I feel like my hair is getting smelly." Ding Xia took her change of clothes to the bathroom. The sound of running water was heard. Xiao Zhong was somewhat distracted as he held little Ping, who babbled bubbles against his chest, and looked at him curiously. Xiao Zhong walked around with the child in his arms, with expressions that alternated between smiles and frowns, and his face occasionally flushed red. When Ding Xia came out drying her hair, she saw Xiao Zhong standing by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought, looking conflicted. "What's wrong?" Ding Xia asked. "Oh, nothing." Xiao Zhong was startled by her. "You're acting strange today," Ding Xia said, puzzled by his behavior. Little could she guess what car scene was running through Xiao Zhong's mind. I'm fine." Xiao Zhong brushed her off. He put little Ping down. "It's getting late. We should rest." Ding Xia was also tired after a long day. She yawned and went to get the hairdryer. "Let me dry my hair, then I'll sleep." "You go ahead and sleep first." How could Xiao Zhong sleep? After Ding Xia lay down, Xiao Zhong still had his eyes wide open, looking at her, breathing unevenly. "What's wrong with you?" Ding Xia felt his strangeness everywhere. I. Xiao Zhong broke into a nervous sweat, aroused by his own imagination. He unconsciously moved closer, wondering if he should tell Ding Xia. Ding Xia's face was hit with his strong pheromones. Somewhat belatedly, she reacted to his abnormal behavior. Ding Xia couldn't help burying her face in the quilt, unable to utter a word for quite a while. He got out of bed. I'll go to the bathroom. You sleep first." After hearing the sound of fabric rubbing, Xiao Zhong's hurried steps to the bathroom could be heard. The shower head was turned on with a gushing water sound that drowned out the man's muffled gasps. Ding Xia poked a red face out of the bedding, seemingly about to bleed. She blinked blankly at the still fast asleep little Ping An, and slowly let out a long breath. When Xiao Zhong returned, Ding Xia was already half asleep. She accidentally touched his icy skin and shuddered from the cold. "Are you cold?" Xiao Zhong rubbed his arms. "I'll warm up soon," he said proudly after a while. He didn't mention what had just happened. Ding Xia stared at the ceiling. When Xiao Zhong's breathing became steady, she whispered, "Not now, wait." Xiao Zhong was instantly wide awake. He got excited like a teenage boy, hugging her tightly and swallowing before answering, "Okay?" After saying it, Ding Xia calmed down instead. She had decided to be with Xiao Zhong properly. In the quilt, Ding Xia found his hand and intertwined her fingers tightly with his. "Sleep. Good night," Xiao Zhong murmured in agreement. The room became quiet again, only occasionally hearing the baby's babbles in his sleep. The next morning, both woke up late, sleeping until noon. For once, when little Ping An woke up, he didn't cry or fuss, just played with his hands while looking at his mom and dad lying in bed. Ding Xia was sleeping soundly with her head on Xiao Zhong's shoulder. When she opened her eyes, Xiao Zhong lightly kissed her lips. "You didn't even brush your teeth," Ding Xia complained, dissatisfied. "I didn't use my tongue." Xiao Zhong had gotten much bolder, licking his lips and speaking bluntly. Ding Xia was stunned for a moment. She kicked him once before getting up to wash up. Xiao Zhong picked up little Ping An. "Daddy's good boy, not crying or fussing, so well behaved," The well-behaved son, who didn't cry or fuss, let out a loud fart, stinking up his novice dad, who had to hold his breath while changing the diaper. When Ding Shaya came out, she saw Xiao Jun's speechless expression and couldn't help laughing. This kid sure stinks. Xiao Jun complained half-jokingly. Ding Shaya ignored him. She said the stinky one was him, always running away the fastest when it came to changing diapers. Men always say one thing but mean another. Carrying the child to the soft blanketed recliner, Ding Shaya was about to read Little Ping and a story when she got a call from Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang. Oh my. Granny Zhang still sounded energetic. Sha, I heard you gave birth. How are you? Yes, I gave birth on New Year's Day, a boy. His nickname is Ping An. Ding Shaya was happy to hear her voice. Wonderful. What a nice name. Granny Zhang was delighted. Have you been resting well after childbirth? Is Xiao treating you well? I'm still resting. I have a pile of nourishing postpartum meals every day that make me feel awful from eating so much, Ding Shaya said with a laugh. That's good. That's very important. You can't underestimate postpartum care. No wind, no washing hair or showering. Best to just nurture yourself in bed. You hear? Ding Sha, who had just washed her hair and showered last night, was not guilty at all. I know, Granny Zhang. I will. After chatting for a few more sentences, Granny Zhang hung up. Ding Shaya had just breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Zhong bringing over a large tray of food. Eat up. Ding Shaya looked unpleasantly at the pile of strange postpartum dishes, somewhat unwilling to eat them. Xiao Zhong served her a bowl. Eat. Seeing her expression, he added, I'll eat what you don't finish. As usual, what Ding Shaya didn't eat, didn't want to eat, or was full after a few bites, all ended up in Xiao Zhong's stomach. Maybe the postpartum food really was nutritious. Xiao Zhong grew taller again and more muscular. Now he no longer had the skinny, childish look from before. The current Xiao Zhong had broad shoulders and rugged features, already a man who could support a wife and child. Ding Shaya stared at him, gobbling the food down with no sign of picking or choosing. After quite a while, she said, I want spicy hot pot. Xiao Zhong was rarely stuck for words. Make me spicy hot pot. Ding Shaya glared fiercely at him. All right. Xiao Zhong thought for a moment before agreeing. The hot pot broth was cooked with milk for 10 minutes until the milky smell was eliminated. Xiao Zhong scooped out residues from the bottom of the pot with a small ladle. The satisfactory broth was done. Xiao Zhong added the fatty beef rolls Ding Sha loved to eat, then some mushrooms, bamboo shoots, lotus root slices, and other vegetables. After mixing in some chili oil, he scooped the cooked ingredients into a large bowl along with 2 scoops of broth. The aroma alone was mouth-watering. Ding Shaya eagerly grabbed a piece of fatty beef, dipped it in chili oil, and stuffed it into her mouth. With a blissful expression, she said, This is the taste. In the end, she finished the entire large bowl with no leftovers for Xiao Zhong, rare for her. Xiao Zhong teased her a little. Ding Shaya pouted at him angrily, fierce like an angry kitten. Oh right. Sha, do you want to raise a cat? Raise a cat? Ding Shaya subconsciously repeated. Where is there a cat? There's one at the new house. Xiao Zhong smiled. The landlady said there's currently a single mother living in the yard. Her belly is round and she sunbathes in the yard every day. By the time we move in, she'll probably have given birth to kittens. If we want to raise her, we should bring her back now instead of scaring her when we start renovating. Ding Shaya said, almost without hesitation. Let's raise her. Xiao Zhong brought the shivering cat mom back after just a few days. She was a tortoiseshell cat with delicate features and a very skinny body but large belly. She looked at people warily and cautiously. Ding Shaya felt a little distressed as she stroked her. You must have been so frightened. Xiao Zhong was still taking things out of the car. Cat litter, litter box, food bowl, cat food, treats, cat bed. He had bought back all kinds of stuff in one go. He pulled down his mask and took a breath. I took her to the pet hospital. It's not good to vaccinate her while she's pregnant with kittens. I was afraid she would have an adverse reaction. We'll take her back in a few days after she calms down for a bath. Ding Shaya hummed in acknowledgement. After Xiao Zhong washed his hands and came back, she placed little Ping in his arms and squatted down herself to look at the little tortoiseshell still curled up in the corner. Considering she had just arrived, Ding Shaya made some cat food using sheep's milk powder and brought it over to her in a bowl. Are you hungry? Eat something. The little tortoiseshell stared at her warily, not moving a muscle. Ding Shaya put down the food bowl and pulled Xiao Zhong away, Don't keep staring at her. It'll scare her. Let's just go about our business normally and give her some time to settle in. Xiao Zhong seemed to sort of understand as he followed her. Ding Sha tidied away all the cat stuff Xiao Zhong had bought. Then she went into the kitchen. Xiao Zhong followed her in. Are you hungry? Let me do it. I'm not hungry. Ding Xia shook her head. I'm making something for little cat to eat. Don't you have cat food? Xiao Zhong asked, puzzled. Of course cats need a more varied diet. And she's a mother, Ding Xia said matter-of-factly, so she should eat better. Oh. Xiao Zhong nodded. Ding Xia opened the fridge. Where did you put the chicken breast I bought before? It's in the bottom shelf. Xiao Zhong pointed it out to her. There's also basa fish. Perfect. Ding Xia took them out to defrost. Is there any shrimp? What about beef? Ding Xia asked uncertainly. She hadn't been the one cooking these past few days, so she wasn't sure what was in the house. We have both. Second shelf from the bottom. Take a look. Xiao Zhong thought about it. Little Ping craned his neck up high to watch Ding Xia crouching to grab things from the fridge. Xiao Zhong straightened him back up, but he was unhappy about it and scrunched up his face, on the verge of tears. There, I've offended His Highness. Xiao Zhong simply crouched down too, so Little Ping could see Ding Xia. Little Ping stared curiously with wide eyes, trying to reach out and grab her hands. Ding Xia dodged him and shot an irritated look at Xiao Zhong. You're spoiling him rotten. Now he fake cries whenever he doesn't get what he wants. He's getting more and more unruly. Xiao Zhong looked completely nonchalant. He's little now. When he grows up, I can discipline him. Ding Xia shoved her cold, frozen hands straight into his clothes. What are you saying? I'm wrong. Xiao Zhong grimaced from the cold. I was joking, kidding. How could I ever hit our precious son? Ding Xia gave him a skeptical look. He's still small now. I can teach him when he's older and can talk. Xiao, Zhong mumbled. You go ahead and spoil him then, Ding Xia said, rolling her eyes. Xiao Zhong grinned, then turned to see Little Ping and sucked on his fingers, staring at him unblinkingly. He puckered his lips and kissed Little Ping's milky, soft baby cheeks. Sweetheart. Little Ping let out little gurgling laughs. The father-son bonding scene left Ding Xia's face covered in amusement. She couldn't help the smile spreading on her face as she picked up the ingredients she needed and stood up. Out. You're in the way here. Xiao Zhong carried Little Ping out, stomping in circles while making weird airplane noises with his mouth. Ding Xia laughed and shook her head. What a pair of kids. The chicken breast and beef were cut into small pieces and run through the food processor to mince them finely. The shrimp and fish were mashed into a paste. Then everything was mixed together in a bowl with an egg yolk and stirred well. Ding Xia scooped out a small handful, put it in a glass bowl to steam until cooked, then mashed it up again to cool. The rest was packed up in cling wrap and frozen. Once the meat paste had cooled, she could bring it to Little Cat to eat. Ding Xia brought the meat puree to Little Cat, who was still hiding timidly in the corner. The cat food she'd left out before was somewhat eaten. She probably didn't dare eat it or didn't like the taste since she'd only taken a few bites. Ding Xia set down the meat puree in front of her, then moved the cat food bowl to a more spacious corner with the cat bed. Little Cat silently watched her do all this. After a while, she opened her mouth and let out a little meow. Ding Xia turned back to look at her, pleasantly surprised. Little Cat let out another soft little meow. Ding Xia couldn't help but say, go ahead and eat. It's delicious. Little Cat slowly lowered her head to lap the meat paste. Maybe she liked the taste because after licking her mouth, she glanced at Ding Xia, then started eagerly devouring it. Ding Xia crouched there, watching until Little Cat finished eating before going over to collect the bowl. She'd set up a bowl of water for Little Cat to drink in the corner too. Seeing her groom herself lazily with a full belly, Ding Xia couldn't resist wanting to stroke her. But before she could even stretch out her hand, Little Cat whipped her head around to look at her, eyes filled with wariness. Ding Xia knew she still didn't feel safe enough here to settle in, so she drew back her hand. After chatting with Little Cat for a bit more, she left to do her own thing. Little Cat remained seated there, watching as Ding Xia walked away. Her large yellow-green eyes were calm and lazy. Little Cat's life became one where she could eat meat every other day. With caretakers now, her lifestyle was clearly more comfortable than when she was wandering and starving. She would sprawl lazily, basking in the sun, and occasionally rub against Ding Xia's legs to try and get close to her. But as soon as Ding Xia wanted to squat down to pet or hug her, she would bolt away as if she was a stranger. Extremely heartless. Ding Xia sighed and continued her efforts at feeding Little Cat. After just a few days, her angular little face had rounded out, and her fur became sleek and glossy. Clearly, a well-cared-for kitty. Ding Shaya had thought it would take a long time before little cat warmed up to her. But suddenly, one day, the cat became much more restless. She circled Ding Shaya meowing, her cries no longer soft and coy, and she even bit Ding Shaya's pants leg. Ding Shaya was puzzled by the change in behavior. Egg yolk, what's the matter with you? She had taken to calling the tortoiseshell egg yolk because the cat was especially fond of egg yolk, and would always deign to let Ding Shaya pat her in exchange for some. Little cat meowed anxiously at her, even looking pleadingly at Ding Shaya with moist eyes. Then Ding Shaya realized little cat was likely going into labor to give birth to kittens. She quickly took out the birthing room she had prepared in advance, along with the necessary supplies. Little cat seemed a little relieved when she went inside, but continued yowling fretfully. Ding Shaya was also extremely anxious and refused to leave little cat's side. After struggling through the night, little cat finally gave birth to 2 kittens. One was a little tortoiseshell like herself, while the other seemed to be a little orange tabby. Ding Shaya breathed a sigh of relief since cats were said to have more difficulty delivering fewer kittens. At least they had been born safely. Though she did wonder about the fur color of that irresponsible cat dad. Based on the kitten colors, he was most likely a huge ginger tomcat. Raising the little kitten brought Ding Shaya so much joy that she almost forgot about her own wailing son for a moment. Little cat was also slowly becoming close to her. Not only did she not hide from Ding Shaya anymore, she would take the initiative to jump onto her lap and purr softly while kneading and treading. She would also follow Ding Shaya closely, wherever she walked in the house, and even bring the kitten to Ding Shaya, asking her to help keep an eye on her kitten. Ding Shaya gleefully stroked the increasingly chubby little cat, listening to her sweet, tender meows, squeezing her soft pink paw pads, feeling that life was just so at that moment. The 2 kittens changed day by day. At first, when they were just born, they looked rather miserable, covered all over in amniotic fluid, appearing weak and skinny. But after careful care and rich feeding from egg yolk mother and Grandma Ding Shaya, the kittens started growing fur and meat, gradually becoming round and cute. Not only would they let out soft, helpless meows, they would also dash around recklessly asking for trouble. Whenever they bumped into Ding Shaya, they would flop over immediately, rolling their bellies wetly towards Ding Shaya, acting coquettishly. Their little paws would also extend into the air, treading milk unsteadily. They generously stretched out their tender pink little paw pads for Ding Shaya to see. Ding Shaya could then only reluctantly squat down to touch the poor little cuties, checking to see if they were injured. Ping-Yin stared blankly at Ding Shaya's back whenever she squatted in the corner watching the kittens. Mommy doesn't love staring at him silly anymore these days. Xiao Joan was making last-minute adjustments in the kitchen. They hadn't opened for business these past few days. The renovation at their new place went faster than expected since they didn't need to paint over the walls. They would be able to move over in another 3 to 4 days. Tomorrow, Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie were getting ready to move back too. After school started, Si Lu would also need to prepare for his high school entrance exam. Little Stone was sent to preschool for full day care under his teacher, which worked out perfectly. Ding Shaya was still somewhat reluctant to leave the regular old customers and neighbors here. Every day when opening the door, they would smile and greet each other for a few sentences. Occasionally, some would also come to the shop to chat over drinks. Ding Shaya was wandering aimlessly in the yard, filled with attachment, when she suddenly heard the sister-in-law from the hardware store next door calling her over the dividing wall of the yard. Sha, Sha? Sha, Sha. Oh, I'm here. Sister-in-law? What's the matter? Ding Shaya also hurried over to stand by the wall. I heard you guys are moving away? The woman asked. Yup, we're moving in a couple days, Ding Shaya replied. Is it because of that old granny? Stingy to the bone. When I first moved here, she didn't have anything in the room yet still wanted to raise the rent. I see that she's gone blind for money. Everyone else lowers the rent, while she specifically raises it. She's so annoying every day. Oh right, I saw her coming by earlier. Is she raising the rent for you guys too? The landlady wants to sell the place. We can't afford to buy it, so we thought we'd move somewhere else. Ding Shaya didn't badmouth her after thinking about it for a bit. Moving works out too. That old lady always stirs up trouble all day, the neighbor said. Where are you guys moving to? Leave us an address too. Old Lai from our family loves your stewed meat to go with his wine. I'll come again another day to show my support. Ding Shaya told her the address with a smile, and the two chatted for a few more sentences before going their separate ways. Hearing faint knocking at the door, Ding Shaya picked up little Ping and who was arching his butt up and nudging around on the bed, and went to open the door. The guest had red dyed hair and was a petite young man who appeared slightly stout. Although he had an arrogant demeanor, he was taken aback when he raised his head to see Ding Sha. "Hello? We're closed for business today." Thinking he was a customer here to eat, Ding Sha hurriedly explained, "I didn't come here to eat. I heard Xiao Zhong is here." "I'm looking for Xiao Zhong." The youth shook his head. "What are you looking for June for?" Ding Sha thought it was peculiar. This was the first time someone asked for Xiao Zhong. "I'm called Wang Wenhao. My dad is Wang Zhengyang and my grandpa is Wang Hai," the youth introduced himself. It took Ding Shaya a moment to react, but she smiled and welcomed Wang Wen. How and after she understood. "June is in the back. Let me go get him. Have a seat first and wait for a bit." Xiao Zhong was also surprised when he heard Wang Zhengyang's son was looking for him. "Looking for me? What does he want with me?" "You don't think he wants the recipe, right?" "Don't know." Ding Shaya shook her head. "If he asks you for it, you still have to call Mr. Wang first. Let's go take a look first." Xiao Zhong put down what was in his hands and walked out. "Hello, I'm Xiao Zhong." Xiao Zhong stood in front of him. "Hello." The youth looked Xiao Zhong up and down. "I'm Wang Wenhao. What can I do for you?" Xiao Zhong cut straight to the chase. "I heard from my dad that he gave you our family recipes, so I came to see if you're worthy." Wang Wenhao smirked. "So what now?" Xiao Zhong only felt baffled. "Are you taking the recipes back?" "Make me a dish kung pao chicken," Wang Wenhao suddenly said. Xiao Zhong glanced at him, somewhat annoyed. "Sorry, don't know how to make it." Wang Wenhao couldn't believe it. "You don't even know how to make kung pao chicken? How can you call yourself a chef? What business is it of yours?" Xiao Zhong retorted back with crossed arms. Unexpectedly, Wang Wenhao didn't get mad. "I just asked for a kung pao chicken. You've cooked for my grandpa, grandma, and dad. Why won't you cook for me?" Without a second thought, Xiao Zhong flatly refused. "Because I don't feel like it." June Ding Sha pulled him. "Don't be like this." After all, they did get his family recipes. Xiao Zhong clicked his tongue in irritation, but still listened to Ding Shaya. "Wait for it." And with that, he turned and walked into the kitchen. He cut the Devon chicken legs into pieces and added salt, sugar, pepper powder to season before beating in egg and cornstarch, then drizzling in some oil and mixing well. Then he made a kung pao sauce using appropriate salt, sugar, vinegar, and soy sauce with cornstarch. He heated oil in a wok until hot and added the chicken pieces to sear, then scooped out. Leaving just a bit of oil at the bottom, he tossed in minced garlic and dried chili peppers, bringing out the fragrance before adding the green onion segments to stir fry. After adding back the cooked chicken pieces, he sprinkled some hot chili oil and poured the kung pao sauce over, mixing well. Lastly, he added roasted peanuts and gave it a few quick stirs. An aromatic, spicy, and appetizing plate of kung pao chicken was ready. Xiao Zhong set the dish down in front of Wang Wenhao. "Eat up." Wang Wenhao looked at the plate. "Sichuan style?" Xiao Zhong wasn't surprised he could tell given he was from a family of chefs after all. Even though he was just a kid, he would still have basic knowledge. Wang Wenhao didn't say anything else and picked up his chopsticks for a mouthful. It tasted nothing like any kung pao chicken he had eaten before. The chicken was tender and juicy, with a bit of crunch, and the thick kung pao sauce coated the peanuts as well. Before he knew it, he had finished the entire plate. "How is it? Am I worthy?" Xiao Zhong asked, leaning against the wall with crossed arms. Wang Wenhao fell silent before suddenly standing up and walking over to Xiao Zhong. Xiao Zhong watched him warily. "What are you trying to do?" Without a word, Wang Wenhao solemnly clasped his fist. "Master, please teach me to cook. Our family has always had a single descendant. My grandfather wanted to teach my dad, and my dad did want to learn, but he didn't have the talent for it." Wang Wenhao shrugged. "Later, my grandfather said he would teach me, but I didn't want to learn. I grew up in the kitchen ever since I was little, and my classmates would say I smelled like kitchen fumes and didn't want to play with me, saying that working in the kitchen was only for little girls. Although I knew they were wrong, there was nothing I could do to keep studying cooking. I always felt uncomfortable inside. Grandfather was very disappointed, but he still hoped I would come back and learn." Wang Wenhao had a complicated expression. "But I really didn't want to learn. Now when I think back on it, it was just childish joking between us kids. But deep down, I would instinctively avoid this issue." "Then why did you come back here?" Xiao Zhong asked after listening to him finish. "I guess I didn't want to regret it in the future. I'm graduating tomorrow. But whenever I think about what job I should do in the future, My first reaction is always what grandfather said: inherit the Wong family cuisine and carry it forward. It's just a pity it's a bit late for grandfather to know about this. We apprentices don't get paid much here, and the work is tiring. Xiao Jones suddenly stood up. Are you sure you want to stay? I'm sure. Wang Wen how happily replied. All right then. Come help me move in a few days. You can live in the shop or rent a place outside. There are many rooms in the new home. Xiao Zhong looked at his unruly hair again. Remember to dye your hair back? Huh? Wang Wen how reluctantly touched his head. Is there a restriction on hair color and style here? I thought there weren't any. There aren't, Xiao Zhong walked back. But it hurts my eyes looking at it. Wang Wen how was left speechless for a moment. Go on back home. The shop's closed recently. I'll let you know when we open, Xiao Zhong added. Sure. Wang Wen how left happily without taking offense. I'll go get my hair done. Xiao Zhong waved his hand without another word. What's up? Ding Shia asked when he came back. Nothing much, Xiao Zhong briefly replied. Just took on a young apprentice. Ding Shia said a few words before letting it go. Because little Ping'an was writhing around in bed and had actually rolled over. Did you see that? Ding Shia was so excited she was nearly screaming. Ping'an can roll over now. I saw it. Xiao Zhong was also rather thrilled, and even regretted not taking out his phone earlier to record his good son's first time rolling over. The only one remaining calm was probably Ping and himself. He looked at his mom and dad, babbled some baby sounds only he could understand, and rolled over again. Ding Shia was too emotional to speak, while Xiao Zhong swiftly took out his phone to start recording little Ping'an without even blinking. Ping'an smacked his lips together sleepily, seeming tired. He yawned once, then settled down with eyes half open, looking extremely cute. All right, let him sleep. It's his regular nap time. Ding Shia covered Ping'an with a small blanket and pulled Xiao Zhong outside. Xiao Zhong was still reluctant. I didn't get to record it. You can do it next time, Ding Shia said. Hurry and tidy things up. We need to start moving stuff over bit by bit. There's so much I don't want to keep dragging this out. Sure. Xiao Zhong put his phone away. Ding Shia took out a piece of paper from her pocket. I wrote down the order for moving things each day. It'll be easier to organize things after getting there. We just need Uncle Wei to make the furniture. Slowly, no rush, Xiao Zhong pushed the recliner outside. We can get the big furniture shipped over in a truck. Early next morning, Xiao Zhong got up and started loading things into the car. Ding Shia had to stay home with the kid, so Xiao Zhong called Wang Wen how over to help move things. Master, what should I move? Wang Wen how asked energetically with his new buzz-cut hairstyle, looking rather spirited. Xiao Zhong pointed to the things that needed moving. Wang Wen how was shocked. That much? What did you expect? It's called moving for a reason, Xiao Zhong retorted. The two worked up a good sweat moving things while Ding Shia helped pass items from the side. Little Ping'an was still sleeping. Ding Shia pushed out the baby crib for him to sleep in the lobby where she could keep an eye on him. A girl watched them for a bit. Boss lady, are you guys moving? That's right. We're moving away. Ding Shia found the girl's eyebrows that were peeking out from her mask a little familiar. Then does that mean I won't get to eat here anymore? The girl exclaimed loudly. Only then did Ding Shia remember who she was. It was Du Ro Ro. Du Ro Ro seemed a little disappointed. I thought that after the pandemic I'd get to come here for big meals every day. Turns out you guys are moving away. Ding Shia reassured her. It's not like we're going out of business. If nothing else, you can always order takeout in the future. Takeout doesn't taste as good. Du Ro Ro insisted. She kept asking for the new shop's address. After Ding Shia told her, she saw the girl's eyes go wide. My grandparents live around that area. Du Ro Ro was happy again. I can go every day. Ding Shia found her quite cute and couldn't help laughing. Only after getting excited did Du Ro Ro hesitantly ask, Boss lady, can I order something to eat today? What would you like? Ding Shia didn't turn her down. Du Ro Ro thought for a bit. I haven't had much of an appetite lately. I'd like something nice and sour and spicy. Ding Shia considered things, then suggested, the pickled mustard greens have been pretty good recently. Want to try some pickled mustard green soup? Sounds great. Du Ro Ro eagerly nodded. Ding Shia smiled as she scooped some rice into a bowl for her. I'll make an exception and let you eat here today, but take out only from now on. Du Ro Ro thanked her, then couldn't wait to pick up a spoon and take a sip of soup. The taste was smooth and pleasantly sour and spicy, whetting her appetite. Du Ro felt her appetite that had been blocked up the past few days instantly get cleared. Ding Shia sat holding a sleepy Ping and watching Du Ro eat and playing with Pingin from time to time. What a beautiful baby, Du Ro said admiringly and enviously. Ding Shia smiled and thanked her. Before Du Ro could finish eating, Gong's sister-in-law and Zhuang auntie walked in, both carrying bags. As soon as Zhuang auntie came in, she threw down her things and made a beeline for little Ping An. Yo, isn't this little Ping An? Aunties missed you so much. Come, give grandma a hug. After washing her hands, Zhuang auntie hurried over and gently touched little Ping An's face. Seeing a stranger suddenly, little Ping An was a little scared and shrunk back into Ding Shia's arms. Zhuang auntie also drew her hand back, her face full of kindness. So handsome. You're back? Ding Xia was also quite happy. Yeah, Da Zhuang drove us back, Zhuang auntie smiled. Da Zhuang heard that you had a baby and prepared some things that his family produced. They're all pretty safe, don't worry, Gong's sister-in-law said, tidying up the things behind her and coming over to see little Ping An. He looked so healthy and sturdy. Gong's sister-in-law hadn't seen little Ping An for a while and said somewhat emotionally. Of course, eating 8 meals a day, crying for food after a while, he's eaten into a little fat pig. Ding Xia tucked little Ping An's clothes. It's good that he has a big appetite, less likely to get sick. Zhuang auntie thought little Ping An looked better and better. Where is brother Da Zhuang? Is he outside too? Ding Xia looked towards the door. He went to park the car. Parking is difficult around here. I pointed him to a place to find parking himself. Gong's sister-in-law waved her hand. It's just nice to have brother Da Wang stay for a meal. Ding Xia stood up. There are still a lot of ingredients in the kitchen out back. He was hoping to stay for a meal. Gong's sister-in-law laughed. When he's home, he can't wait, talking every day about the dishes from our shop. As soon as he heard we were coming over, he was exceptionally eager. Ding Xia laughed when she heard this. Du Ro bit her spoon somewhat enviously. It's so nice. Boss lady, are you recruiting part-timers? I can do it. Ding Xia was stunned for a moment, but we're moving away. School hasn't started yet for us. It's still uncertain when school starts. It's possible school won't open at all. Du Ro said, even if school opens, it'll be online classes. I'm already in my 3rd year. There aren't many classes. Before Ding Xia could reply, Du Ro went on, plus my grandparents live right there. So I wouldn't have to worry at all. Ding Xia thought about it. She did need a part-timer. Little Ping An needed someone with him at all times. There was only Xiao in the kitchen. Even with Zhuang auntie helping out, Gong's sister-in-law would be overwhelmed. Then let's talk about it again once we've moved. Ding Xia didn't reject or agree. Could you give me your contact info? Sure. Du Ro quickly reported her phone number to Ding Xia. When Xiao came back, Ding Xia had already started getting Zhuang auntie to prepare the ingredients. Da Zhuang was just standing at the side with a silly, honest smile, teasing little Ping, and, with no reason to go out during the pandemic, Da Wang hadn't even bothered shaving and had grown a full beard. He made faces at little Ping An, wriggling his brows and pulling expressions. At first, little Ping An frowned, seemingly disgusted. Then he made little giggling sounds showing his amusement. Having worked up a sweat, Wang Wenhao lay limply on the table, panting heavily without regard for appearances. Xiao frowned at him. Haven't you practiced flipping pans before? With strength like that, can you handle wokes? Wang Wenhao paused for a moment, somewhat guilty. I practiced when I was little. Meaning, he didn't practice now. Xiao silently discarded the plans he had prepared in his heart and started over from zero. Wenhao, stay and eat with us, Ding Xia said from the doorway. It'll be lively with more people tonight. Wang Wenhao blinked his eyes. Mother-in-law, these special times call for no gatherings or shared meals. We should implement separate dining. Ding Xia was stunned for a moment. Xiao grabbed him by the collar and marched him outside. It's getting late. Hurry home. Wang Wenhao looked up at the blazing midday sun overhead and fell silent. Ding Xia stood smiling in the doorway. June, stop teasing. Come in, you two. Neither of you have masks on. Can't have you arrested later. Xiao silently dragged Wang Wenhao back inside. Ding Xia took out a plate. We've prepared separate servings on plates. Wang Wenhao had only meant to jest. He hadn't expected Ding Xia to actually prepare for separate dining and immediately conceded defeat. Mother-in-law, you're too amazing. Ding Xia rubbed her head. This was Da Zhuang's idea, to eat separately for safety. Lunch was prepared very lavishly. 6 adults and 1 baby in total. 7 dishes and 1 soup. The little one busily sucked away at his formula. But the most popular was the lion's head meatballs Ding Shaya had personally cooked. This time, Ding Shaya used fatty pork belly with a ratio of 4 fattiness to 6 leanness. She removed the skin, then chopped the meat into filling. Hand-chopped filling would taste much better than machine-processed. She added green onion, ginger, shoxing wine to the meat, then salt, starch, white pepper powder. She used her hands to mix it into the meat. After mixing evenly, she added more green onion, ginger, and a bit of flour to continue hitting and mixing. Finally, she beat in an egg and continued hitting until it became a sticky paste, then added flour, 5 spice powder, and soy sauce to adjust the taste. At the end, she diced fresh water chestnuts and lotus root to mix in. She heated oil in a wok, added green onion, ginger and garlic to infuse the oil. Then she added some soy sauce and water, old soy sauce and spices, finally pouring in some shoxing wine, white pepper, and a little sugar. Once the soup was boiling, she turned down the heat. Using her thumb and index finger, or a small spoon, she took portions of the meat paste and rolled them into little balls, dropping them into the soup. Then she used low heat to slowly simmer for an hour before taking it off the heat. Though cooked in water, it was as delicious as traditional red braised lion's head meatballs. With one bite, the texture was both tender and springy, and full of flavor. Healthy and tasty. The bowl was quickly cleaned out between everyone. It had been a long time since they'd eaten such a lively meal with so many people. Xiaozhong and Ding Shaya both felt somewhat sentimental. Xiaozhong looked at Ding Shaya next to him, smiling gently with little Ping and in her arms. He was filled with complex emotions. What is it? Ding Shaya noticed his gaze. Though she asked, she still reached out and interlaced her fingers with his. Nothing, just happy, Xiaozhong said. Xiaozhong suddenly took out a small box from his pocket. Everyone looked over at them. Xiaozhong said. I never dared wish for such a happy life before. It always felt unreal. All these years it had only been the two of us. Though I never felt lonely, I still felt I owed you, making you stay with me as the eccentric loners in others' eyes. I'm very happy with our current life. Thank you, Sha, for always being with me, waiting for me, giving me a perfect home. But I feel guilty. Xiaozhong's eyes grew red. I greedily take warmth from you, but it seems I keep bringing you unhappiness not being there when you were pregnant. Letting you have a child at such a young age. It's all my fault. I owe you a lot, Xiaozhong said, but I want to slowly make it up to you. Xiaozhong stood up and opened the box. Inside was a ring with a dazzling diamond set into the platinum band. Sha, will you marry me? Xiaozhong looked only at Ding Sha's eyes as he slowly lowered to one knee. His eyes were brimming with intense, fiery ardor overflowing with love. Ding Sha's nose soured. She currently faced the sky bare-faced, smelling of oil smoke, her postpartum belly not yet flat, tightly cradling their child. She choked up. I will. On Ding Sha's ring finger, there was a beautiful ring, and Xiaozhong said it was an engagement ring. In the future, there would be wedding rings, 5-year anniversary rings, 10-year anniversary rings, and even 50-year anniversary rings. What Ding Shaya desired was not the ring itself, but rather the anticipation of spending 50 years together with him. The process of moving was a massive undertaking. Their own car, Dodwang's car, and the moving company's trucks were all deployed. They labored tirelessly, moving for nearly a whole day. It was their first time going out together in such a grand manner, and Ding Shaya was so scared that she hid in his arms. She clung tightly to Ding Shaya's neck with both hands and refused to let go. Whenever Ding Shaya put her down, she would start crying. Ding Shaya had no choice but to carry little Ping'an around, walking back and forth, soothing him, for nearly a whole day. By dinner time, Ding Sha's wrist was so sore that she could hardly lift the chopsticks. Upon hearing the reason, Xiaozhong's face turned gloomy. He first fed Ding Shaya her meal, before retreating to the bedroom, holding Ping'an talking for a full hour, even though he wasn't sure if Ping'an could understand. Only then did he reluctantly stop. Ping'an was already drifting off to sleep from listening. Accompanying Ping'an in experiencing the stress of moving were little cat Dan Huang and her kittens, who meowed loudly while squeezed inside the cat carrier. When they arrived at their new home, they were too afraid to come out. They stayed inside, observing for quite a while before timidly sticking out their paws to test the waters. The interior of the shop was much more refined than their previous one. The furniture made by Uncle Wei was being gradually transported over. The kitchen could accommodate plenty of ingredients and tools, and they even had several private dining rooms. Their living area had expanded significantly as well. Xiao Zhong flipped through the calendar and set an opening day. The winter jasmine flowers in the courtyard were blooming. Seizing the opportunity while little Ping took his afternoon nap, Ding Shia picked up a small basket and gathered a basketful of winter jasmine flowers. The menu for the shop hadn't been made yet, so Ding Shia thought of using the flower paper as the base for it. Xiao Zhong assisted her on the side. Actually, there was no need for him to assist. Xiao Zhong just wanted to be close to Ding Shia. These past few days had been busy with many people around. Xiao Zhong even felt like he hadn't seen Ding Shia in a long time. When everyone finally went off to attend to their own tasks, he would dawdle and run to Ding Shia's side. Ding Shia held a piece of A4-sized white paper and joked. In ancient times, people dyed flower paper to express their emotions and convey poetry. I'm doing it to convey food. As she spoke, her hands kept moving. When the paper finally dried, faint yellow stars appeared sporadically at the edges or in the center, looking extremely beautiful. Xiao Zhong fetched a brush and ink, and Ding Xia first wrote down a few common dishes. Then she put the paper away, saying, I'll write the rest another day. Xiao Zhong wanted to set off some firecrackers, but considering that they weren't allowed to set them off here, he had to abandon the idea. On the day of the grand opening, they felt a bit nervous, but business turned out to be much better than they expected. Many old customers came with smiles on their faces. I've been longing for your dishes for a long time, but I used to live far away, so it was hard to come and eat. Now, it's different. I've moved closer to your place, so I have to come and have a meal. I've been looking forward to it for so long, and your shop is finally open. Even if I had to come from far away, I would still come. Haha, me too. Even if your family moves to Mars, I'll have to take a rocket to join you for a meal. Among them, they also welcomed a special guest. Hu Jilin, the editor of a gourmet magazine, came with a small gift. Editor? Ding Shia was quite happy to see him. I happened to come today. I heard from the neighbors that your family moved here, so I came to visit. Hu Jilin looked at the baby in Ding Xiao's arms. This is the little baby, so adorable. Hu Jilin's eyes softened. He really liked children. She looks like a promising child. Which mother doesn't like others praising her child? Ding Xia happily led him to sit down and handed him today's menu. Mr. He, take a look at what you'd like to eat today. Hu Jilin came for this purpose as well. He looked at the menu and said, I came here for another interview. During this special period, we mainly work in the form of electronic magazines. Ding Xia nodded. Of course, you can choose whatever you like to eat. I'll call Xiao Zhong out in a moment. Hu Jilin looked at the menu in his hand and said, I'll have beef noodles, oil-drizzled fish, sweet and sour pork, and also a sugar cake. Ding Xia joked, I didn't realize you have such a sweet tooth. But can you finish all of these by yourself? It's not just me. Hu Jilin shook his head slightly. My partner's student is interning with me, and she loves sweet. Oh, I see. I'll have the kitchen prepare them. How soon will she arrive? Ding Xia paused. She'll be here soon, Hu Jilin said. Ding Xia tore the order sheet and handed it to Wang Wenhao, who promptly took it and started preparing the dishes. The sugar cake can also be called sesame paste cake, because it has a thick layer of sesame paste inside, making it fragrant and rich in flavor. Mix 5 to 6 taels of water with 1 katia flour to knead a relatively soft dough, making sure it's in the optimal state. Remember to add some oil to the dough. It will make it more fragrant and crispy when cooked. Xiao Zhong, busy stir-frying, reminded Wang Wen how to check the dough. To everyone's surprise, Wang Wenhao made the dough very well, especially the steamed buns and pancakes, which turned out soft and delicious. I added it, master, Wang Wenhao replied with a smile. Let the dough ferment for about 10 to 20 minutes. Then roll it out into a slightly thick pancake shape and spread a thick layer of sesame paste on top. The sauce used is Beijing-style sesame paste, which is more fragrant than pure sesame paste. However, before making it each time, they had to ask the customers if they were allergic to peanuts. After evenly spreading the thick sauce, sprinkle fine brown sugar on top, and finally roll it up from one side. Roll it into a roll, wrapping the sesame paste and brown sugar inside. Cut it into 2 pieces and seal the edges carefully to prevent the sauce from leaking out. Finally, flatten the pancake into a thick disc, spread some oil on the griddle, and place the pancake on it. Cover it and cook for a while. Then flip it over until both sides become crispy, slightly charred. The pancake is ready to be served. Cut it into small pieces, and Wang Wenhao handed a piece to Xiao Jun. "How is it, master?" Xiao Jun tasted it and said, "It's good." Wang Wenhao placed the sugar cake on the serving counter with light footsteps. When Ding Xia brought the dishes, she saw that the intern was already sitting across from Hu Jilan. The girl was very beautiful, and her attire exuded a sense of tastefulness. "Wow! Sesame sugar cake? And my favorite sweet and sour pork. Brother, I truly adore you." As Ding Xia left, she couldn't help but notice the girl's unabashed happiness. She furrowed her brow, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since she was Hugh's student and loved one, why was she speaking to him with such an intimate and casual tone? The two quickly finished the food on the table. Hu Jilan settled the bill as usual, and then waited for Xiao Jun's interview. "How was the food just now?" Xiao Jun helped Ding Xia to sit down. "It was delicious. Especially the sugar cake. It was crispy and fragrant, with a delightful sweetness," the girl exclaimed eagerly. Hu Jilan had a gentle expression. "Indeed, I feel that this time the dishes were even more delicious than the last time I came. However, I still didn't get to taste the dishes made by the boss herself. It's a bit of a pity." The interview proceeded quickly and pleasantly. When Ding Xia saw them off, she noticed that the girl was holding onto Hu Jilan's sleeve, and Hu Jilan instinctively protected her in his mannerisms. Xiao Jun went back to talk to Wang Wenhao, while Ding Xia stood at the doorway and saw Hu Jilan leaning down to fasten the seatbelt for the girl sitting in the passenger seat of a car not far away. Ding Xia crossed her arms, and all her goodwill toward Hu Jilan vanished. "I wonder if Hugh knows about his lover's knowledge." "She should know." A voice from beside her sounded unfamiliar. Ding Xia was startled and looked over to the side. It was a young and refined-looking handsome man. When the man saw that he had startled her, he smiled apologetically. "Sorry for scaring you." "It's nothing," Ding Xia shook her head. Remembering what he had just said, she asked, "Do you know Mr. He?" "I probably do," the man smiled faintly without much emotion. Looking up at the sign of the shop, he said, "It's a restaurant, huh? Would you like to come in and sit down?" Seeing his unhappy expression, Ding Xia offered. Sure, the man readily agreed and followed Ding Xia inside. First he saw Gong's sister-in-law holding little Ping An, and his expression softened. "What a cute little baby." "Yes, he's my son," Ding Xia said with a smile, greeting little Ping An, who immediately smiled back with 2 little dimples. "So adorable," the man said a little enviously. "Would you like something to eat?" Ding Xia handed him a menu. The man flipped through it and then closed it again. "What did Hu Jilan and Sun Ju eat just now?" Ding Xia hesitated for a moment. "Would you like to order the same thing?" The man shook his head. "Just wanted a reference." Ding Xia told him what they had ordered. The man laughed softly after listening. "I won't order those. I don't like sweet stuff. I like spicy food." The man then ordered a dish called hairy blood cubes. "Just this. I don't eat much. Ordering more would be wasteful," he said. Zhuang Auntie took the order slip to the kitchen. Ding Xia thought for a moment, then poured a cup of red date cow milk drink and brought it to him. "How's this?" The man ed. "Pretty good, I guess." Ding Xia pushed the milk to him. "Would you like to chat? You look very upset." The man touched his own face. "Is it that obvious?" "A little. Or maybe it's because I've had a baby now, so I'm more sensitive." Ding Xia smiled. My name is Lin Ji Yu, the man said slowly. "I know Hu Jilin and Sun Yoju." That was all he said before falling silent. Ding Xia was curious, but also knew not to pry into others' sad affairs. She was about to get up and leave when she heard Lin Ji Yu speak again. "We were together for a long time, since university. We had a great relationship, loved each other very much. Even during the most difficult times, we never gave up on each other. Just didn't expect it to seem a little ironic now. They all say it's easy to go through adversity hand in hand, but hard to enjoy prosperity together. I didn't believe it before. Now, I feel there's some truth to it." Linji Yo still looked calm and composed. His gentle, jade-like voice showed that he was a very cultured person. Even after finding out about this embarrassing matter, he did not lose his temper or show any distress. He just smiled at Ding Xia with reddened eyes. Linji Yu gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I won't say any more, or it'll get vulgar. After all, it's just another cliché dog blood love story. Former lovers fall out of love. Stories of 3 people together rarely end well." Linji Yu exhaled. I'm actually quite lucky to find out about this not too late, before stupidly and blindly thinking I was happy spending a whole lifetime this way. Hearing this, Ding Shaya knew Lin Jiau didn't need comforting or sympathy. He just needed some time to digest it himself. He was gentle yet strong enough inside not to torment himself over such an indignity, but to struggle out of the mire at the first chance. Ding Shai began to admire him. To be honest, if this happened to her, she would probably wallow in pain. Sorry for rambling, Lin Jiau said with an apologetic laugh. Ding Shao shook her head and went to the back kitchen. She had tried baking cakes in the morning, failing a few times but also succeeding. Ding Shaya brought out a mousse cake, the only one she could make without baking. Have some cake, please. Ding Sha placed the cake in front of him. Thank you, Lin Ji. You did not refuse. Perhaps the sweet-averse man also wanted to draw some comfort from the dessert. The hairy blood cubes were served up very quickly. Lin Ji took out his phone to take pictures. It looks great. Seems I've lucked out in finding such a good restaurant. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a slice of lunch meat first. Very fragrant and tender. I haven't found lunch meat this good on the market. Did you make it yourselves? Awesome. Ding Sha gave him a thumbs up. We did make it ourselves. It has chicken and beef, so the texture is quite special. Lin Jiau's interest was piqued. He had only wanted to know what those two people ate here. Didn't expect there would be such a nice surprise. He went on to grab some beef tripe. Crispy and bouncy, not the least bit old. The heat is just right. Then he picked up some duck blood. Unexpectedly, there were two kinds here, one being the common kind often seen in the market. It was cooked thoroughly and very spicy and savory. The other was less common, more often seen in Sichuan hot pot places, irregularly shaped cold fresh duck blood. Extremely tender and aromatic, it would shred under the gentlest poke of chopsticks, with an exceptionally fresh, smooth texture. Even the bean sprouts were not mushy, but wonderfully flavored while keeping a crisp, tender bite. Lin Jiau's chopsticks did not stop. His mouth turned red from the food. The hairy blood cubes disappeared quickly while the prepared rice was barely touched. You can really take spicy food. Ding Shaya did not expect him to handle such spicy food so well. Her family used specially purchased Sichuan peppers to make such Sichuan cuisine. At those spice levels, ordinary people would start sweating after a few bites and look for water. Yet the refined-looking Lin Jiau seemed to be eating steadily without pause. Ding Shaya was quite impressed. Lin Jiau wiped his mouth. It's really good. I think I'll come again. He looked completely recovered. Not a trace left of the gloomy, depressed heartache and distress from earlier. Ding Sha felt a little happy. That's good if you like it. You're welcome back anytime. Lin Jiau started on the little cake. The cake is delicious too. He finished that as well. Hopefully next time I come, if you're selling cakes, can I pre-order a blueberry one? Lin Jiau asked. I really like blueberries. Of course. Ding Shaya gave him a business card. You can call me in advance. Ding Shaya couldn't help wanting to give him some special treatment because he looked like a delicate, precious little master, refined as beautiful jade. How could anyone bear to hurt him? Ding Shaya still couldn't figure it out even after Lin Jiau had walked far away. Xiao Zhong came out and asked, "What is it?" Who was that? He was very jealous. Why was Ding Shaya treating that man so differently? Ding Shaya looked at him. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little unhappy and glared at him. What's it to you? Xiao Zhong. What's up with me? Ding Shaya did not expect that Hu Jilin would come again the next day. This time, he looked very different. The colors of his tie and suit did not match. His hair was messy on his forehead, not carefully styled as usual, and his customary calm and composure was nowhere to be seen. There was even some blue stubble on his chin that hadn't been cleanly shaved. After he came in, he hurriedly found Ding Shaya. May I ask if there was a man wearing a brown coat, about 5'8", very good-looking, who came by yesterday? Ding Shaya immediately thought of Lin Jiau and became somewhat wary. Why are you asking about this? It looks like he did come by. He came by. Hu Jilin had an expression that was both crying and laughing, looking somewhat distraught. If he comes again, can you please call me? Hu Jilin earnestly pleaded. Ding Shaya felt bewildered. What did Hu Jilin want with Lin Jiau? She asked this, but Hu Jilin showed difficulty in answering and did not say anything. Just then, she heard Lin Jiau's voice sound from behind her. No need to call you. I'm right here. Hu Jilin almost immediately turned around. When he saw Lin Jiau, he had a very strange expression. It seemed to be relief, and also pain. You came. Linji, you found a place to sit down without answering him, but smiled and said to Ding Shaya, "Excuse me, can we get 2 cups of that milk from yesterday? We might need to borrow your place to talk about some things." Ding Shaya smiled and nodded, then pulled Gong's sister-in-law back into the kitchen. You. Hu Jilin was eager to speak, but did not know what to say, and could only stop there. "How long have we known each other?" "Linji, you said lightly. 15 years. Hu Jilin reflexively answered. 15 years. It's almost half my life. Linji, you lowered his head. Too long. I'm sorry. Hu Jilin looked ashamed. You really should apologize, but whether to forgive or not has nothing to do with you. Linji, you had a faint smile after all. In my opinion, what happened between you and Yu Zhu was truly disgusting. Hu Jilin looked even more ashamed. He seemed flustered, trying to explain, but gave up when the words were at his lips. You're right. Are you going to talk to me about the supremacy of true love? Linji Ayu's fingers touched the slightly hot cup wall. Don't do that. It makes me want to vomit. We've been classmates since high school, known each other for so many years. I never imagined you would do something like this, let alone that the other person would be Yu Zhu. I'm a little curious. Linji, you suddenly laughed. Who made the first move? You or Yu Zhu? Can I know? It was me. Who? Jilin said. It was within my expectations, Linji. You said. In fact, who made the first move isn't really important, because I know you would say it was you no matter what. Getting this kind of answer doesn't surprise me, and also proves you haven't become too much of a stranger. All of Linji Ayu's grief and distress seemed to have already been digested yesterday. He wore a decent coat with an aloof expression, unlike someone who had been betrayed. Hu Jilin's expression was flustered and upset. Ding Xia felt it was somewhat funny seeing this. Why would the person who made the mistake have such a look of being wronged? It was ridiculous. Does Yu Zhu know you came over? Hu Jilin shook his head. Qilin, let's not contact each other anymore in the future. Linji Ayu said. I hope to never have a trace of you in the places I am. Okay. Hu Jilin was silent for a while before agreeing. As for Yu Zhu, I will contact her myself, said Linji. Yu lowering his eyes. There's one thing that is a bit excessive, but I still want to bring up. I really like this shop and will come often. You. I understand. Hu Jilin interrupted him hurriedly. After I finish this interview, I won't come again. Thank you. Linji, Yu gave a faint smile. Hu Jilin sat on the stool, fingers clenched tightly together, as if wanting to say something. Yu. I. Hu Jilin struggled to speak. I didn't mean to hurt you. But I saw you and Yu Zhu together. Linji Ayu interrupted him. I think there is no doubt about this matter. What else do you want to argue? I'm not. As an editor able to work literary magic with his writing, Hu Jilin found that he was now clumsy and unable to express what he wanted at this moment. His usually straight back also hunched over. Linji, Yu was very calm. Don't blame me for being heartless. No. It was my mistake. Hu Jilin shook his head. Then that's it. Linji, Yu stopped talking. Hu Jilin raised his head to look at him several times, wanting to say something but always swallowing it back down in the end. Goodbye. In the end, all he could say was goodbye. Linji, Yu lowered his head, lost in thought, and did not answer. Ding Shia was busy in the kitchen. She entrusted Ping An to Gong's sister-in-law and went into the kitchen herself. She wanted to make a small dessert for Linji, Yu. She took out 2 fresh hen eggs and separated the egg whites, mixing them into the fresh milk that had just been delivered today. Then she strained it twice with a sieve. This would give it a finer and smoother texture. Next, she sprinkled in some white sugar and lemon juice and stirred evenly. She then sealed it with plastic wrap and steamed it over low heat for 15 minutes. After steaming, she took it out and drizzled some honey over it, grabbing a handful of dried osmanthus to sprinkle in. She put it back into the pot to stew for another 3 minutes or so. A very simple dessert. Honey osmanthus egg milk custard was done. Ding Shia carefully took it out after letting it cool down a little and brought it out. Linji Yu still sat there motionless, seeming to be lost in thought. The sound of the porcelain bowl hitting the table woke him up. Smelling the sweet aroma in the air, the look in his eyes as he gazed at Ding Shia was gentle. Thank you. Ding Shia smiled. Try it? Linji Yu did not reject her kindness and ate a small spoonful. It was sweet and smooth on the tongue. Sweet, but not cloying, melting instantly in the mouth without any fishy taste of milk or eggs. It's very delicious. Linji, Ayu said softly. He did not raise his head, but Ding Sha could see tears falling one by one into the bowl. She was at a loss for what to do for a moment. Linji, Ayu wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. The smile at the corner of his mouth finally disappeared. He sat up straight. The sorrow and grief were clear in his eyes as he looked at Ding Sha. I'm very sorry, but would you like to hear my story? No one could refuse eyes like these. So Ding Shia sat down and solemnly said yes. She said she would not tell anyone. Linji Ayu thought for a long time. Where should I start? Let's start 15 years ago. At that time, Huji Line and I were high school classmates and deskmates. We were young and carefree. Our parents also knew each other. We grew up together almost like childhood sweethearts. My parents were busy with work, so he would often stay at my house, and also got used to taking care of me. But around that time, none of us expected that G-Line and I would get together. He really likes kids, but we won't have kids if we're together. Linji, Ayu always looked vacant. I didn't expect him to be with Yuzhu either, Ding Shia said. Actually, I have a lot I want to ask, but I thought about it all night last night. There's no point in asking anymore. Let's just let it go, Ding Shia said before leaving. Even after Lin Jiayu left, Xiao Zhong felt more indignant than Ding Shia herself. Lying in bed that night, tossing and turning, Xiao Zhong asked her, "What's wrong?" I just feel uncomfortable, Ding Shia said. I didn't expect editor, who looks so gentle, would do something like this. Nothing surprising. Xiao Zhong put his arm around her. People are complicated. You can't figure them out so easily. Are you saying I'm stupid? Ding Shia looked up at Xiao Zhong meaningfully. No, I didn't. Xiao Zhong quickly waved his hands. I mean, you're cute. Really? Ding Shia didn't believe him at all. Really, Xiao Zhong swore. Lying on his shoulder, Ding Shia said, I'm saying, if you... I won't, Xiao Zhong said decisively. You know what I was going to say. You just say you won't. Ding Shia wanted to look up again, but Xiao Zhong pressed her back down. I know, Xiao Zhong said. I won't cheat. Ding Shia didn't say anything. Don't believe me? Xiao Zhong nudged her to face him. Look at me. Look at what? Ding Shia didn't understand. Look into my eyes. After looking into Xiao Zhong's eyes for a few seconds, Ding Shia blushed. What the? Xiao Zhong laughed softly. Can't you see? He said. I have intentions towards you. My eyes aren't innocent towards you. Ding Shia's heart raced. Xiao Zhong turned to hold her. My body desires you, and only desires you. From my mind to my heart to my body, I'm filled with your brand. I belong to you. You have ownership over me. With considerable heat pressed against Ding Shia, she couldn't help moving even closer. After a while, when Xiao Zhong tried to let go, Ding Shia took the initiative to press against him. Sand? Xiao Zhong was a little caught off guard. Ping An slept with Sister Gong today, was all Ding Shia said. Xiao Zhong leaned in to kiss her. It seemed to be raining outside, with the patter of raindrops. The newly bloomed flowers were nourished by the rain. Faint, tender voices drifted away, muffled by the breeze and rain. The next day was sunny again. The sun shone on the flowers by the bed, and the red marks pressed on the sleeping Ding Shia's face. Xiao Zhong felt refreshed, exercising vigorously in the yard while little Ping An cried for his mom, but was stopped by Xiao Zhong. Huff. Little Ping An got back at his dad by peeing on him. But Xiao Zhong wasn't bothered. In a good mood, he happily took Ping An to change clothes. It was almost noon, and Ding Shia still wasn't awake yet when the shop opened for business. A small sign hung at the entrance. Today's specials, all kinds of noodles. The reason being Xiao Zhong made too many noodles that morning, piled high and looked intimidating. Fei walked in with his new live stream equipment. Sis? How come there are only noodles today? To give Xiao Zhong's face, Sister Gong said. The boss is in a good mood, I guess. But what does the boss being happy have anything to do with only making noodles? Fei was puzzled. Then I'll have an authentic Anhui beef noodle soup, he said. After Sister Gong left, the live stream chat laughed out loud. Is it the kind of authentic Anhui noodle soup that only exists in Hebei? I'm from Anhui and have never eaten this. So cocky. Only selling noodles. Fei also laughed. Yes, it's the authentic Anhui noodle soup that only exists in Hebei. I had it once when I visited relatives. It was so tasty. He started describing in vivid detail what the noodle soup he ate looked and tasted like, making everyone in chat drool. All right. This person from Haiti is going downstairs to find ennui noodles. Is it really that delicious? I'm hungry now. I also want to go to Hebi to eat. Hearing someone order noodles, Xiao Zhong also laughed. He pulled out a lump of dough. Wang Wenhao voluntarily went to the side to stretch the noodles. Xiao Zhong turned on low heat, fried chopped onions in oil, also ginger, garlic, peppercorns, and other spices, scooping them out when done before frying the soaked dried chilies. Then he added the prepared beef, salt, broad bean paste for more frying. He also added a bit of hot pot soup base, stir-frying them together. Pouring hot water in, he added light and dark soy sauce, chicken essence, oyster sauce, and brown sugar, also adding cassia bark and fragrant leaves. After boiling, he added the prepared bean skins and eggs, boiling on high heat, before turning to low heat for continued simmering. The beef Xiao Zhong used was braised beforehand, so the flavor would come out faster. Using raw meat would require braising for a whole day to achieve the right taste. When Wang Wenhao finished rolling the noodles, he stir-fried some greens before putting them in the bowl and adding the piping hot soup on top. A bowl of authentic ennui beef noodle soup that can't be found in ennui was ready. Fei first carefully captured every detail for his online audience, making sure people were drooling before lifting up a big mouthful for his own enjoyment. Oh. Fei made strange noises. Boss. What other surprises do I not know about? The chat knew that these noodles must be super tasty. Chewy and full of flavor, both aroma and spiciness. As Fei relished it, he ordered a bottle of ice-cold cola. Those who can't handle spicy food might suffer. Chat ruthlessly mocked Fei's beet red face and lips. Fei was extremely satisfied with this meal. After the initial excitement, he slowly showcased the environment of the restaurant to his audience. The menu, the papers dyed by the boss wife herself, and the words written by her too. Pretty, right? Lots of furnishings here were handmade. Great aesthetic sense, right? They choose the decor themselves too. Impressive, huh? Hearing his proud tone, the chat found it very funny. Fei, you're speaking as if it were your own family. Come clean, Fei. What's your relation to the boss? Oh, by the way, where's the boss? Show me his face. A bad blind date left me feeling awful today. The boss wasn't around, but the boss wife was. Ding Sha walked out slowly, holding her waist. Messy, dark hair, flushed cheeks, and bright eyes, an unconsciously alluring charm. Seeing Ding Sha's liquid eyes brimming with affection, Fei inexplicably felt rather shy, reflexively turning the camera away. Wah, I'm healed. Beautiful lady, I volunteer. This feels racy. I see. The implications. Let's not discuss further, or we'll get blocked again. Seeing Ding Xia, Xiao Zhong also came out. Sand? Hungry? Fei watched silently as Xiao Zhong brought a stool, poured water, massaged her waist and shoulders. He couldn't help sighing. Whipped. Don't get it, huh, bro? Wang Wenhao suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Know what this is called? Fei shook his head. It's called enjoying the sweetness after the deed. Today was the day that little Xiao Sijin would officially become a resident, and Xiao Zhong had specially set aside time to prepare a celebration. Evidently, little Xiao Sijin himself did not know about this matter. The impact of the epidemic was slowly declining to the lowest point, and everyone seemed to have returned to their previous days. The spring breeze brought warmth, and the streets were once again filled with people coming and going. Du Ro darted in from the entrance. I almost arrived late. Wang Wenhao was sitting in the lobby peeling potato skins. Seeing Du Ro, he curled his lips. Couldn't you have come earlier? You're late every day. I was just dawdling. Du Ro said helplessly. You know you're dawdling and you still don't hurry up or come early. Wang Wenhao said. I know. I'll pay attention next time. It would be good if you could pay attention. Wang Wenhao didn't believe her at all. Du Ro muttered under her breath as she washed her hands and sat down to peel potato skins. Why are there so many potatoes? You just peel them. What's the point of asking so much? I'll tell you, but you won't understand anyway. You one day without insulting me and you'll feel awful, right? Du Ro was unhappy. I didn't. Wang Wenhao flatly denied it. As if I'm willing to reason with you. Du Ro threw down the potatoes and went to the back to find alum powder. Wang Wenhao looked at Du Ro's back with a hint of regret. If you like her, why are you so harsh with your words? Xiao, Joan said quietly. He had been watching for quite a while. Ah, you scared me. Wang Wen, how nearly jumped up from his chair. Seeing it was Xiao Zhong, he relaxed. Master, you nearly frightened me to death. Do you think you can win a girl's heart like this? Xiao Zhong asked again. Wang Wen, how hemmed and hawed, not knowing what to say for half a day. Xiao Zhong waited half a day, and still did not see him make any move to speak, so he returned to the kitchen. When Du Roro came out, Wang Wen how suddenly called out to stop her. What kind of boyfriend do you like? Du Roro was stunned for a moment. Why ask this? Just asking. I like handsome ones, rich ones, ones who treat me well. Du Roro gave a few vague characteristics. When Wang Wen how heard this, he felt half of himself had turned cold. Oh. He gave a muffled, gloomy response. Why are you being weird? Du Roro asked curiously. Could it be? She leaned on Wang Wen hao's shoulder in a chummy way, mysteriously yet humorously moving closer to him. Wang Wen hao's heart thumped rapidly. Could she know? But Du Roro whispered gossipily. Could it be? Your mom is forcing you to go on a blind date? Wang Wen hao was stunned for a moment. No. He looked at Du Roro's expression, smiled and shook his head. Never mind. Take it slowly. Xiao Zhong had hired a Yue Sao, postpartum caregiver, to take care of Ding Xia for a month, while also bringing along the child. He didn't want Ding Xia to put her entire life focus on Ping An, so he carefully selected a barely satisfactory Yue Sao to complete this task. At first, Ding Xia felt it was unnecessary, but on the first day the Yue Sao arrived. Ding Xia was visibly relieved and felt much more relaxed. She no longer needed to get up in the middle of the night to breastfeed, or constantly walk around carrying the baby all day without stopping, or be bothered by changing diapers and the baby's cries. Instead, she had much more time for herself, whether to hone her cooking skills or relax her mood. She even went to the museum on a workday to take a quick tour around. Da Zhuang rushed in hurriedly. Sis, I have something I'm hoping you can help me with. I thought it over and you're the most suitable. Can you do me a favor? Go ahead and tell me, Ding Xia said generously. It's like this, I have a chance to bid on a building project in the suburbs of Xicheng district, and I'd like to be able to undertake this project. I finally got the person with the authority to make decisions from the other party to have dinner with me. I figured coming to your place would be good. Da Zhuang was a little embarrassed. I asked around, and found out he especially loves Cantonese cuisine. Could you? He looked to Ding Xia pleadingly. Ding Xia considered it briefly. Sure, any dietary restrictions? When will they come? How many people total? No dietary restrictions. He just loves authentic Cantonese cuisine. They'll come tomorrow afternoon. Probably 6 or 7 people. All right, you can bring them directly to the private room when they arrive. After settling on the plan, Ding Xia went to check on ingredients in the kitchen. She decided to make soy braised fish belly, taro and pork ribs soup, squid with broccoli, pickled plum stewed pork trotters, and barbecue pork fried rice. These few dishes were all relatively classic Cantonese cuisine that she was quite skilled at making. After calling the grocery shop to order the necessary vegetables, Ding Xia also told Madame Zhuang to remember to tidy up the private room. The next morning at dawn, Ding Xia began her preparations. The freshly delivered pork trotters were washed clean with water to remove the fishy smell, then gently simmered to boil off impurities before being poured into the wok to stir-fry briefly. Shaoxing wine, oyster sauce, and soy sauce were added. And lastly, 5-6 pickled plums, before topping up with water to continue stewing. Green onions, ginger, and pickled plums were added to the sandpot before switching to high heat to continue stewing vigorously. After about 40 minutes, the pickled plum stewed pork trotters were done. Eaten, they gave a sweet flavor accompanied by the light fragrance of pickled plums. Da Zhuang brought the partners over fashionably late. The representative of the partners was quite displeased. You brought us to a little shop like this? The shop may not be big, but the dishes the boss and boss's wife make are all extremely delicious. Da Zhuang seemed very confident. The partners suppressed their dissatisfaction and skepticism, waiting for Ding Xia to serve the dishes. The first dish out was soy braised fish belly, tender when bitten into. After just one bite, the partners were very happy. Now, this is the taste. Although I haven't been back home in a long time, this flavor left a deep impression. As he spoke, the remaining dishes were also brought up one by one. The partners ate with great relish, barely setting down his chopsticks. Da Zhuang watched on also very happily. Who knows, Maybe the partners would happily agree to sign the contract after this meal. Finally, with the wine and food settling contentedly, the partners began to discuss news of the new project with Da Zhuang in a dignified manner. After seeing them off, Da Zhuang returned, ecstatic to the point he seemed ready to start jumping for joy. Sis, thank you. I got the deal, he yelled loudly enough to call everyone else out. Seeing him make a fool of himself, Madame Zhuang couldn't help laughing too. Congratulations, we'll throw you a celebration banquet when the job is done, Xiao Zhan joked. Da Zhuang swaggered around very pleased with himself. With Da Zhuang on the job, it'll absolutely be fast and good. Da Zhuang happily awaited the partners sending over the contract they had discussed, as promised. But after waiting a long time, it still didn't arrive. Ding Xiaoya felt somewhat confused what was taking so long just to mail a contract. Da Zhuang waited another day before finally unable to endure and started pacing back and forth by the entrance. He couldn't help but call the partners using the contact information they had left behind, wanting to ask what was going on. The polite receptionist gently informed him, "We're very sorry, but this project has already been contracted with Longteng Company." Da Wang didn't hear anything else the receptionist said after that. His mind was filled with just 2 words. It's over. I'm really sorry, little brother. Da Zhuang found the representative of the partner company he had dined with again. Upon hearing what Da Zhuang said, the representative slapped his forehead. We really didn't handle this properly. The representative was actually quite happy to have a place to look for the taste of home when he missed home in the future. He didn't expect there to be another problem. I'll call and ask right away. Don't worry. The person in charge then turned around with a darkened expression and made a call to the manager. Hello? Manager Li Yu? The manager's voice sounded very obsequious. Little Li Yu, I have a question for you. What is going on with that western suburb project? Didn't I hand it over to you? Manager Li Yu's voice didn't sound as emotionless and scary as his expression. The manager couldn't see Manager Li Yu's impending storm expression. Oh, that's what happened. Manager Li Yu, I checked it out. Li Zhuang's team is just a small workshop. Handing such a big western suburb project to them is too risky. Longteng Company is a big company with good credentials. I thought. You thought it was time for me to step down and for you to take over as boss of my company? Manager Li Yu? Even someone as silly as the manager could tell something was wrong. I've looked over Li Zhuang's company qualifications in every aspect. They look pretty good. And the previous projects his team has done are extremely outstanding, said Manager Li Yu heavily. Do you have any dissatisfaction with my judgment? I didn't. I was thinking for the good of our company. The manager's panicked voice came through. That's enough. Stop talking. Manager Li Yu was increasingly annoyed by the manager's words. Go to the HR department to process the paperwork. You can go be a manager at Longteng. Manager Li Yu. Manager Li Yu hung up before the manager could finish speaking. I'm really sorry, little brother. Manager Li Yu rarely couldn't maintain face. He had sworn to Da Zhuang that he would give him the project and even drank wine with him as brothers. But in the end, someone under him got in the way. This really is. Li Zhuang was a little depressed, knowing that there was probably no turning back on this matter. He forced a smile. Okay. Thank you, Manager Li Yu. He staggered away dispiritedly, wondering how he would explain this to his brothers. Don't go, little brother. Perhaps it was because Da Zhuang looked too dejected that Manager Li Yu couldn't help calling him back. It seemed he had made some kind of decision. I have another project. Li Zhuang couldn't help but brighten his eyes again. Manager Li Yu walked briskly back to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a neatly kept file and handed it to Da Wang. Take a look at this one. See if you can do it? Da Zhuang wiped the sweat from his palms and took it. His eyes widened in surprise. It was a government building repair agreement. I just closed this deal not too long ago. Manager Li Yu looked very solemn. I'm also a small company. This contract is also very important to me. So it has to be done well. Li Zhuang carefully looked over the areas to be renovated and the timeline. I can do it. We can get it done during this period, he said, quickly screening suitable building materials in his mind. Manager Li Yu paused for a moment. Brother, can you give me a plan? It doesn't have to be too formal. Just make clear what needs to be clear, so I know you have it figured out. No problem. Da Zhuang readily agreed. Tomorrow at the same time, in the little shop waiting for you to come, okay? Okay. Manager Li Yu happily agreed as well. When Da Zhuang got home, he dove right into the room without coming out even at dinner time. Gong's sister-in-law brought in a full bowl of dishes and rice for him. When she came out, she was laughing. He's writing some kind of plan in the room. He can barely recognize all the words and has to look stuff up in the dictionary. It's good too. Ding Shao also laughed. Da Zhuang brother just told me he still needs to treat manager Li O tomorrow. Let me prepare some things. Having prospects is always better than nothing. After dinner, Ding Shia was in the room researching the method of making palace cakes. Gong's sister-in-law knocked and came in. Sha, busy? No, just casually looking, pondering. Ding Sha let her in. What's up, Gong's sister-in-law? Nothing. Just Da Zhuang's meals and treating of guests these days. Just deduct it directly from my salary later. Gong's sister-in-law was a little embarrassed. Not only is she freeloading here, but also treating guests here. It feels quite awkward. No need for that. Ding Sha shook her head. It's just a meal. Why would we need money for that? What do you mean, no need? No money spent on what? Gong's sister-in-law looks gentle, but is actually quite stubborn. Ding Shia said a bunch of things but still couldn't convince her, and had to promise her request, secretly planning to deduct only a token amount to save face. The next day, Ding Shia got up and first went to see little Ping, Anne, who had just woken up and was babbling, who knows what language. She kissed his cute little face and played with him for a while, before going into the kitchen to check the ingredients for the day. She planned to make braised duck with wood ear mushroom and salted egg steamed meat cake, and finishing off with choy sum in oyster sauce. A piece of lean meat was cut into pieces, and then chopped into minced meat, then mixed evenly with soy sauce, oil, salt, and starch before being spread flat on a plate. 2 salted egg yolks were then placed on the surface before steaming. The salted egg steamed meat cake is a dish that the elderly in Guangdong like quite a bit, probably because it's more traditional. Ding Shia remembered manager Li U ate very happily that day, using his chopsticks most on Guangdong traditional cuisine. She figured he would like this salted egg steamed meat cake. Sure enough, when manager Li U saw these dishes, his eyes lit up. Salted egg steamed meat cake? He couldn't wait to take a bite. So delicious. As he ate, he said a few sentences in Cantonese. Probably due to living away for a long time, it sounded somewhat unauthentic. But he ate very happily. By the end, only an empty table full of plates remained. Manager Li U lamented, I haven't had the taste of home for a long time. After drifting away for so many years, my household registration also changed. My accent changed too. Sometimes I really don't know if I'm still Cantonese. He recalled playing on the street side as a child, ultimately sighing deeply. As he was leaving, Ding Shia brought manager Li U a packed takeaway box. Manager Li U was taken aback for a moment. Brought you a little snack, Ding Shia said with a smile. Manager Li U took it and couldn't help but open it on the ride back to the company. A box of neatly arranged steamed rice cakes sat inside. Manager Li U didn't know what to say for a moment. He actually didn't like eating steamed rice cakes. His family used to sell steamed rice cakes when he was little, so no matter if he was hungry or had a craving, the only thing he could eat was always steamed rice cakes. Once he ate so many, he threw up. Since then, he thought he'd never eat steamed rice cakes again his whole life. It wasn't until he left home that he no longer ate steamed rice cakes that tasted that way. Manager Li U quietly looked for a while, then took one and put it in his mouth. The taste was still the same, the taste he had desperately wanted to escape from every day and night as a child. But this time when he ate it, tasted very good and fragrant too. Perhaps he was homesick. Manager Li U wiped his face. Before Sister Gong got her salary, Da Wang hurriedly packed a small bundle and moved to the construction site. As the weather grew hotter very quickly, there were already people on the road who couldn't stand the heat and had put on short sleeves. Xiao Zhong couldn't stand the heat either. He loved to sweat. He would casually pull up the hem of his clothes to wipe away some sweat. When his firm 8-pack abs were revealed, it would always leave Ding Shia staring with eyes wide. As the hot weather started to affect business a little, Du Ro and Wang Wen sat in the lobby bickering. Ding Shia held little Ping An while arguing with Xiao Jun on whether they should buy domestic or imported milk powder. After barely arguing to a result, they started fighting again on when would be the best time for little Ping An to be weaned off breast milk. Nanny Zhao Auntie laughed gently as she scrubbed little Ping An's clothes in the backyard, raising her eyes to look this way from time to time. This was really the most comfortable and gentle host's home she had encountered. Not only did they provide food and lodging, and the childcare was easy, the meals were particularly delicious too. This was still the first time she had gone out to take care of a little one who had even grown fatter. The air conditioners Xiao Zhong ordered arrived. The workers were drenched in sweat as they installed air conditioners in every room. Ding Shia passed little Ping An to Zhao Auntie and went to the kitchen. The green beans bought this year were taken out and rinsed clean before being put in a pot to cook. After the water started boiling, the lid was opened for continued cooking over low heat until the green beans bloomed and turned soft. The beans and water were poured together into a blender. A handful of white sugar was added and blended into thick green bean paste before continuing to cook it down. Some honey was added. After boiling, it was portioned out to cool, with ice cubes helping speed up the cooling process. By the time the workers' faces were flushed red and their bodies drenched in sweat from finishing the installation, they were handed the chilled green bean soup by the lady boss. Cool and refreshing, it went down easily, combating the summer heat. Everyone exchanged looks with each other. This job was done in comfort. The foreman also thanked Ding Shah with a smile. "This is my number. You can call me if there are any problems with the air conditioners in your home. I'll come over to fix them for you." Ding Shaya kept his business card and saw Xiao Zhong putting it into his own pocket as well when she turned around. Ding Sha shook her head in amusement as she went over to tease him. "Are you really jealous over this too? Where did you get this vintage-aged vinegar?" "Authentic, Shanxi mature vinegar." Xiao Zhong glanced at her with a vague smile that was half laughing as he swiftly left a kiss on her lips. "Try it. Is it sour?" Ding Shaya shyly covered her mouth as she playfully hit him a couple times before slipping back into the kitchen again. Wang Wenhao and Du Ro went to the nearby wholesale market to help Xiao Jun move the ice cream he ordered. No one knew when the two of them started to enjoy huddling together, whispering quietly to each other. Whenever Ding Shaya saw Wang Wenhao's radiant expression, she would find it a bit funny. Ding Sha looked at the time. It was still early. She opened the book Ru Fu Forbidden Formulas, wanting to make a type of traditional Chinese pastries. The pastry display cabinet Uncle Wei ordered had been idle for a long time. Now was a good time to clean it up and take it out. Ding Shaya looked through the book and finally decided to make a type of pastry called Sunny White Snow. It sounded quite cooling. Grinding the fungus, yam, Job's tears, and lotus seeds into powder, and mixing evenly with glutinous rice flour, and white sugar, then adding water and kneading into an appropriately firm dough. The traditional sunny white snow pastry only needed to be shaped and steamed this way. But Ding Shaya thought about it and took out the leftover red bean paste from yesterday's bean paste buns. She wrapped appropriately sized dough balls with the red bean paste inside before molding them into flower shapes, using small wooden stamps. Finally, they were steamed for 20 minutes before they could be eaten. Not only could the sunny white snow pastries strengthen the spleen and supplement deficiencies, they could also reduce swelling and dampness, as well as boost energy and stabilize mood. Ding Shaya put out a plate for everyone to try. Du Ro immediately popped up to the table first, shamelessly grabbing a piece. She bit into it happily while complaining at the same time. "Oh my god, this is too delicious. Ever since I started this part-time job, I've really gained a lot of weight. But I still can't help it. Why doesn't the lady boss gain any weight?" While Du Ro's mouth kept going, her hand didn't stop either as she took another piece to eat. Everyone praised the pastries endlessly. Ding Shaya took out all the sunny white snow pastries and arranged them neatly on the counter. She even wrote out introductions with pink flower stationery and calligraphy pen placed in the front. Du Ro was extremely envious. "Sister Sha, what kind of treasure are you? How do you know how to do so many things? Multi-talented, beautiful, and also perfect. The key point is not only are you perfect, your husband is just as perfect too. So handsome, talented, wholeheartedly has eyes only for you. I'm really eating lemons now." Wang Wenhao ruthlessly mocked her. Du Ro got up and chased him all around the room to hit him. After chasing him breathlessly and finishing her beatdown, Du Ro came back in front of Ding Shaya again. "Sister Sha, are you planning to specifically sell pastries here in the future?" Ding Shaya nodded. "If it's not too busy or I make some new snacks, I plan to take them out to sell." Du Ro stroked her chin. "Sister Sha, you know how to make so many things. Have you ever thought about sharing them online?" "Online?" Ding Shaya shook her head. "I don't like too many people paying attention to me. It would make me very uncomfortable. Then you can just post pictures of the pastries." Du Ro really couldn't stand wanting to show off how beautiful they were to everyone when seeing these pretty snacks. "They're so beautiful. And they're our traditional delicacies and traditional pastries. We can share them with everyone." Ding Shaya was somewhat moved. She had occasionally made some traditional pastries herself before, but the number of buyers hadn't been what she imagined. Their attitude towards traditional snacks was very indifferent. Some even felt those pastries weren't as delicious as a milfoil cake. Ding Shaya really wanted to tell them that there were many different kinds of traditional snacks. but it seemed like no one cared. They cared about traditional culture, cared about music, cared about inheritance and craftsmanship. So why couldn't they care about these pastries? Du Ro knew Ding Xia was moved. I guarantee I won't take pictures of you. Only the pastries. Ding Xia hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Xiao Zhong had been listening from the side for a long time already. Hearing Ding Xia agree, he thought, and said, if you're taking pictures, how about I clean up that room behind the first floor for you as a pastry room? The room Xiao Zhong referred to was originally a shed. The previous tenants had changed it into something unrecognizable. After they moved here, it was torn down. After tearing it down, they hadn't thought of how to use it for the time being, so they just left it as it was. Now, after cleaning it up and paired with the flowers planted all around, it would look beautiful. Du Ro excitedly said, Great, great! It will definitely look nice. Beautiful Sister Xia in a beautiful environment making beautiful pastries. Ah, a feast for the eyes. Wang Wen, how couldn't help making another sarcastic remark. Du Ro screamed while running to chase him down again. Ding Xia looked at Xiao Zhong, somewhat apprehensively. Do you think? Me doing this? Is it okay? It's fine, Xiao Zhong firmly said. Really? Ding Xia didn't quite believe it. Really? Xiao Zhong still nodded resolutely. What if I mess up? You won't mess up. How do you know? Ding Xia glared at him unhappily. Because it's you. Xiao Zhong smiled. Because it was her. Because he believed in her. The Forbidden Book of the Lu Mansion is actually a medical book. We can find some suitable health supplement recipes from it. Everyone can take a look at this book to learn more. But if you get sick, you still have to go to the hospital. Don't try things yourself at home randomly. A pair of fair hands opened a steamer and took a pair of bamboo chopsticks to pick out the steamed egg white lotus seed lychee cakes one by one and placed them on a wooden plate. They looked refreshing and delicious. Hiexi couldn't help but pause the video and swallowed, having just eaten. But she accidentally saw this video about desserts and they looked so delicious. It was just a white fungus yam cake. Why did it look so fragrant in the video? There was also the gentle female voice in the background. Slender fingers. Graceful figure. Hiexi leaned back on the sofa, thinking to herself that she really wanted to see what this blogger actually looked like. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhong was upset after watching the final video. Du Ro awkwardly went to find Ding Xia, boss lady. Did I? Don't mind him, Ding Xia said. Just focus on your work. I'll have time to coax him later. Du Ro maintained a calm expression on the surface, but was clucking on the inside as she walked away. She just couldn't get used to it. Every time she saw the usually cold boss and boss lady being affectionate and coaxing each other, she felt she was intruding. Sigh. Du Ro sighed, touching her round face. Sister-in-law. What are we eating tonight? Wang Wenhao looked puzzled at Du Ro's back, wondering what girls think about all day. He really didn't understand. Ding Xia finished preparing everything needed to shoot tomorrow's video before going to find Xiao Zhong on the swing set. Xiao Zhong's face was expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Ding Xia knew he was still sulking. She went over and stroked his freshly shaved buzz cut. Still upset? Xiao Zhong didn't say anything, just nuzzled his big head into her embrace. Feeling her lover's silent plea, Ding Xia's mouth curved slightly. How long do you plan to sulk for? Xiao Zhong mumbled, a little longer. Ding Xia laughed softly. She quietly held him for 5 minutes before asking again, Feel better now? No, Xiao Zhong dragged out the word, putting his arm around her waist to hug her tighter, a little longer. Ding Xia stroked the back of his short hair. Waiting another 3 minutes, still not good? No, Xiao Zhong hugged her even tighter, a little while longer. Ding Xia pushed him lightly. Hey, didn't you say you'd stop? Xiao Zhong didn't let go or say anything. Ding Xia could only pat his back. What's wrong? Why are you jealous again? I didn't take anyone else's business card or anything? So many people called you wife. Xiao Zhong's slightly aggrieved voice came out. You're clearly my wife. Only in front of Ding Xia would Xiao Zhong become a little boy who loved to act coquettish, sulk, and demand to be pampered. Ding Xia was happy to indulge him too. But hearing Xiao Zhong's words made her want to laugh. She deliberately said, It's not legal yet. We haven't gotten our marriage certificate yet. As expected, Xiao Zhong lifted his head to glare fiercely at her. Just, you wait. He gritted his teeth. My birthday is coming up soon. I'll be of age. Only then did Ding Xia suddenly remember that Xiao Zhong's birthday was approaching. She had been so busy these past few days that she had forgotten all about it. No wonder he was so upset that she couldn't placate him after coaxing him for so long. Ding Sha quickly apologized. My mistake, my mistake. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you? Only now did Xiao Zhon's eyebrows unfurrow and his pout lessen, as the over 1.8 meters tall man looked aggrievedly at Diang Shawa. I want cold noodles with sesame paste. All right, I'll make them. We can have them today, okay? Not enough. What else do you want? Xiao Zhon looked at her for a moment, before whispering something in her ear. Ding Shia's face turned nearly crimson. Xiao, Zhon said to have Aunt Xiao put little Ping into bed tonight. Ding Xia vaguely mumbled in agreement. Xiao Zhon became happy again. He sat on the swing set with Ding Xia on his lap. Ding Xia shrieked in fright. What if it collapses? In the kitchen, Wang Wenhao sighed feelingly as he prepped ingredients and exchanged a look with Du Ro, so passionate. After a beat, Du Ro spat at him. You dog! Then she left. Wang Wenhao stroked his head. They're fighting so intensely. What if someone gets hurt again? Why aren't you going to break them up? Ding Shea sent Xiao Zhon off to buy noodles before searching the kitchen for sesame paste. She poured 2 whole jars of sesame paste into a large basin and thinned it with water and sesame oil, stirring until it was smooth and non-stick. Then she added chicken essence, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and vinegar, mixing well. Beside her, Wang Wenhao swiftly chopped cucumber shreds without using any tools since Xiao Zhon wouldn't allow it, making him practice his knife skills. The noodles were brought back just as the water started boiling. Ding Xia added a large handful of noodles to the pot to cook them thoroughly, before fishing them out into a bowl filled with ice water to cool rapidly. This made the noodles pleasantly chewy when eaten. Once cooled, she fished out the noodles, tossed them with some sesame oil, and set them in the large basin. She set aside chopped cilantro and minced garlic, as well as blanched mung bean sprouts. Finally, the table was set with noodles, cucumber shreds, bean sprouts, cilantro, minced garlic, hot chili oil, sesame paste, and individual bowls for everyone to take as much or as little of whatever they wanted. Xiao Zhon loved eating noodles and was the first to grab a large bowl. He even pinched 2 cloves of raw garlic to eat alongside each mouthful of noodles. The pungent fragrance was mouth-watering. On such a hot day, eating mouthfuls of the rich, numbing spice of the cold sesame noodles felt like salvation. Du Ro ate with a blissful expression on her full face. In the end, they finished all the noodles, everyone sitting around lethargically with stuffed bellies unwilling to move. Outside, crickets energetically sang to herald the arrival of summer, while sweat-drenched pedestrians walked inside. Waiter, get me something cooling to eat. What crazy weather! The pedestrian grumbled with irritation, face dripping with sweat. Did I come out to go shopping or to take a bath? Du Ro couldn't help but chuckle. It really is hotter today than the past few days. Going out jogging today must have been torturous, right? You bet. The pedestrian waved his hand. No more jogging. No more. I'm just going to eat, go home, and lie down. It's scorching. Oh, what are you guys doing that smells so good? He twitched his nose, smelling the lingering fragrance in the air. We just finished eating. Du Ro pointed at the uncleared bowls and chopsticks on the table. Sesame cold noodles. Hey, give me one too. Sesame cold noodles. He immediately perked up. Love that stuff. Throw some garlic in too. Delish. Ding Xia couldn't help but say to Xiao Zhon, just like you. Xiao Zhon didn't say anything since his mouth still held the hot garlic flavor, and he was afraid his breath would drive Ding Xia away. Wang Wenhao stood up. I'll go make it. Let my master and mistress relax. He headed to the kitchen as he spoke. When dusk fell and the light hit the wall at just the right angle, Du Ro picked up her camera. Sister Ding Xia, what are we filming today? Sweet lamb's quarters, lychee snowflake cakes. You have to grind the fresh rice and glutinous rice into powder. If you think grinding by hand is too much trouble, you can use a food processor. The effect is the same. Then prepare an appropriate amount of water and sugar, pour it together into a fluffy consistency. You don't have to worry. I will show the right ratio at the end of the video. Those who are interested can follow along to make it together. Although it's fluffy already, it still needs to be sifted once to make the powder finer and the texture better. Next, sift out a layer of brown sugar powder. It should be quite fine powder. If your brown sugar is clumped up at home, you can grind it a bit with the food processor. Next, take out the square molds we bought earlier, put a layer of cake powder, then a layer of brown sugar, and then a layer of cake powder. Smooth the surface. Depending on the size of the mold, you may need to cut it into small pieces. My mold isn't very big. Cutting it further might not leave much. After steaming, so I won't cut it. Then steam it, about 30 minutes. Take it out after it's cooked. Unmold it, then arrange the prepared candied fruit on top, and it's done. You can buy ready-made candied fruit. If you don't like the taste, I can teach you later how to make candied apricots. Do-ro-ro pointed the camera at the cakes on the table. The square white cakes were neatly arranged on the wooden plate on the table, looking exquisite and beautiful. All right. After Do-ro-ro finished filming, she turned off the camera. I'll go edit the video. Come help me later. Go ahead. Don't worry. Ding Shaya nodded and brought the cakes out to Xiao Zhong. Whenever she filmed videos and only made a few cakes, these would become Xiao Zhong's snacks to nibble on. Eating sweets every day, Ding Shaya seriously suspected his recent complaints of toothache were due to cavities. Everyone was gathered together, watching TV in the living room. Ding Shaya looked around. Where's sister-in-law Gong? How come she's not here? Oh, she went out to buy reading glasses. Old Zhuang's clothes are wearing out fast. She said she could still mend them for him to wear. But with his old age, he can't see clearly anymore. So she went to the old goods market over there to buy some reading glasses. Auntie Zhuang said. Just as she finished speaking, sister-in-law Gong came in, pushing Si Lu. Xiao Li? Ding Shaya looked at him in surprise, at the black mourning bandage wrapped around his arm. Sister Ding Shaya. Si Lu was trying to stubbornly hold it in at first, but seeing all the familiar, caring faces, he couldn't help but cry out. My mom. I don't have a mom anymore. Ding Shaya gave a frightened jump and quickly pulled him to sit down. Don't cry, don't cry. What happened? Sister Ding Shaya. Si Lu sobbed, my mom. She drank too much, alcohol poisoning. Couldn't be saved. Ding Shaya was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. Then, what now? Have the arrangements been made? What will you do in the future? What about little Shido? Is he okay? Si Lu said tearfully. The neighborhood committee helped make the funeral arrangements. They said little Shitu would be sent to an orphanage. I'd have to go too. Ding Shaya felt somewhat at a loss. Can I not go? The welfare home they mentioned, I've been there before. All the kids there are bad eggs, fighting and bullying people every day. I don't want little Shido to go. Ding Shaya gathered herself and looked back at Xiao Zhong pleadingly. Xiao Zhong walked over, saying heavily, Don't panic. Tell me what you're thinking now. Then I can help you. I want to keep working for you. I can support little Shido. Si Lu said. Have you thought about if the money you earn yourself isn't enough for the two of you to live on? And little Shitu still has to go to school in the future. He needs to live too. There's also, if working affects your studies, what will you do? Have you thought it through? And more realistically, what will happen when you eventually go to university? Have you thought it through? Xiao Zhong half squatted down to see eye to eye with Si Lu. You're all grown up now, a man. I know you want to shoulder the burden of providing for a family, but you have to make sure you've considered everything thoroughly before deciding. Otherwise, it's just not worthwhile. I know. Si Lu kept his head lowered. I can do it. I can take hardship. I can endure. For a moment, Xiao Zhong didn't know how to explain things more clearly to make him aware this was not something that could be accomplished in one sentence. It wasn't that Xiao Zhong was unwilling to spend money, but that he was worried Si Lu would regret it later. Worried he would be lying awake at night, filled with regret over the days to come. The decision he made today would be one he thinks back on over the next few decades. One he turns over in his mind again and again, as to whether it was right or wrong. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Auntie Zhuang looked at Si Lu, then looked at Xiao Zhong, and suddenly opened her mouth. I have an idea. Ding Shaya looked at her in surprise. Auntie? Auntie Zhuang struggled for a long time, then just went ahead and said it straight out. Let me just say it straight. I was thinking to adopt you, Auntie Zhuang said. I'm alone now, lost my old man and my kids. And at my age, I don't want to look anymore either. Don't want to be bothered with other people's business. Might as well just adopt you and little Shido to live out my days together. I'll provide for your studies and meals. Then when I can't get around anymore in the future, you can support me in my old age. What do you think? Are you willing? Si Lu wiped his tears. I'm willing. When he first met these people and accepted their kindness, he had secretly thought to himself, if only they could be family. And now it seemed they could be. Si Lu touched the black mourning band on his arm, silently making a resolution in his heart. Mom, you gave birth to me, but never once held me close or hugged me. Little Shido never enjoyed a shred of motherly love either. From when I could understand anything, I was out working, earning money all these years to buy you liquor and feed you. I have repaid my obligation as your son. From now on, we will also go find our own happiness. If fate allows, we will certainly be very intimate, very close, mother and son in our next lives. Thinking this, Si Lu stood up and bowed deeply to Auntie Zhuang. I'm willing. Auntie Zhuang smiled happily. Good. Auntie, you're willing to adopt us. Our house is shabby, but still shelter from wind and rain. I tidy it up very cleanly every day. You're welcome any time to come live there. Si Lu took out his keys from his pocket. These are the house keys. I'll take you to get familiar with it if you're not busy. No rush. Auntie Zhuang waved her hand, declining the keys. Still have to go through formalities to legally adopt, to be proper about it. Saying that, Auntie Zhuang suddenly recalled something. Where's little Shi-2? Where's the little guy? Si Lu said, I left him waiting at the neighborhood auntie's place. He's been a little sick lately. I was worried about him catching cold. I have my mom's cell phone. The auntie will contact me if anything comes up. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Si Lu took it out to see it was the neighborhood auntie. Auntie? Xiao Li? Not good. When I went out for a minute to pick up some documents, I came back to find little Shido was gone. What? Si Lu became anxious. I came back to see the door open, went in, and didn't see little Shi-2 on the little sofa where he was lying down. Auntie, look around the vicinity. I'll head straight home. Si Lu turned and ran outside. I'll drive you. Xiao Zhong took off his apron and followed. Ding Shaya had sister-in-law Gong and Du Ro watch the shop, and brought along Auntie Zhuang and Wang Wen, how herself to follow, figuring more people would also be faster. Where could little Shi-2 have gone? Si Lu was so anxious he nearly cried when he suddenly had an inspiration. I know. Little Shi-2 must be there. The group finally drove to the original address of the small shop, and as expected, they saw a small figure leaning on the dusty door trying to look inside. Shi-2. Si Lu didn't wait for the car to stop before rushing over and picking up Shi-2. After feeling all over his body and finding no problems, Si Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting wearily on the ground, he wanted to scold Shi-2, but in the end couldn't get any words out, only saying, You scared me to death. Little Shi-2 also sat down, rubbing his dark little face against Si Lu's and softly calling, Brother. Auntie didn't open the door. Si Lu didn't move or speak, just looked at Shi-2. Shi-2 said again, Auntie didn't open the door. He was a little aggrieved. Auntie didn't open the door. Shi-2 knocked for a long time. He held out his little red hands for Si Lu to see. Seeing this, Si Lu felt heartache again. Are you stupid? If no one opens the door, don't keep knocking. Miss Auntie. Shi-2 blinked at Si Lu as he blew cool air on his palms. He laughed again. The breath on his palms was too ticklish, and Shi-2 couldn't help but shrink his neck. Zhuang Auntie had just gotten out of the car and saw silly Shi-2 smiling at Si Lu, and she felt relieved. Shi-2. Hearing Zhuang Auntie's unique way of calling people, Shi-2 immediately looked over. Seeing the person he was looking for, he happily slapped Si Lu. Auntie. Auntie. Si Lu smiled and picked him up. Yes, Auntie, but you'll probably have to call her Mom from now on. Mom? Little Shi-2 repeated in puzzlement, touching the black creep on Si Lu's arm. Mom is sleeping. He was referring to the last time he saw his mom lying cold in the morgue, not waking up no matter how much he called. You still don't understand. Si Lu smiled again. Never mind. You'll know later. He handed little Shi-2 to Zhuang Auntie, who had walked over with big steps. Zhuang Auntie took him and said, Yo, let Auntie take a look. How did you get so skinny? Where did my little pig go? Shi-2 briefly forgot everything that had happened in the past few months. Happily twisting and turning in Zhuang Auntie's arms, it wasn't until Ding Shaya and Xiao Zhong walked over that he looked at Diang Shawa and called Tummy. No more tummy, only a little brother. Do you want to go see? Ding Shaya pinched his little face. Little brother. Little brother. Shi-2 was extremely happy. So the group drove back to the small shop with the two children. Du Ro had been waiting at the door the whole time, absent-mindedly looking around. Only when she saw the familiar car did she happily call, They're back. They're back. She opened the door after the car stopped and ran over. How was it? Did you find Shi-2? Zhuang Auntie got out of the car holding Shi-2. There he is, the little rascal. Du Ro teased him for a bit. Seeing that he was drooping and somewhat sleepy, she let him inside. After Zhuang Auntie had coaxed Shito to sleep and came out, Ding Shia asked Zilu, "What happened with Shito?" She had noticed that Shito was different from before the pandemic. Zilu was a little dejected. "I didn't know because I was at school for evening study. When I got home, I found out he had had a fever all day with no one to take care of him. I don't know where my mom went. The door was locked, so Shito couldn't even get out. By the time I took him to the hospital, Shito had become like this. The doctor said he might be a little dull-witted from now on, reacting slower, but not stupid." Zilu felt a little guilty. If he hadn't come home late, Shito wouldn't have ended up like this. "It's because Shito is a bit dull now that I'm afraid he'll be bullied. That's why I don't want him going to an orphanage. That place is really terrifying. It's all right now. In the future, we'll teach him slowly and get treatment slowly. He'll definitely get better." Ding Xia patted Zilu on the head. "He just reacts a bit slower. We'll slowly help him practice." Looking at the back of Zilu's head, Ding Xia sighed silently. "He's still just a child. Why does he have to bear so much?" Xiaozhong patted Ding Xia on the shoulder. Ding Xia looked at him and smiled, then turned and went into the kitchen. The two children must be starving after causing such a fuss. She wanted to make something delicious for them. She cut chicken breast into pieces and ground it into meat paste. Blanched broccoli, carrots, and corn kernels. Then cut the broccoli and carrots into smaller pieces. After mixing all the ingredients together, she added black pepper, starch, cooking wine, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and salt for flavor. She stirred firmly in one direction until formed into palm-sized patties. Pan-fried until golden brown on both sides. She also had Wang Wen how cooking a pot of seaweed egg drop soup on the side. By the time the food was ready, little Shito had also groggily woken up. He blankly sat in bed, not crying or making trouble, hazily staring at his little feet in a daze. Zhuang Auntie came in and touched his little face. "Hungry?" Shito blankly nodded after a while. "Let's go eat." Zhuang Auntie picked him up. The little patties were fragrant and soft, and meaty too. The two boys ate with their heads down, not even lifting them. In the end, they drank the entire big pot of soup, though most of it was drunk by Zilu. Shito was full, so he absent-mindedly started playing with his fingers. "Auntie, I want to sell the house and have Shito live with you. Is that okay?" Zilu said. What? Sell the house? Where will you live?" Zhuang Auntie was shocked. "I can live at school. The high school entrance exam is coming up soon. I can apply to live at school after getting into high school. Shito really likes you, and I'll feel assured leaving him with you. In a couple days, after my mom's funeral affairs are settled, I'll go find an agent to sell the house." "No, I think you should keep the house," Zhuang Auntie disagreed. "What's the point of selling it? Listen to me. Don't think I'm being blunt, but with the house there you'll always have a home and feel at ease. If you sell the house, you really won't have a home anymore." But Zilu still shook his head. "The house doesn't mean much to me. Selling it and getting money will be good for me and Shito. Don't worry, when I grow up, I'll buy you a big house. It's not like I want to adopt you because I'm greedy for your house." Zhuang Auntie glared at him. "I have my own food and lodging, and Ding Xia still sends me a salary every month. I have more than enough to provide for you two." "I know," Zilu smiled. "But I want to buy you one." After arguing half the day with neither side willing to compromise, under Ding Xia's persuasion, Zilu finally agreed that when he turned 18 that year, if he still wanted to sell the house, they would discuss it again at that time. Zilu spent the night at the small shop. Ding Xia even joked with Xiaozhong that it was good they had moved to a bigger house, otherwise they wouldn't have had room for everyone. Early the next morning, Zilu went to school to report in. It wasn't until after he had finished the high school entrance exam that he went with Wang Auntie and Shito to process the adoption and household registration. When they came back, both faces showed complex emotions despite Shito still being confused. Ding Xia had prepared a table full of dishes and had even closed the shop early, just waiting to celebrate with Zhuang Auntie and Zilu. Zilu's eyes were red. "Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it so much." After finishing his drink, he deeply bowed. "Oh my God, my mother-in-law." Wang Wen, Hao came out from the backyard and saw Ding Xia standing on a stool holding a wooden board against the wall, seeming to be making measurements. He rushed over in alarm. "You're going to scare me to death. If you need anything, just call me. Call me and I'll come right away. If my master sees this, I'll be done for." "It's not that serious." Ding Xia got down from the stool. "You happened to come by, so take a look too. See if it's appropriate to put this here." "I should take a look?" Look at what? Wang Wen. Hao asked as he took over the wooden board and turned it over to see 3 big characters written. Wang family dishes. Wang Wen Hao stopped moving and didn't say anything more. I discussed it with a Jun yesterday, said Ding Shaya. He said it's time for you to get in touch with your grandfather's recipes. And coincidentally, Uncle Wei also made these name plaques and stuff, so it's suitable to take them out now. Mother-in-law. Wang Wen Hao didn't know what to say. His father had given the recipes away. He had no reason to shamelessly ask for them back, let alone make people take him as a disciple and specially put up plaques for his family's Wang dishes in their shop. Wang Wen Hao wiped his face and said, mother-in-law, I will definitely cook well. Ding Shah hummed and patted his shoulder. We've seen that you have good talent, just wasted before. If you had followed old Master Wang to learn cooking since you were little, you would definitely be better than what we can teach you. But the past can't be chased. Let bygones be bygones. Focus on learning well and cooking well now, you understand? Ding Shaya said, more to make sure he could get over that hurdle. I understand, mother-in-law. Don't worry, I will definitely not overthink it. I'll do whatever master tells me to do. You little rascal, how come I didn't see you being so obedient before? If you had listened this much earlier, I could have lived 100 years longer. Wang Zhengyang's voice came from the door. Wang Wen Hao was stunned. Dad. Wang Zhengyang humped. Your mom was worried, so she asked me to come take a look. I'm fine, Dad. Tell Mom not to worry. I will definitely carry on Grandpa's recipes gloriously. Wang Wen Hao swore earnestly. Wang Zhengyang's complexion softened somewhat. He looked at Ding Shao with a smile. Boss lady, this stinky kid of our family just has thick skin. If he does wrong, go ahead and beat or scold him. He's not the sort to hold grudges. Oh, that's right. What my dad said. Wang Wen Hao nodded his head rapidly. If I don't do it right, just directly scold me. Ding Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why is everyone standing? Shi Yao Zhong came back. He had just returned from the baby store to buy formula for little Ping, and who was going to be weaned off breastfeeding. Shi Yao Zhong carried back piles of milk powder. Ding Shao quickly went to take them from him. You bought so much? Pingyan has a big appetite. Auntie Zhao said the last few days, he would fuss to eat 2 feeds before sleeping at night. When I hugged him before I left, wow, he's gained quite a bit of weight. Shi Yao Zhong didn't let her touch it and carried it to the back himself. After putting down the milk powder and returning, he said, Uncle Wang came? Staying for a bit? Let me pour you tea. No need. I was just passing by to take a look. Still have to go back to keep an eye on the store. Wang Zhengyang quickly waved his hands. I'll get going, you all take care. With that said, he briskly made his exit. Why did the old man come? Xiao Zhong was rather curious. To see Wen Hao, Ding Shao wiped a hot towel on his face. The more scathing his words, the more he cares inside. Old folks are just stubborn on the outside, but soft inside. What's for dinner tonight? Xiao Zhong looked at the table full of menu plaques. Eating out? Why eat out? Ding Shao wondered. You own a restaurant yourself and still want to eat out? Did you forget what day it is today? Xiao Zhong pinched her nose. What day is it? Ding Shao was thoroughly confused. As she passed by, she casually picked up Egg Yolk and hugged it. Egg Yolk calmly looked at her and quietly purred. It's your birthday. Xiao Zhong found it funny that she had actually forgotten her own birthday. Now Ding Shaya remembered what she had felt was missing these past few days. Mother-in-law's birthday? Wang Wen Hao excitedly chimed in upon hearing this. Then we have to have a good meal. Birthday? Ding Shaya instantly felt like she must already be 70 or 80 to warrant talk of a birthday celebration. Then I'll check out which restaurants that specialize in birthday banquets are most well-known and quickly book us seats. Du Ro happily said too. Ding Shaya smiled. All right, then I'll go change clothes to get ready. Yay! Du Ro cheered as she went to find her phone. They eventually booked seats at a nearby restaurant that was said to have very tasty longevity noodles. Ding Shaya wore an embroidered ethnic-style long dress and looked refreshed and elegant. Their group made quite a bustling party as they headed to the restaurant. There was Ding Shao, Xiao Zhong, Du Ro, Wang Wen Hao, sister-in-law, Gong, Auntie Zhong, Auntie Zhao, Little Ping An, Xiao, Shitu. Da Zhuang had gotten the message and was rushing over, while Si Lu still had after-school self-study sessions and couldn't make it. The banquet hall was very big. Xiao Zhong ordered their signature birthday banquet set. The speed at which the dishes came out was faster than Ding Shia expected. There was fish, shrimp, pork elbows, stir fries, deep fries, steams, an assortment of cooking methods. They even gifted a small cake. The longevity noodles were also served up quickly. Ding Shia took a mouthful. The soup base was chicken broth, fresh and tasty. The noodles were handmade with a nice, chewy texture. There were mushrooms and greens inside, along with a piece of chicken. The portion was not big. Ding Shia finished it very quickly. During the meal, they drank a little wine and had a merry time. Ding Shia happily drank quite a lot since it was her family celebrating her birthday together. She felt very happy. The consequence of being happy was drinking too much and getting tipsy. On the way back, she was quiet, but once they reached home, the mischief began. It wasn't a full-out drunken fit, just occasional little antics that left one feeling itchy. Xiao Zhong didn't have much trouble carrying Ding Shia back into the room to see her half-open, drunken eyes, her flushed cheeks, and the faint alcoholic scent in her breaths. Xiao Zhong couldn't resist kissing her again and again. Ding Shia didn't resist either, gazing softly back at him. If pushed too far, she would give soft hums and gently push at Xiao Zhong. Of course, she still couldn't budge him. Xiao Zhong held himself above her, staring intently at every detail. He really enjoyed gazing fixedly at Ding Shia with a sense of possessiveness. Ding Shia only felt her head spinning and couldn't see anything clearly. She was half asleep and half awake, feeling like the light overhead kept shaking, then feeling it was herself shaking instead. Later in the night, she awoke again with a dry mouth and throat. She randomly pulled on a piece of clothing to cover herself and got out of bed to drink water. Xiao Zhong was not there. Instead, there was the pitter-patter sound of the shower running. Ding Shia felt a little soreness in her body and wanted to take a bath after Xiao Zhong finished. Xiao Zhong came out wearing just shorts. Water droplets slid down his muscular chest and abs into the shadows of his shorts. Seeing that made Ding Shia feel slightly lustful. Xiao Zhong was well aware of her reaction and in 2 steps had taken her back into the depths of the bed. The cry of surprise she wanted to let out was swallowed up by him instead. The moonlight slyly peeked past the window lattices to see a pair of fair, soft hands tightly clasped by another larger pair. Even the moonlight was shy about it. Xiao Zhong walked in and saw that Ding Shia had a thoughtful look on her face. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Zhong stroked her hair and asked curiously. "Pinyin was a bit strange today," Ding Shia said. "What happened? Is he sick?" Xiao Zhong sat down. "He's not sick." Ding Shia rubbed her chin. "He just kept staring at me without crying or fussing, and he wanted hugs. Doesn't he always act like that?" Xiao Zhong laughed. "He knows how to pretend to be good, and how to trick people." Ding Shia thought about it and realized it was true. Usually after crying and fussing, he would stare with eyes wide, pretending to be good. Even though he was just singing loudly to himself a moment ago, when he saw someone coming he pretended nothing happened. "I really want to know what he's thinking in that little head of his." Ding Shia stood up and walked outside. "I'm so curious too." Xiao Zhong also stood up and followed. The couple walked into little Pingin's room. Zio Auntie was making formula for him. He stared at the bottle without blinking, looking very serious. Hearing the noise and seeing Ding Shia, he started staring at her again, and went twice, reaching out his little hands wanting a hug. Ding Shia floated over quickly and picked him up. "Oh, which little darling is this? Let mommy take a look." She kissed the milk-scented little baby. So pretty, so good, so cute. She held Pingin in her arms, bouncing around the room with him. After Zhao Auntie tested the temperature of the formula, she handed the bottle to Ding Shia. "I'll go wash Pingin's blankets and mat and hang them out to dry since there's good sunshine today." "Thanks for your hard work, Zhao Auntie," Ding Shia smiled. "Xiao Zhong and I will take him out for a walk in a bit." Zhao Auntie carried the big pile of bedding out to the yard. Ding Shia packed a large bag of stuff and put it under Pingin's stroller, and Xiao Zhong pushed it. She carried Ping An, planning to take him out for a walk. Ping An hadn't gone out much before, so she wanted to take him out. Ping An hugged her neck, leaning against her chest, occasionally wriggling a bit, looking at Xiao Zhong, then back raising his head, looking at Ding Shia. They went to a mall near their home. Halfway there, Xiao Zhong bought a milk tea for Ding Shia and carried Ping An himself. Little Ping An sat steadily in his dad's arms, looking at his mom curiously. "Want to drink?" Ding Shia asked little Ping An with a smiling face, but she put the straw into Xiao Zhong's mouth instead. Xiao Zhong frowned as he drank a sip, then pushed it away. "Too sweet." Don't understand why it tastes so good. Ding Shai ignored him and happily drank it herself. The weather is so nice. She squinted. I remember there's a baby toy store in the mall. Let's pick out some educational toys for Ping-en. She counted on her fingers, number cards, letter cards, all kinds of things. Isn't it a bit early? Xiao Zhong was puzzled. Just buy first. We'll figure it out later. It was probably something all women shared the urge to shop when in a good mood. They reached the mall. Ding Shao finished the milk tea before taking Ping-en from Xiao Zhong to let him rest for a while. Ping-en had been very well behaved all along, snuggling intimately in his parents' arms, occasionally going a to indicate he was participating too in their shopping discussion. On the way home, Ding Shia was still carrying Ping and, oh, why is our baby being so good today? She pretended to think hard. Then you definitely need a reward. Ping-en cooperated by grabbing her fingers that she held under his chin and went, Ding Shia wiped his drool for him. I'll make you some carrot-flavored rice porridge when we get home, okay? Ding Shia knew well most children's hatred and avoidance towards carrots. So on the first day Ping-en could eat complimentary foods, she had prepared the baby rice porridge in carrot flavor, hoping to make Ping-en one of the few children who loved carrots. By the time they returned home, the restaurant was preparing food. Ping-en was already sleepy and couldn't keep his eyes open, still holding onto Ding Shia's hair, unwilling to let go. Ding Shia carefully lay him down and kissed his little face before leaving. Wang Wen, Hao was still in the kitchen, holding the recipe thinking hard. There were only 2 dishes on the Wang family menu, after getting approved by Wang Zhengyang and Xiao Jun. Du Ro sat dozing off while editing videos, clutching her notebook. These days, the weather had been good, and the flowers they transplanted into the yard had blossomed, in splendid shades of purple and red. Seeing the beautiful blossoms, Du Ro pulled Ding Shao to film many videos. The videos were already up to incorporating flowers into pastries. The views on the video platform were also quite high. This account sharing traditional pastries already had a lot of fans, and also received many advertisement promotions, but Ding Shao turned those down. Recently, Xiao Zhong brought back a laptop. He happened to see someone doing post-production and editing, and became extremely interested all of a sudden. He also said at home he would work hard to learn, even wanting to surpass Du Ro to become the #1 person behind Ding Shao's career and life. This was the first time Du Ro faced Xiao Zhong with head held high, fearless. I'm an editing major, about to start my postgraduate studies. Boss, you're very capable, but wanting to surpass me will still be a little difficult. Then, 2 months later, she wilted. Xiao Zhong was really able to figure out his own way. His aesthetic was unexpectedly high level, an ink painting and mountain water style. It matched Ding Shia very well. Sometimes Du Ro wondered, how can this couple be like this? Good looks, good life, smart, relationship is also good. Most infuriating is the child is good too. Too unfair. She indignantly took a bite of the weight loss meal, Ding Shia specially prepared for her. Yes, catering to popular demand, the restaurant launched a summer special weight loss meals. The one Du Ro was eating was one of the more popular choices. A pan-fried cod fillet without oil, a large handful of bitter chrysanthemum greens and other leafy greens, broccoli, tomatoes, avocado, and other vegetables paired with corn kernels, winged beans plus mixed grains rice, 2 small purple potatoes, and a hard-boiled egg. It looked like a lot, but very low in calories. Pour over Ding Sha's specially made vinaigrette or low-fat sesame sauce. And there was no painful feeling of eating a weight loss meal at all. Many young women would buy a serving to take away, especially more popular after Gong's sister-in-law started a fruit and vegetable juicing stand next door. Ding Shia scrolled through her phone, looking at what kind of video to shoot next. The cat egg yolk rubbed against her legs, acting coquettish. The 2 kittens also meowed as they jumped onto the bench to climb onto her lap. Zhuang Auntie wasn't around. She went to Si Lu's school. Si Lu was about to take the high school entrance exam. The teacher asked every parent to understand the selection and pros and cons of high schools. Little Shitu was also sent to preschool. Although slow to react, he was well-behaved and obedient. A little girl in his class liked to follow him around, protecting him. Linji, you pushed the door open. It's so nice and cool inside. He wore a casual and neat white shirt. The cuffs neatly rolled up, and his hair was also neatly combed. He held a book in his hand. It looked like he came straight from class. He wore silver-rimmed gray glasses, with a gentle smile at the corners of his mouth. I heard the boss lady has new desserts. I came to show my support. Long time no see. You came. Ding Shia smiled and brought him a glass of mint lemonade. Then sat down. What would you like to eat? Do you still have those peony flour noodles you made in your video a few days ago? Linji, Ayu said with a smile. I wanted to come over after watching the video. Not difficult to make. There happens to be some today. Ding Xiaoa stood up and called Du Ro Ro over to brew tea. Chinese desserts taste best with tea. Du Ro Ro brewed a pot of Wang Wen, Hao's precious taping hooky tea, making Wang Wen Hao distressed. Du Ro Ro got a little excited and put down the tea. Excuse me, are you Professor Lin? Linji, you paused for a moment. Do you know me? Yes, I'm Professor Li U Yongfang's student. The professor often mentions you in class. Du Ro Ro nodded quickly. It's Professor Li O. Linji. Ayu smiled gently. Professor Li U is a great teacher who taught me a lot of knowledge. You have to learn well from the professor. Du Ro Ro nodded vigorously, and couldn't help but ask again. Professor Lin, most of Sister Sha's videos were edited by me. Could you review my work? She was a little embarrassed. Linji Yu was very happy. Students' eagerness to learn is what every teacher likes to see. He thought for a moment and also gave some suggestions for improvements. Du Ro Ro grabbed the menu and started taking notes. When Ding Shea came out, she saw this scene. Du Ro Ro hugged the notebook and shrank back to practice. Ding Sha smiled and brought it to him. Here, try it. Linji Yu looked at it carefully. It's so beautiful. Could you tell me more about it in detail? Of course. Ding Sha also sat down. This is a small dessert, mentioned in Dream, of the Red Chamber when Granny Li U came to Grandview Garden for the second time. Prepare glutinous rice flour and wheat starch. Then pour in hot water, while stirring until it forms strands. Then place on a pan and knead with lard into a dough. Take out the pomegranate seeds and juice them. Because there are a lot of seeds, it's best to filter with gauze after juicing with a juicer or smash with a stone mortar. Knead part of the dough into a light pink with pomegranate juice and part into yellow with pumpkin juice. It's not that hard to grasp. The main thing is pinching the dough into flower shapes takes some skill. Ding Shaya pushed the plate to Linji Yeju as she spoke. After pinching into flowers, steam for 4 to 5 minutes, and it's ready to eat. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful desserts, Linji Ayu couldn't bear to eat them for a moment. The pink and white flower petals, the yellow stamens, layer upon layer. Extremely beautiful. It looks vivid and lifelike. It's really a work of art. Linji Yu exclaimed. Try it? Ding Shaya said. It doesn't actually taste as good as it looks, but it looks so pretty. After finally making up his mind to take a bite, Linji Ayu had to agree. After drinking some tea to cleanse his palate, Linji Ayu brought up his reason for coming. I also have something I want to discuss with you this time. Linji Ayu took out a stack of papers. Because of the peculiarities of our course, we actually place great emphasis on practical work. I want to bring my students here to shoot. They are about to graduate and also need graduation works to attach to their resumes. What Linji Ayu brought was a contract, clearly stating the location, time, needs of the shoot, and the payment. In previous years, we would rent a small garden, so there would be more variety as well to ensure quality. But this year's situation is special, so I have no choice but to target you as an excellent shooting material. Linji Ayu blinked playfully, a rare mischievous look. Ding Shaya flipped through the contract and agreed without much thought. Okay, let me know a day in advance when you come over so I can clear the place. No need. The guests in the restaurant are also a kind of scenery. As long as they get permission from others themselves, it counts too. Linji Yu shook his head. After settling everything, Linji Ayu stood up and patted his clothes. It's getting late. I should get going. Ding Shaya sent him to the door. Please, come again next time. I definitely will. Linji Ayu waved casually and walked away with big strides. Why are you so nice to him? Sha. Xiao Zhong came over, feeling a little unhappy. Don't you think he's amazing? Ding Shai was still looking at Linji Ayu's straight back. I'm amazing too. Xiao Zhong raised his arm to show her his muscular arm. Different. Ding Shia casually grabbed his arm. Professor Lin is the kind of very gentle yet very strong person. He is really heartbroken, but also very determined. His eyes can't stand the slightest bit of sand. More than 10 years of feelings dismissed just like that. And he adjusted himself so quickly. It's as if nothing can beat him down. It's as if he can always take big steps forward with love and gentleness. Xiao Zhong understood what she meant, patted her head, and let her lean on his shoulder. We will too. Always move forward with love. Ding Sha smiled. Sister Sha? Du Ro Ro rushed out from the room. Something big happened. What's the matter? Slow down. Don't panic. Ding Sha was startled by her. Do you know that famous pickle factory fan Xiang? I know, we have a lot of their stuff, Ding Sha pointed to the kitchen. When her homemade pickles ran out, she would use fan Xiang's pickles. They were delicious and clean. He sent me a message. Du Ro Ro excitedly pointed at her phone. What happened? Did they invite you to work there? Wang Wenhao chimed in. Get lost. Du Ro Ro yelled at him angrily before continuing. Not to me, to Sister Sha's account. To me? Ding Sha was a little confused. Why did they message me? They said 2 things. First, they wanted to ask if you could collaborate on a new line of pickles. And second, they wanted to ask if you would help promote them. Promote? Collaborate? Ding Sha was puzzled. It's like this. Although Fan Xiang is well known, profits have been low for years and the factory is about to go under. So they want to make a breakthrough as a last gamble. Du Ro Ro explained. She was also puzzled, so she looked it up to find out. She was surprised that such an outstanding factory was already in such dire straits. Ding Sha hesitated a little. Du Ro Ro thought and said, Sister, if you're worried, why don't we go inspect their factory first to see if it's true, and then consider whether or not to collaborate, okay? Good idea. Ding Sha thought it was feasible and immediately had Du Ro Ro reply to the message. Fan Xiang readily agreed as well, and even covered the round-trip airfare and accommodation fees. Xiao Joan stayed behind to watch the restaurant. Ding Sha took Du Ro Ro with her. After about 3 days, they hurried back, bringing back a signed contract. Is there some kind of magic in our shop? Du Ro Ro looked puzzled and said, What's going on? Ding Sha was adjusting the recipe for the little pickles for the 3rd time, and was a little curious when he heard this. It's just that I've already heard the 3rd couple breaking up this month. Du Ro Ro felt very speechless. Breakup season? Ding Sha thought about it. Du Ro Ro also nodded after thinking about it. It's possible that it's graduation breakup season if there was no epidemic. She said, It seems that every time it gets to this time, the leaves falling from the trees on campus seem to increase. Haha. Then let's make a bowl of Heartbreak Liangfen today? Ding Sha came up with a clever idea. Heartbreak Liangfen? Du Ro Ro was puzzled for a moment as she searched it. Isn't that a spicy stick? No. Ding Sha put the freshly made little pickles in a small glass jar without water or oil and put them in the refrigerator. It's similar to Liangfen noodles from northern Sichuan, also a type of Liangfen. It tastes numb and spicy when you eat it. You're not making dessert? Special circumstances call for special treatment. It can also go on the menu after it's made, Ding Sha said. The Liangfen was made with pea flour. After stirring, it was set aside to solidify, which took some time. Ding Sha then took a new round-bellied squat vase to put flowers in. The various flowers growing too recklessly in the yard, with many thorny branches extending beyond the originally planned flower beds onto the road. Zhao Auntie had been scratched a few days ago. So Ding Sha simply bought back a lot of vases. He pruned the branches that needed pruning, threw away the ones to be discarded, and put the flowers he had inserted out to decorate the tables and house, making them fragrant and beautiful. After the Liangfen solidified, it was cut into small pieces, then sprinkled with garlic, green onion, coriander, and a specially made Sichuan-style hot and spicy seasoning. The hot, spicy, and fragrant taste made the people eating it uncontrollably tear up and sweat profusely, which really matched the name of Heartbreak Liangfen. There was a lot of leftover Liangfen, so Du Ro Ro took back the menu and asked Ding Sha to write down this dish, while helping to take the inserted flowers out to decorate them. Many new decorations and ornaments had been added to the restaurant recently. Many were sent over by Uncle Wei, and some were figured out by Xiao Zhong himself and placed in the restaurant, looking particularly fanciful. Zhao Auntie was taking an afternoon nap, and Xiao Zhong had gone out without knowing what he was doing. Wang Wenhao was practicing his knife work bitterly in the kitchen. He was too thin and lacked strength, so recently he had been frantically eating to gain weight. A girl walked in. Are you open for business now? Yes, please take a seat. Let me bring you a menu. Ding Sha happened to hand her the menu in his hand. I'd like a sweet and sour pork ribs, and a plate of Heartbreak Liangfen. Oh, and also a freshly squeezed fruit juice if you have it, the girl ordered very quickly. Ding Sha went to the back to tell Wang Wenhao, then brought out the Liangfen. The girl looked like she couldn't handle spicy food. After just a few bites, her nose and eyes turned red, but she still smiled at Ding Xia. So spicy. Ding Xia brought her the fruit juice. Have a sip to relieve the spiciness. The girl took a sip. But it's pretty delicious. Once all the dishes were served, Ding Xia stopped disturbing her and quietly went to sit in a corner to continue communicating with the fragrance of the meal. After the girl finished eating, she didn't leave immediately, but sat for a while, looking at Ding Xia and taking the initiative to say, "The weather is really nice today. Yes, there's a gentle breeze and sunshine, but it's not too hot." Ding Xia also smiled back. "Your shop is also very beautiful." The girl said, "Thank you. Please come again next time." Ding Xia thought for a while and grabbed her a handful of plum candy to cleanse her palate. "Next time?" The girl smiled. "Probably." The girl got up to pay. "Thank you for your hospitality. I'm very happy to have met you and your shop today." Ding Xia didn't know why she felt a little strange, but couldn't figure it out. She could only smile and repeat, "Me too. I'm very happy to have met you today. Please come again next time." The girl left, but Ding Xia still felt strange. Shortly after, she saw a large number of people suddenly flowing in one direction outside the store. She pushed open the door to stop a neighbor's older sister who was coming back from that direction. "Sister, why are there so many people over there? Is there an event?" "Oh my, no event," the neighbor lady could only sigh. "A little girl is trying to commit suicide by the river." "Suicide?" Ding Xia was shocked. "Yes, she looks quite pretty, also very calm. Wearing a pink and white dress with long hair. Don't know why she suddenly felt hopeless." Ding Xia was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that the girl who just had a meal? She instinctively ran in that direction. Du Ro shouted after her several times but didn't stop her. Ding Xia ran out of breath to the riverside. It wasn't far from her small restaurant. There was already a crowd gathered, and she could still hear the faint sound of police sirens. The girl was sitting calmly on a pillar by the river, looking up at the horizon, with a very relaxed and peaceful expression, not looking like someone about to take her own life at all. People around were pointing fingers and talking. Only Ding Xia was increasingly worried and anxious. She plucked up her courage and walked 2 steps forward to try and talk to the girl. "Miss?" The girl had already seen her and smiled. "Thank you, boss. It's so dangerous over there. Please come back. Let me help you, okay?" Ding Xia took 2 more steps forward. "Don't come over, sister." The girl moved back a little further. She looked precarious, as if a gust of wind would cause her to lose her balance and fall. "Thank you for talking to me today. I was very happy. Sister made some snacks just now. Would you like to try them?" Ding Xia's mind went blank. She could only say whatever came into her head. The girl shook her head. "No need. The weather is so nice today. I like it." "Then why?" Ding Xia couldn't help asking. "I'm just too tired." The girl shook her head slightly. "Even seeing nice weather doesn't make me feel it's nice. There are still many possibilities in life." While Ding Xia tried her best to persuade her, she also tried to get closer. The girl seemed to be lost in thought, too tiring. Just as she finished speaking, the fireman who had detoured from behind the bridge suddenly pushed her forward. The girl fell heavily to the ground, still somewhat in disbelief. Ding Xia immediately went up to pull her into her arms. "Everything will be fine." The girl didn't struggle. "Actually, after I finished eating, I regretted it a little, thinking that I could just walk away next time I came. Then come every day. I'll make delicious food for you." Ding Xia thought that greeting her with a welcome back next time every day could make her stay. The girl didn't speak anymore, leaning in her arms, not knowing what she was thinking. Pretending. I really thought she was going to jump. Just clamoring for attention. Right. Wasting my damn time. What a phony. "Let's go. Nothing to see." Drama queen. Dissonant voices came from the crowd. Ding Xia was shocked and hurriedly covered the girl's ears. The girl had already heard it. She stood up and pushed Ding Xia away. Then very quickly, before anyone could react, she jumped down. "Ah!" Ding Xia screamed. The fireman was stunned for a second, before jumping down to rescue the girl too. Ding Xia was too anxious to care about those people. She leaned over the bridge to see the fireman quickly finding the girl, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. But now she felt even more furious. Ding Xia turned around and walked up to the man who spoke first. "Do you want her dead so badly? Do you like making sarcastic remarks so much? Is your time so precious? More precious than a life? Do you not have a heart? No conscience? Do you have a grudge against her? Do you have to force her to her death?" The man dismissively said, If she really wanted to die, she would have jumped down long ago without needing me to say anything. Isn't she just putting on an act? Hey, I've got a bad temper. The angry big brother next to him directly took off his shirt and threw a punch at him. What are you doing, assault? The man got hit crookedly to the side. Not assaulting people, hitting scum, human trash, scoundrels. But not people. The big brother laughed very unrighteously and cracked his fists, which were as big as sandbags. The man still wanted to act aggressively, but didn't dare be beaten again. He stared fiercely at the big brother for a few moments, before wanting to leave. But the big brother grabbed him by the collar. Don't go yet. We're not done. Wait until the girl gets up here and you go apologize. Once you've apologized, then you can go. Understand? When Xiao Zhong returned, Ding Sha was still trembling uncontrollably. I almost couldn't hold her back. Xiao Zhong had already understood the whole situation. He held her and comforted. It's all right. It's over now. The young girl has been rescued, and that scumbag has apologized. It's all in the past. Ding Xiao held onto Xiao Zhong's clothes in fear and said, I felt so powerless for the first time. She thought for a while and finally said, so helpless. Xiao Zhong kissed her forehead and said, You're amazing. You held her back. She didn't only think about leaving. She had some attachment. Ding Xiao was still frightened. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and said, I'll cook some soup and go to the hospital later. All right, I'll help you. Xiao Zhong followed her into the kitchen. While cooking the soup, Ding Xiao was absent-minded the whole time. Xiao Zhong had to save her fingers from the knife several times, and in the end, he nervously pushed her onto a chair, saying, Behave yourself, just watch me. Ding Xiao didn't insist and sat on the chair, watching Xiao Zhong stew the pork rib soup. When they arrived at the hospital, the young girl was still unconscious. The police recognized Ding Xiao and chatted with her for a while. The young girl doesn't have any family left. They used to be a happy family, but they all passed away during the pandemic. She's the only one left. Maybe she's exhausted. She's feeling a bit depressed, the police sighed. Ding Xiao asked with difficulty. They. All gone? All gone. Both her father's side and her mother's side. She's the only one left. When we went to her house for an investigation this afternoon, we asked the neighbors. The young girl used to be pampered and didn't do any household chores. Now she's taking care of the funeral arrangements alone. She's getting thinner every day, with no trace of a smile on her face. The police remembered the news they heard in the afternoon and felt a bit sorry. But I can see that she has a good impression of you. If you're not too busy, try to spend more time with her and encourage her. She's still young, and saving her life would be a good deed, the police said. All right. I will definitely come to accompany her more and give her encouragement. Ding Xiao nodded firmly. By the way, we have already educated those troublemakers. When the young girl wakes up, remember to talk to her about it, the police said. There's nothing major for us here. We have a lot of work at the station, but if there's any situation, remember to call, and we'll come quickly. Okay, I got it, Ding Xiao agreed. The two of them quietly entered the hospital room. The young girl was lying there with a pale face, sleeping soundly. Ding Xiao couldn't help but smooth her hair by her ear. The young girl's eyes twitched, struggling to open them. When she saw Ding Xiao, she smiled and said, Sister. Yes, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Ding Xiao sat down and asked carefully. No, thank you, sister. The young girl shook her head. She wanted to sit up, so Ding Xiao placed a pillow behind her, and Xiao Zhong raised the bed. I stewed some soup for you. Would you like to taste it? It's a delicious pork rib and winter melon soup. Ding Xiao poured a bowl of soup for her. The soup was steaming hot, and its aroma filled the air. The young girl took a sip and said, This soup tastes just like the one my mother used to make. I miss her so much. The young girl lowered her head, and it was unclear whether she was crying or not. I haven't seen her in a long time. Since the beginning of the pandemic, I couldn't come home from school, and when I finally returned, I had to go into quarantine. I haven't seen her since then. I didn't even get to see her one last time. The young girl sighed. I miss her so much. Ding Xiao sat up and gently embraced her. The young girl began to sob uncontrollably. Why is it our family? What did we do wrong? Why is it my mom and dad? Why? I miss them so much. I want to see them. I want to eat the dishes my mom cooked, run with my dad, visit my grandparents, go back to our little courtyard in the countryside, and eat watermelon and catch grasshoppers. Ding Xiao couldn't hold back her tears either. She didn't know how to comfort the young girl. Death was always an insurmountable divide, and any consolation seemed too light in the face of death. The girl cried for a long time, and Ding Xia's clothes were soaked. It seemed like she hadn't found a shoulder to lean on and cry like this in a long time. Perhaps she had always grown up in a hurry, shouldering the bleak and cruel departure of her entire family, preparing all the arrangements alone. When the young girl finally cried herself out, her eyes were red and swollen. "I'm sorry for burdening you with my bad mood all afternoon." A child's bad mood is occasionally allowed to go unchecked. Ding Xia gently stroked her hair. "I don't actually want to die," the girl said. "I just suddenly felt that even though the sun is shining, it has nothing to do with me, which made me think of leaving. But now I've found someone who can appreciate the sunshine with me." The girl smiled. "The process may be difficult, but I will see a psychologist, actively take medication, actively seek treatment, and strive to fight against negative emotions. Can I call you when I feel sad?" "Of course, you're welcome anytime." Ding Xia gave her own phone number. "I will check on you every day." "Thank you," the girl said earnestly. "I've been experimenting with new dishes lately. If you don't mind, you can come over every day to taste them. The restaurant is busy, and I might need your help. Are you willing?" Ding Xia was still worried. "I'm willing," the girl nodded. Ding Xia finally felt relieved. On the way home, Xiao Zhong held Ding Xia's hand tightly. This incident had left a deep impact on both of them, and they were at a loss for words. Back at the restaurant, they heard Ping An crying, feeling wronged and restless. Ding Xia hurried over. "What's wrong, Ping An?" Ping An was squirming in Auntie Zhao's arms, tears streaming down his face. Ding Xia's heart ached at the sight. "I haven't seen much of you today. I was looking for you." "He's been crying and couldn't be comforted," Auntie Zhao explained, handing Ping An to her. "Come here, don't cry. Mommy will hold you." Ding Xia held Ping An patiently and gently comforted him. Xiao Zhong glanced at the mother and son before turning and going into the kitchen. Ding Xia had been greatly startled today, and with her poor health, she was afraid she might have a fever tonight. Although Ding Xia drank ginger soup, she still developed a fever at night, calling out for Xiao Zhong in a dazed state. Xiao Zhong measured her temperature twice and furrowed his brow, saying, "No. We need to take her to the hospital." Hanging the IV drip in the emergency room in the middle of the night, Xiao Zhong finally felt relieved, as Ding Xia's sleep became more peaceful. However, due to this ordeal, their small shop had to close again. Ding Xia sent the improved recipe for the small pickled vegetables to Fan Xiang and asked Du Ro to film a video of their inventory and inform their online friends before finally settling down at home for isolated rest and recovery. Xiao Zhong isolated himself with her, and they spent their days eating and sleeping without much else to do. Whenever they woke up, they would eat again, and in their spare time, they would study recipes. Surprisingly, they gained a few pounds during their isolation period. Du Ro was the happiest after their isolation because she could once again enjoy many delicious dishes. With the reopening of the small shop, business boomed exceptionally. Apart from Zhao Auntie taking care of the children every day, everyone else was busy with various tasks. Ding Xia didn't even have time to replace the withered flowers on the tables. Finally, on a day when they had some free time, Ding Xia went to the flower shop and ordered many new varieties of flowers. The small shop also welcomed a special pair of customers. The customers who came in were a husband and wife who looked very well matched. The man held his wife's hand. "What would you like to eat?" The woman shook her head, looking like she didn't have much of an appetite. Ding Xia looked at the menu Du Ro handed over. Let's get an order of Kung Pao shrimp balls, a plate of tiger skin peppers, a bowl of Westlake beef soup, and 2 bowls of rice." The food came up quickly. Smelling the aromas in the air, the woman couldn't help feeling rather hungry. "The flavor's not bad. Try some." The man picked out a shrimp for her. "The texture of this shrimp is bouncy. They must be fresh." After eating a few bites, the woman also praised, "It really is delicious." After eating their fill, the two of them sat in silence. The man was the first to speak. "Full? Want shaved ice for dessert? I saw it on the menu." "No need. I've been too busy the last few days to digest much." The woman shook her head. Another stretch of silence. "Well, let's go then," the woman finally said. Without a word, they went to pay at the counter. Du Ro smiled and asked, "How was it?" "The food good?" "Very nice. We ate well," the woman smiled back. "I'm glad to hear. You two look well matched. Your relationship must be wonderful." Du Ro handed back change as she spoke. "We match?" The man glanced at his wife. "Very well matched. You two have a unique temperament. Clearly special, but your auras harmonize, so you look very well suited. Du Ro enthused. The woman smiled. Thank you, young lady. My pleasure. Please come again soon. Du Ro saw them to the door. About a week later, the couple returned and ordered the same dishes. Du Ro still remembered them and greeted them with a smile as she served them. The woman also smiled back warmly. With few customers in the restaurant, Du Ro sat at a nearby table, reading a thick textbook. The man suddenly asked, "Not getting divorced?" "No divorce," the woman said. "I thought it over more and didn't see anything unacceptable. You serve the country on missions. I save lives at the hospital just as the young lady said." "We match," he replied. "But..." The man still seemed hesitant. "What's there to fret over?" The woman gave him a reproachful look. "Like I said, we match well." She went on. "I'd considered divorcing because we only meet a few times a year and have barely spent any time together. It felt meaningless. But now I don't want to put anyone else through my unhappiness. We ought to be together. This way, when we retire, it'll be like we just started dating. We'll never tire of each other." The man lifted his head, eyes wet. "I've wronged you, little king." "No wrongs here," she chided gently. "I told you, we match well." Their conversation wasn't quiet, but Du Ro had listened inattentively without realizing. Seeing the couple start eating again, she went to the backyard. "Ding Sha." Du Ro ran to find Ding Shea and repeated everything she'd overheard. I want to buy them a small cake. Could you, Du Ro was a little embarrassed, asking Ding Sha to bake something impromptu. Ding Sha laughed and agreed readily. "Of course, but there likely isn't time to bake a cake now. Why don't you make them 2 bowls of shaved ice instead, my treat?" Du Ro prepared 2 deluxe bowls of shaved ice and paid at the counter herself, before bringing them out to the couple. "Miss, we didn't order this," the woman said, surprised. "My treat?" Du Ro explained, flustered. "I accidentally overheard your conversation earlier. Sorry about that. Please take this as my apology." The woman froze a moment. "Oh, but..." The man, however, smiled a rare sight. "Thank you, young lady." Du Ro shook her head with an embarrassed smile and went to sit farther away with her book. After a big spoon of cool, sweet watermelon, the woman felt refreshed all the way down. As they left, she thought to herself that she'd definitely have to visit again during her next break. After finishing up her work, Ding Shaya also recounted the incident in full to Xiao Zhong. She kept nothing from him except the transmigration into this world. Xiao Zhong suggested, after Ping An gets a little bigger. "Let's take a trip. Go to the beach, how about it?" Ding Shaya blinked, confused. "Why bring this up all of a sudden?" "I feel you've lost out, becoming a mother so young. I don't want to keep you tethered here. Let's go see the outside world." "What about Ping An then?" "We'd leave him to go play? Aunt Zio is here, along with sister-in-law and auntie." "But the shop?" "There's one how." The conversation ended vaguely with Ding Shea murmuring, We'll see. Du Ro poked her head in through the curtain. "Sister Ding Shaya." The Tasty Rice Company sent samples. Ding Shaya went over immediately. "Oh, how do they look?" "Haven't tried them yet, but the packaging looks pretty good." They'd commissioned an illustrator to design packaging featuring Ding Shaya's courtyard and a silhouette of her in the background. Ding Shaya opened a can and spooned some out. "Have a taste. What do you think?" Du Ro tried a spoonful, eyes shining. "Delicious. Good with rice." Ding Shaya also sampled some. Though not as tasty as her handmade version, it was still much better than commercial jarred rice porridge on the market. Tasty Rice raised the price a little. Du Ro read messages on her phone as she ate. "They also hope you can stream to promote the product." "Stream?" Ding Shaya shook her head decisively. "I know my limits. I only have so many followers. Don't underestimate yourself." Du Ro retorted. "You broke 500K followers long ago. Great stats." She listed a few other influencers, none growing nearly as quickly as Ding Shaya. Spurred on by Du Ro, Ding Shaya was no longer camera shy, but still somewhat apprehensive. "What if I mess up?" You won't. After analyzing for ages, Du Ro concluded you'd have to try to fail. Seeing Xiao Zhong nod too, Ding Shaya felt a glimmer of anticipation herself. "Well, shall we try?" Du Ro excitedly messaged Tasty Rice back while Ding Shaya pondered how best to prepare. The news that wife would be live streaming also went out, eliciting declarations of support from smitten fans, much to the neglected Xiao Zhong's jealousy. The sour Xiao Zhong thought of making dumplings every day. The long-awaited stream day finally arrived. Ding Xia sat nervously before the camera. Hi everyone. I'm Leisurely Wind and Moon. Although her first livestream was awkward from start to finish, and she felt very uncomfortable, the response was surprisingly good, and the reward ranking rose to the top 10 for a while. Ding Xia let out a big sigh of relief after ending the stream, patting her chest. You scared me to death, thank goodness it's over. Du Ro Ro was reading the comments when she suddenly cried out in surprise after a while. Oh my god, that's way too much money. Ding Xia curiously leaned over to take a look as well, widening her eyes in surprise. Wow. Really a lot. But we still have to give half to the platform. Ding Xia thought about it, and said, if there's money left after that, let's donate it. Huh? Donate? Du Ro Ro was puzzled. Yeah, let's donate it. Whether to the hospital or to the school, or use it to buy benefits for doctors, police officers, and firefighters if nothing else. Ding Xia stretched lazily. There's no end to earning money, and it's not like we're lacking money now anyway. We might as well use it to help others instead. Sis Ding Xia, aren't you like a goddess of mercy? Du Ro Ro couldn't help but giggle behind her hand. If others knew, they'd all say you have a saintly heart. I'm too lazy to care what they say. Ding Xia didn't mind at all. I'll just take it as accumulating virtues for little Ping An. Saying that, she solemnly put her palms together with eyes closed, chanting, Bodhisattva? Buddha? God. Can you all hear me? I hope all these blessings go to my son, Xiao Sijin. You must give them to him, okay? Xiao Zhong happened to walk by and started chanting as well. Bodhisattva, Buddha, God, don't listen to her no matter what. It's best to split it between my wife and my son, half each. Hearing this, Ding Xia opened her eyes to glare at him, though the corners of her lips were turned up. Oh yes, Teacher Lin said he'd bring students over Friday morning. Xiao Zhong remembered the call he just received. That's still 2 days away. Just enough time for a thorough cleaning. Ding Xia thought aloud. They couldn't let others film with dust all over the place in disarray. Oh yes. Sis Ding Xia, I want to take tomorrow off. It's my grandfather's 90th birthday and I can't make it. Du Ro Ro suddenly remembered something she kept forgetting to mention. No problem, approved. Ding Xia waved her hand breezily. I also wanted to order some dishes. I'll give you the list later and come pick them up tomorrow. Is that okay? Du Ro Ro asked. Of course, I'll have them ready by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Just come pick them up. Du Ro Ro ordered some relatively complicated dishes not convenient to make at home. Ding Xia even made an additional sweet potato-filled longevity peach bun, pretty and tasty. When Du Ro Ro came to pick up the food at around 11 a.m. the next day, everything was ready. Ding Xia helped pack it up for her. Oh yes, congratulations to your grandfather on his longevity as well. Du Ro Ro grinned. Sis boss, come along if you're not too busy. My grandfather wants me to bring you back too. Huh? Ding Xia was stunned for a moment. I'm not sure that's appropriate. Ding Xia quickly waved her hands to decline. What's inappropriate? My grandfather often said he wanted to meet you. He's getting on in years and it's inconvenient for him to go out, which is why he hasn't come. Now that it's his birthday, he also hopes to see you and boss. Du Ro Ro held Ding Xia's arm sincerely. Ding Xia couldn't refuse, so she called out to Xiao Zhong, and the two hurriedly tidied up before following Du Ro Ro to her grandfather's house. The old man lived in a small Sikwon courtyard residence that was elegant and cozy inside. Since it was the old gentleman's birthday, there were quite a few people who all smiled and greeted Du Ro Ro when they saw her. Ro, you're back! Du Ro Ro greeted them one by one, brought the food to the kitchen for her mother, then led Ding Xia and Xiao Zhong to the study. The old gentleman's hair was all white, but he seemed hale and hearty despite sitting in a wheelchair, face wreathed in smiles with kindly benevolent eyes. Ro, you're back? When Ruxuan was very happy to see Du Ro Ro. Du Ro Ro smiled as she walked over and crouched down. I'm back, Grandpa. I also brought along Sis Ding Xia and Boss Xiao. Good, wonderful. When Ruxuan looked extremely happy. He gazed at the somewhat bashful and nervous Diang Xia and Xiao Jun, beckoning them over with his hand. Come here, child. Ding Xia immediately walked over with Xiao Zhong. Good day, sir. Congratulations on your longevity. May you live as long as the East Sea. When Ruxuan laughed kindly. Thank you, lass. My wife's health hasn't been good lately, so she's sleeping. I'll bring you to meet her after she wakes. Ding Xia quickly said, Please, let the elderly rest well. When Ruxuan asked Du Ro Ro to make tea for them, have a seat, Don't keep standing. Must be tiring. I kept hearing Roro talk about you all the time, so I wanted to meet you. This girl has an impulsive personality. Must have caused you trouble. No trouble at all. She's helped me a lot. I should be thanking her instead. Ding Sha earnestly replied. Hearing this, Wen Ruxuan was happy as well. Anyway, thank you. I know what this child is like too, since she's told me a lot. Meeting you has also been good fortune for her. Speaking, he shakily wheeled the chair to the side. Ding Shia stood up to help him. He pointed to the desk, and Ding Shia pushed him over. Wen Ruxuan pulled open the drawer and took out a pair of small gold ornaments. I have something I want to give you. We can't accept such a fine gift, Ding Shah quickly refused. They aren't anything precious. Wen Ruxuan spread open his hand. My wife and I had these when we were young. It has a nice meaning. Bless you two as husband and wife. Growing old together, white-haired. Xiao Zhong also walked over. Cradled in the old spotty hand were 2 tiny bean pendant charms. These bean charms are gold, but still not worth much. Too small, Wen Ruxuan said. But they're carved love beans. He held them out to Ding Shia just to invoke good omens. Child, please accept them. Ding Shia reached out to take them over, then looked at Xiao Zhong. Thank you, sir. Xiao Zhong solemnly said. I'm old now, seen too many things, Wen Ruxuan said. No regrets other than hoping everyone's well. You must be blissful. After the birthday feast, late into the night, Ding Shia would still take out the love bean pendant to look at and touch from time to time. I really like the old gentleman, Ding Shia suddenly said. Xiao Zhong uncharacteristically didn't express any jealousy, also fondling the pendant charm, They had such a good relationship. The old gentleman kept holding his wife's hand without letting go. The way he looked at her brimmed with deep love. We'll also be like them, still celebrating birthdays together when we're 90, right? Ding Shia rolled over to look at Xiao Zhong. Definitely, it's guaranteed. Xiao Zhong gently placed a kiss without any lust on the tip of her nose. I vow to you that when we're 90, I'll still be by your side. Ding Shia didn't say anything, simply burrowing into his embrace. Sleep. At this moment, the two hearts drew exceptionally close. Meow. As soon as Ding Shia walked into the lobby, he heard Egg Yolk's extremely loud panting and furious hissing. This was followed by a cry of surprise from Du Ro Ro. Ding Shia hurried over to the front desk in a couple of steps. What happened? When he got there, he saw a big dirty dog covered in mud sitting innocently at the entrance. Where did this dog come from? Ding Shia was a little puzzled. I don't know. I was just about to groom Egg Yolk when it suddenly squeezed in from the entrance and gave Egg Yolk a fright. Du Ro Ro said. Although the dog was very well behaved. It had been sitting on the doormat at the entrance ever since it came in, dripping all the wet mud on its body onto the mat. Oh, well, let's take it out back and give it a bath first. It's too dirty. Ding Shia looked around, somewhat struggling with how to take it out back. The dog wagged its tail. Ding Shia took a chicken jerky treat for Egg Yolk and led the dog out back. Gong's sister-in-law was startled by the dog. What a filthy dog! Ding Shia casually explained what happened. Gong's sister-in-law immediately grabbed a mop and hurriedly went to mop the floor. Ding Shia stuffed the chicken jerky into the dog's mouth, turned on the solar-powered hot water tap in the yard, and he and Du Ro Ro started scrubbing the big dog. They used a lot of pet shampoo before getting the dog clean. The dog just squatted there, lifting its paws whenever they said, turning around and patting its butt to change position when prompted, extremely obedient. After washing, Ding Shia could finally see that it was a large golden retriever, quite old, with a white face. Its eyes were bright black, its mouth open panting, looking rather smiling. Ding Shia couldn't resist petting it over and over. It looked like a very polite dog, but it really took some effort to blow dry it. The two of them took turns blowing until their arms ached, before Xiao Jun finally came to finish up the job. The sweet-smelling dog walked over to Ding Shia and rubbed against her leg, its grape-like eyes fixed on her. Ding Shia gave its head and big ears a few delightful rubs that she just couldn't get enough of. But seeing how polite it was, it must have an owner. The dog was not eager to move. It just lay down by Ding Shia's feet and didn't budge, with its warm, furry body and thick fur pressing against her legs. Ding Shia squatted down to pet it. Are you lost? Do you remember where your home is? Shall I take you home? The dog just opened its mouth wide to yawn lazily, then rested its head on its crossed front paws, glancing up at Ding Shia occasionally, its bean-like eyes extremely docile. Ding Shia sighed. After waiting a little longer, unable to stand the sun, she took the dog to their living quarters. Once inside, the dog went around sniffing everywhere, then headed straight for little Pingin's crib. Ding Shaya was shocked and hurried after it, only to see the dog continuously sniffing around the crib. Little Pingin was in Zhao Auntie's room. The dog circled around the crib twice before Zhao Auntie came out holding little Pingin. Wow! Where did this huge dog come from? It was only when Zhao Auntie walked over that she noticed the dog. It came over by itself. Ding Shaya patted little Pingin's hand. Little Ping and immediately reached out, wanting to be carried. Ding Shaya picked him up and guided his soft little hand to stroke the dog's head and big ears. It was little Pingin's first time touching a dog. The feeling was different from touching egg yolk. Egg yolk was all soft, little chubby meat. The dog was not only much thicker to the touch, it also had all those flexor muscles from running around. Little Pingin babbled happily. After playing with it for a while, Ding Shaya said, "Zhao Auntie, take little Ping for lunch and a nap after you've eaten. He didn't sleep well last night and kept fussing around." Zhao Auntie took the baby away again. Ding Shaya thought for a moment, tied a silk scarf around the dog's neck as a makeshift leash, intending to take it for a walk around the neighborhood to see if she could find its owner. The obedient dog followed her out the door, walking leisurely beside her the whole way, stopping when she stopped and walking when she walked. Ding Shaya really loved it. After circling around, she didn't run into anyone looking for a dog, so Ding Shaya could only stop by a pet store to buy a proper leash and collar to put on it, before taking it home. Just as they entered, she saw the lobby filled with firemen in orange-red uniforms. Ding Shaya asked Du Ro Ro, "Why are there so many people?" Du Ro Ro was busy juicing. There was a fire in the street next door, started by a woman who, distressed over her husband's affair, impulsively set her own house on fire in her excitement, and the neighbors on both sides were also affected. They just finished putting out the fires and came here for a meal. There are a few young fighters from Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan, just 18 or 19 years old, with baby faces but handsome and shy. Brother Xiao heard their accents and made them a few spicy hot pot back in the kitchen. As Du Ro Ro spoke, she asked, "Didn't find the dog's owner?" "No," Ding Shaya shook her head. "I'll take it to the backyard and come help out in a minute." Just then, the captain of the squad glanced at the dog and suddenly shouted, "He-shan!" The dog joyfully trotted in place, trying hard to restrain its paws because of the leash, extremely excited with its tongue hanging out. Ding Shaya blinked. "Your dog?" The captain came over, our station dog, about to retire. He squatted down and ruffled the fur on the dog's head. Hian happily rolled around. "He-shan is officially registered," the captain said. "We went out on a mission today. We were originally there to rescue people, but on the way back we received a call about the fire, so we rushed over. He-shan got all muddy too. We were worried his fur would get burnt in a big fire, so we didn't let him come along. It was only afterwards that we realized he was missing." The captain seemed unconcerned. "He-shan knows the way home. We were just worried that without a collar or a leash, someone might mistake him for a stray. Some of the team members have been going around looking for him. Now that he's here, I can notify them to hurry back for food and rest." The captain then made a phone call, gave a few instructions, and hung up. He-shan was very well behaved. Although he was a bit dirty when he wandered in, he was very polite, and didn't make a fuss at the entrance. Ding Shaya said with a smile. "That's good to hear. He-shan likes to go visit other people's homes for fun. He probably just thought your place nice." The captain also smiled. "Du Ro Ro cut in, Captain. Why is it called He-shan? Because when we found him as a puppy, we happened to be watching a Chinese ghost story. Not only did he stay and watch with us, he got especially excited and kept barking when the Black Mountain Demon came out, so we just named him He-shan." He-shan remained docilely squatting at their feet, no superfluous moves without orders, just occasionally glancing up at them. Du Ro Ro couldn't resist giving him a few more pats, so obedient. "He-shan is retiring this year. His handler plans to take him home to retire comfortably," said the captain. "He's very obedient. You can pet him more when he's off duty like now." Du Ro Ro gave him another good few pats. He-shan just looked at her placidly. In the end, the squad got a 50% discount. The captain said he couldn't win against Du Ro Ro and gave a wry laugh, saying he'd never come again. Otherwise, how would the boss make any money? Ding Shaya immediately turned to Xiao Zhong. "I'd love to have a dog. What do you think about getting one like He-shan?" In the blink of an eye, the weather turned cool and crisp in autumn. Little Xiao Sijin received a new gift, a pair of pretty little shoes. From time to time, Zhao Auntie would hold her little arms as she toddled unsteadily around the floor. Ding Shaya bought a lot of salted egg yolks and thought that with the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up, she should make some mooncakes. She planned to make mooncakes with lotus seed paste and salted egg yolks, as well as some with meat filling. As for ice skin mooncakes, she thought about it and decided to just order some boxes online instead. She didn't care much for eating ice skin mooncakes herself, so she wasn't very confident she could make good ones. Recently, Xiao Zhan became obsessed with skateboarding. Every day he would put on loose pants and carry his skateboard to go play with his skater buddies at the park down the street. Wang Wenhao was already halfway done hanging up the menu at the restaurant. Xiao Zhan figured they should hire another chef so that he and Ding Shia wouldn't have to run around so much in the kitchen anymore. After getting tanned a few shades darker, Xiao Zhan came back and first took a shower, before playfully spending some time with little Xiao Xijin. After father and son bonded for a while, Xiao Zhan went over to help Ding Shia. Had enough fun? Ding Shia asked. Xiao Zhan looked at her expression, but couldn't tell if she was angry. Sha. Xiao Zhan went over, grinning to hug her waist. Ding Shia impatiently said, "You dark egg, get away from me." But Xiao Zhan only hugged her tighter. Ding Shia helplessly said, "It's not that I don't want you to go, but you should at least put on some sunscreen. You got sunburnt and were peeling skin off yourself without even realizing?" Xiao Zhan wrinkled his nose. "Didn't want to put it on. That stuff feels gross." Ding Shia rolled her eyes. "That's just psychological. If you go out again tomorrow without putting any on, then don't bother coming home." Okay. I'll put it on, is that all right?" Xiao Zhan reluctantly nodded. But the next day, Ding Shia glanced at the sunscreen bottle to find it still perfectly intact. When Xiao Zhan came home, he found that Ding Shia was ignoring him completely. Not only that, but acting as if he didn't exist. Xiao Zhan knew things had gone badly. He chased after Ding Shia trying to tell jokes and make her laugh, but the usually easily amused Ding Shia didn't react at all. He kept trying to talk to Ding Shia, but she refused to even look his way. After stealthily watching for a while, Du Ro went to the kitchen to whisper with Wang Wenhao. "Sister Sha is fighting with brother Xiao." "Fighting?" Wang Wenhao listened. "I don't hear any yelling though. They're giving each other the silent treatment. Sister Sha is totally ignoring brother Xiao." Du Ro said. Just as she finished saying so, they saw a dejected Xiao Jun enter the kitchen. Unafraid of trouble, Wang Wenhao bluntly went up to him. "Master, is mistress not talking to you?" Xiao Zhan gloomily mumbled yes. "How come?" Wang Wenhao was quite curious. After all, Ding Shia had always been even-tempered and all smiles with everyone. Xiao Zhan briefly explained the reason. Wang Wenhao said, "That's it?" Xiao Zhan mumbled again. "Master, that's where you went wrong. Mistress cares about you, and you disregarded her concerns even after getting sunburnt. How could she not get angry? Anyone would be angry in her shoes." Wang Wenhao said, "Just think, master. What if mistress went out every rainy day without an umbrella, and when you asked her why, she said she was too lazy to take one? And every time, she catches a cold but still refuses to bring an umbrella the next time. Wouldn't you get angry too?" Xiao Zhan had felt it wasn't a big deal at first, since it was just some sunscreen. But after hearing Wang Wenhao's explanation and imagining that scenario, he immediately understood why Ding Shia was angry. Xiao Zhan patted Wang Wenhao. "I'll give you a bonus at the end of the month." After saying so, he hurried off. 10 minutes later, Ding Shia came in. "Where did your master go?" She didn't see Xiao Zhan anywhere, and thought maybe he went out to play again. "Didn't notice," Wang Wenhao said. Ding Shia huffed and went back out. Wang Wenhao quickly messaged Xiao Zhan. "Master, mistress is looking for you. Hurry back." "Where'd you run off to?" "Master?" But Xiao Zhan didn't reply at all. Ding Shia put the prepared mooncake mix into the oven. She wanted to make the kind of traditional mooncakes with red and green strands wrapped inside flaky layers of crust. Looking at the mooncakes baking in the oven, Ding Shia felt more and more upset as she thought about it. Du Ro was following her as she filmed ingredients. Suddenly she saw a white hand sharply slap the table in the frame. "Sister?" Du Ro was startled. Ding Shia came back to her senses. "Oh, sorry, did I scare you?" Du Ro shook her head. "It's fine. Sister, is your hand okay?" Despite knowing she was older than Ding Shia, Du Ro still habitually called her sister. Her little uncle said to call leaders at work sister. Ding Shia looked at her palm. "It's fine, just a little red." "Just a little red from what?" Xiao Zhan came in holding a bag. Seeing Ding Shia's expression, Du Ro took her camera to go look for Wang Wenhao instead. Xiao Zhan sat down. Still mad? I'm sorry. It was my mistake. I won't do it again in the future. As he spoke, he took things out of the bag. Look, I bought a lot of sun protection stuff, hats, arm sleeves, and lots of sunscreen sprays. I promise I'll bundle up properly every time I go out from now on. Ding Xia's eyes shifted to glance at him. Xiao Zhong knew from this that she was no longer angry. He grinned and leaned over, wanting to hug her waist. Ding Xia pushed him away in disgust. It's hot enough without you stinking things up. Stay away from me, dark egg. Xiao Zhong sniffed himself. How do I stink? I showered when I came home. Ding Xia glared at him. You just stink, everywhere. Sweat stench. And way too dark. Xiao Zhong knew there was no escaping that adjective now. I'll go rinse off again. He got up to shower. Ding Xia rifled through the pile of sun protection items and inspected each one thoroughly before bringing them back to put away properly. The staff at the restaurant noticed that recently Ding Xia no longer called the boss Jun, but a rather amusing-sounding new name instead. Dark Egg. The first time Ding Xia directly addressed Xiao Zhong as Dark Egg in front of everyone. Xiao Zhong resignedly acknowledged it. Wang Wen how nearly did a spit take. Du Ro giggled from a distance. Sister Xia, you call brother Xiao a dark egg? Ding Xia agreed very naturally. He's so dark that if you turn off the lights you can't find him. What else to call him but dark egg? Xiao Zhong could only accept it helplessly. On Mid-Autumn Festival, the restaurant gave each customer mooncakes. After trying them, some asked if they could buy more from Ding Xia. She hadn't made many, just enough for themselves plus some to give away and share. So there weren't a lot left over. She simply decided not to sell them. But Ding Xia thought that she should prepare earlier next year and sell some mooncakes then. Right after the long National Day holidays, when employees were still feeling lazy about going back to work. Xiao Zhong presented 2 plane tickets to Ding Xia. Let's go. Shall we take a trip too? Ding Xia was stunned for a moment, even forgetting to yawn. What? She took the tickets and looked at them in confusion. They were tickets to fly to Chengdu. A trip? What about our son? The shop? Even after getting off the plane, Ding Xia was still in a daze, barely believing that she had just left her precious son Ping An and Xiao Zhong behind to go on vacation. Xiao Zhong held one of her hands and pulled their luggage with the other. Do you want to rest first or eat first? Ding Xia looked around the massive airport, still trying to process everything. Then should we go to the hotel first? We can go out after putting our luggage down, Xiao Zhong said, pulling her along to the subway. I booked an Airbnb near Chengxi Road, right across from Tan Duck Blood Restaurant. Xiao Zhong chattered on. We can go wander around Chengxi Road first. You're always saying you want to experience how lively and bustling it is there, and take some pictures, so we might as well go check it out. Ding Xia took out her phone. Let me check in with Roro and the others. As soon as she said that, she started missing little Ping, and usually Ding Xia would go see the little one several times a day, reluctant to let go after showering him with kisses and cuddles. Suddenly not having him by her side made Ding Xia feel uneasy. Sis. The video connected and Du Ro's face popped up. She smiled. You've arrived? How is it? Tired? Not tired, Ding Xia shook her head. Is the shop busy? How's Ping An? Not busy. Du Ro walked with the camera. Ping An woke up looking for you for quite a while just now. Couldn't find you though, so he whined a bit before letting Zhao Auntie distract him to go play. But it looks like he's still searching for mommy. Must have wanted to act spoiled. Du Ro stuck her tongue out and flipped the camera around. Ding Xia then saw Ping An happily playing with Zhao Auntie in the backyard. Hearing this made Ding Xia even more anxious. All right, just wanted to check in with you all. Nothing else? I'll hang up now. If she kept talking, she was afraid she'd end up booking a ticket to fly back immediately. Xiao Zhong put an arm around her. Missing Ping An? He's never been away from me for this long before. You can't keep cooping yourself up just for his sake either. Weren't you always talking about how you wanted to travel when you were younger? Xiao Zhong said. The child is important, but so are you. Ding Xia took a deep breath and smiled. You're right, I'll try my best. Frankly speaking, no one had an inherent right to demand that another person dedicate their entire being. Even if that person was the mother. Before a woman becomes a mother, she is still a delicate little princess. After getting off the subway and walking for a bit, people brushed shoulders all around them. It was hard to believe Chengxi Road could attract so many people, even on a non-holiday. The Airbnb Xiao Zhong booked was very spacious with an open kitchen and bright, airy bathroom. The decor and amenities inside were also quite complete. Ding Shaya looked over the place, unable to decide if it was Mediterranean or Arabian style. The rich blues and brightly saturated grid patterns instantly put one in a good mood. The two freshened up simply before heading back out. They went to Chungsi Road first to check in. After Ding Shao snapped several pictures, they entered the IFS mall and took the elevator up to the top floor for more photos with the panda statue. There weren't too many people up there posing with the statue, so Ding Shao got her shots quickly. Then she and John ducked into a restaurant next door. The restaurant had a very Western vibe. Their afternoon tea and meal options were quite extensive, so Ding Shao ordered some simple dishes to start filling up. The food was much tastier than she'd imagined. After the two finished eating, they went back downstairs to wander Chungsi Road. Ding Shaya had heard not to buy food on Chungsi Road, so she followed that advice diligently, merely window shopping and soaking in the leisurely Chengdu afternoon. For dinner they didn't go far, just had hot pot at a nearby Little Sheep restaurant. Xiaozhong turned red from the spiciness, gulping down water to no avail. After the meal, instead of rushing back, they strolled down the street hand in hand. Although it was nearly 11 p.m., there were even more people on the streets than during the day, as if everyone's nightlife was just getting started. On their way back, Ding Shaya overheard some students talking about going to eat at Keeksing Lu Street near Queen Alley tomorrow, so she decided that's where they would go next to continue their Chengdu food tour. The next day, Xiaozhong slept until 8 or 9 o'clock before getting up. His face was swollen from sleep, his eyes were narrowed, and his hair was sticking up. Ding Sha laughed when she saw him. "Do you want to sleep some more?" Xiaozhong shook his head and washed up, twisting and turning. The cold water stimulated him, and Xiaozhong came to with a fright. Ding Shaya wore an embroidered light blue shangzem, her hair pinned up with a hairpin behind her head, looking very gentle. Xiaozhong wore a white t-shirt and jeans. The two of them went out the door, feeling fresh and cool. First they ate 2 leek stuffed buns by the roadside, then drank a bowl of ma tofu pudding, before happily taking the subway to Quanzhai, satisfied. There weren't too many people on the subway. Ding Shaya and Xiaozhong found a seat. Everyone was leisurely scrolling through their phones. The girls were dressed beautifully with delicate makeup, chatting in groups of 3 or 2 as they went out to play. Ding Sha unconsciously smiled. It's really nice here. It feels like everyone is living a leisurely life without much pressure. When we get old, let's come back here, okay? I saw many grandpas and grandmas holding hands and taking a walk in the park yesterday. Okay, when we get old, we'll come back here and I'll take you on walks every day, said Xiao, brushing aside the hair blowing onto her face. They arrived at Quanzhai, walking through the long passageway. There were many locals wearing sun hats and holding maps, shouting out directions at the subway exit. Perhaps because it wasn't a holiday, there weren't as many people in Quanzhai as they expected. The people coming and going all spoke in the local accent, walking slowly with their hands behind their backs as they strolled around. The chirping of birds was clear, the sky was azure blue. Unconsciously, they also slowed down their pace, blending into the crowd. Xiaozhong was still speaking broken Sichuanese, asking people how much a popsicle cost. After walking up and down 2 alleyways without buying anything, they were heating up instead. They walked past Polonia Tree Street, walked past streets, shaded densely with trees, smelling the aroma of hot pot and skewers, constantly drifting from the streets. Finally, they squeezed into a small pub next to Polonia Tree Street and ordered 2 glasses of Yangtze Manlu. The instant the icy drink entered their mouths, it felt like their whole bodies cooled down. The blazing hot summer days still tested one's patience. It was just that the moment they walked from the streets into an air-conditioned shop, there were only 4 words in their hearts survived. Ding Shaya and Xiaozhong stayed in the shop until nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon before dragging their empty stomachs out to find some lunch. Although they sat for a long time and chatted for a long time, it seemed they didn't talk about anything important. They just sat there and slowly enjoyed life. Walking up and down Keeksing Building Street, they finally decided to eat at a Spanish restaurant. The reason was that Xiaozhong, who had trouble handling spicy food, had diarrhea that morning. The restaurant had a quiet environment, with slow, tender music playing. A pretty girl came up to greet them, a table for 2. Sit wherever you'd like. They sat at a window table and ordered a seafood rice dish, some small potatoes, and shrimps, while drinking lemon water. They didn't order too much because they wanted to experience some snacks in the afternoon. The flowers on the table were very beautiful. Xiaozhong took out his camera to take pictures of Ding Shaya. The girl who brought the food was stunned for a moment when she saw Ding Shaya's face, then unrestrainedly praised. "Miss, you're so beautiful." "Very lovely." Over the past few days, Ding Shaya had heard such compliments many times. Chengdu people seemed to be like this, enthusiastic and generous with their praises of strangers' beauty. At first, Ding Shaya was a little shy, but later she could happily say thank you with a smile. She also looked forward to dressing herself up, as if her long-suppressed inner girl had been set free. Xiao Zhong smiled as he watched Ding Shaya choosing outfits in front of the mirror, starting to pay attention to makeup and dressing up. Xiao Zhong didn't find it annoying at all, only feeling happy. He was happy to see such a cheerful and lively Ding Shaya, as if she had never gone through life's hardships. The journey did not last long, because the little one at home could not be coaxed. Tiantian had tears brimming in her eyes as she sobbed on the screen. Ding Shaya was extremely distressed, and could not coax her well after trying for a long time. Xiao Zhong simply bought return tickets. Although it was a trip for two, the baby at home was also their heart. Moreover, the purpose of this trip was also achieved. Ding Shaya looked more generous and dazzling, smiled more, talked more naughty. On the way back, Ding Shaya was still a little reluctant. I still want to eat shaved ice. The shaved ice in that store tasted particularly good. Xiao Zhong pinched her nose and said, "We'll come back to eat it next time." So Ding Shaya became happy again. When they returned home, the little one was still sleeping. Ding Shaya distributed the specialties and gifts she had bought to everyone, then lay down next to little Ping'an and waited for him to wake up. After about 10 minutes, Ping'an's nose wrinkled, he kicked his legs, his eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he slowly opened his confused eyes. He turned his head to see the smiling Ding Shaya and was stunned for a moment, before reacting that his mother had returned. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. He looked at Ding Shaya as if he wanted to cry, but not cry, reaching out and calling for a hug. Ding Shaya hurriedly and distressedly picked him up and hugged him. Coaxed and kissed him. "Good baby, Mom is here. Don't cry, don't cry." Little Ping'an hugged Ding Shaya's neck and refused to let go. He clung on tightly and even refused to let go when eating. He was afraid that if he let go, his mother would disappear again. At night, he was drowsy but still held on to Ding Shaya's fingers. Zawa Auntie came to take the child, but he cried loudly as soon as she touched him, and could not be coaxed to close his eyes no matter what. Ding Shaya kissed him and said, "Let him sleep with me tonight." Zhao Auntie said, "That's good too." The little one is attached to his mom and only feels safe by his mom's side. Seeing Zhao Auntie leave, little Ping'an crawled to Ding Shaya's side, hugged her arm, curled up nicely in Ding Shaya's arms, and made 2 sounds before slowly closing his eyes. Ding Shaya gently hugged little Ping'an, reaching out to gently pat his back to coax him to sleep. Xiao Zhong came out after taking a bath and saw Ping'an. Still unwilling to leave? Well, let him sleep with us. I miss him too, Ding Shaya said softly. Xiao Zhong turned off the lights and got into bed, leaned over and kissed his precious son as well. Sleep. You guys had a tiring day today. Ding Shaya responded and slowly closed her eyes. Xiao Zhong also lay down. Little Ping'an stretched out his legs and unconsciously touched Xiao Zhong with his hand, falling asleep with soft snores. The family of 3 slept very soundly and didn't get up until noon. When Ding Shaya carried Ping'an out, Si Lu was already sitting there, teaching little Shidu to recognize characters and numbers. Seeing Ding Shaya return, Si Lu smiled brightly with his mouth full of white teeth. Mistress. Ding Shaya went over and rubbed his round head. Here already? Had your meal? Yes. Si Lu said with a smile. Little Shitu also slowly called out, Mistress. Ding Shaya laughed. Hey! Little Shitu is so good. Brother. Little Shitu clung to the table looking at Ping and in Ding Shaya's arms. Ping'an was also curiously biting his fingers looking at Shido. He's your brother. Come on, say hi. Ding Shaya squatted halfway down and held Ping'an's hand greeting Shido. Hello Stone brother. I'm Little Ping and... Little Ping'an turned his head and buried it on Ding Shaya's shoulder, but secretly looked at Little Shido. Little Shitu reacted blankly for a moment. Oh, hello brother. As he spoke, he wanted to stand on the stool. Si Lu hurriedly hugged him so he could see Little Ping. After the 2 little ones completed their friendly exchange, Ding Shaya carried Ping'an out. They only took 2 steps outside the front door. But it was soon time for lunch. In between, there were constant customers coming in. Xiao Zhong and Wang Wen, Hao took turns cooking, while the customers laughed and greeted Ding Shaya. Du Ro bit her chopsticks. Sis, you've changed so much. Really? Ding Shaya smiled. Is that good? Good. Du Ro nodded. So Ding Shaya began to enthusiastically promote Chengdu to do ro, promote the food, and promote the attitude towards life. In the end, the two girls made an appointment to go to Chengdu together next time. Wang Wenhao took off his apron. "Sis, I'm asking for leave. My grandma passed away." "Ah." Ding Shaya was stunned for a moment. "My grandma is gone. My dad asked me to go back." Wang Wenhao wiped his face. "If there's anything you need from us, just speak up directly." Ding Shaya nodded and said. Wang Wenhao didn't say much, just nodded and left. Du Ro still couldn't react. How? How so suddenly? Sigh. Ding Shaya shook her head and sighed. She looked at the baby in her arms. People come and people go. This is probably life. A week later, Wang Wenhao came back. "How is it?" Ding Shaya asked with concern. Wang Wenhao was expressionless. "It's done. My grandma passed away in her sleep." Her expression was very serene. "I guess you could say she died a natural death. I feel like she went to my grandfather. Shortly before my grandfather passed, I heard her whisper to my grandfather to wait for her because she wanted to taste the food my grandfather loved to eat. I thought she wanted to tell my grandfather how it tasted after eating those foods." Wang Wenhao even smiled. Old folks always had good feelings for each other. Even when they clamored and yelled, they wouldn't stay mad until the next day. Ding Shaya was silent for a moment. "She probably missed your grandfather too much." "Yeah, that's what I thought too." Wang Wenhao said. Life continued on steadily. Autumn passed in the blink of an eye. Ding Shaya put on a thick coat and wondered, why do I feel like autumn barely happened before it was gone? Do we even really have autumn? Xiao Zhong laughed. Although it was short, you can't deny its existence. Ding Shaya pouted her lips. Fine, I'll admit it existed. With that said, she went out to buy pears because she wanted to make autumn pear paste. Recently, everyone in the store had varying degrees of cough symptoms. Although it couldn't be said to be serious, coughing was still a little uncomfortable. Medicine is only good in moderation, so she simply decided to make some autumn pear paste and drink it every day. She brought along Du Ro, and the two girls carried back 2 large bags of pears from the market. Du Ro set up the camera, not wasting any chances to capture footage. Making autumn pear paste wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. Luckily, Ding Shaya was a very patient person. She did it step by step steadily, while chatting with Du Ro about the background information these past few days. The Rice Fragrant report said that the sales data was very good, and they hoped there could be further cooperation. Further cooperate on what? Ding Shaya blinked. I don't really have many other pickle recipes I can contribute. No, Rice Fragrant has more than just pickles. They have other things too. As Du Ro spoke, she took out her phone and tapped a few times to show Ding Shaya. Their family also has an instant food product line. It's just not well known because the sales volume is not good. They said they wanted to talk to you about this instant food product line. Instant food products? In line with what Du Ro said, the fast food fragrance family restaurant did open a new production line for fast food products. However, whether it was because the taste was not good or the promotion was inadequate, business had always been lackluster with continuous losses. The person in charge was also at wit's end, and heard that Ding Shaya helped sell the pickled vegetables well. So he also wanted to try his luck. Ding Shaya did not immediately agree, but went over there again to investigate. Obviously, the production line was very good, and the ingredients used were also fine. After Ding Shaya came back, she began to research what kind of dishes would be more suitable to promote in fast food products. She signed another contract with the fast food fragrance family again. The person in charge smiled and shook hands with her. I look forward to working more with you in the future. Our whole factory is very much looking forward to your participation. Ding Shaya also smiled and exchanged a few polite remarks. After returning home, she bought all varieties and flavors of fast food products on the market, including rice, hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, etc. The fast food fragrance family mainly produced self-heating fast food products. Every day, Ding Shaya opened a few packets of instant rice meals and ate them together with Xiao Zhong and Du Ro. In the end, Du Ro felt nauseous at the sight of instant rice meals after eating too much. Finally, they decided to make a potato and beef dish first. The unchanging combination of soft, mushy potatoes with soft, well-stewed beef was flavorful, with the viscous gravy titillating the taste buds. Ding Shaya felt that no one would be able to resist such a dish. After sending the ratio of ingredients for her home-cooked dish to the fast food fragrance family, Ding Shaya finally took a break. She had been busy for a few days. As for the video, she simply filmed a product review of the fast food meals. Fans were joking that Ding Shea might have started developing her own product because she couldn't stand the taste of fast food meals. In a way, the fans were spot on. Ding Shea sat in the cashier counter. She had not sat here for a long time, and for a moment felt rather novel. The door was knocked gently as a pair of skeletal brown hands pushed the door open. An emaciated old man speaking in a rural accent asked her, "Young lady, do you sell leftover rice here?" Ding Shea did not understand and felt rather awkward. It was Du Ro Ro who came over and repeated it again. There were very few leftovers from rice and dishes at the restaurant. Whatever little leftovers would be poured together and removed by the garbage truck at night. The old man stood hunchbacked at the door, looking at her apprehensively. Du Ro Ro whispered to Ding Shea that this was a rag picker. Seeing how old he was, Ding Shea felt sympathetic. There were only a few tables of guests at the moment. Ding Shea asked Du Ro Ro to bring him to the backyard, and had Wang Wen how cook him a bowl of beef noodles. The beef was stewed and cut into thin slices layered over the noodles. The old man looked somewhat at a loss as he gazed at Ding Shea. "Eat up." Ding Shea had him sit down and place the bowl in front of him. The old man rubbed his hands and brought them together to bow deeply, before finally picking up his chopsticks with trembling hands to eat. He did not eat quickly, but he ate with relish. Ding Shea was afraid he would feel uncomfortable and moved to the side, hugging little Ping An as she played on the swing. When the old man finished his meal, she went over. "Have you eaten your fill?" "There's more, if not enough." The old man kept waving his hands. "Enough, enough." He looked at the fair and chubby little Ping An. What a good-looking baby, blessed one. He was probably an introverted old man. He came and went, only saying that one line. Ding Shea laughed and thanked him, but he kept waving his hands. Ding Shea sent him off, and when they reached the door, she said, "If you're hungry in future, come here again. I can't give you anything else, but at least I can still give you a full meal." The old man brought both hands together again to bow deeply towards her. Ding Shea smiled and moved to the side for him. The old man tottered 2 steps before turning back again. Ding Shea waved to him. The old man also clumsily waved back before slowly walking away, his snakeskin bag on his back. Du Ro Ro walked over. "Sis, you're so kind-hearted." "What's so kind about it?" Ding Shea shook her head. "I just hope everyone can live a little better. Everyone will grow old. I'm helping others now. When I grow old later, or when my son grows old, if we encounter difficulties, I also hope there will be people to help us." Du Ro Ro oed and said anyway to him, "You're still kind-hearted." Ding Shea smiled and shook her head again. It was just a bowl of noodles to her and was not much, but to that old man, it was very important. If help can be rendered, why not just help? Ding Shea carried little Ping An into the room. The winds were getting strong, and she was afraid he would catch a cold. The colder it got, the more she craved for something piping hot. At the insistence of the fast food fragrance family, Ding Shea gave them the recipe for the hot pot soup bases too. This included mala, mushroom, and tomato-flavored ones. The fast food fragrance family was ambitious and wanted to make a mighty comeback. Some items were also removed from the menu of the little shop. Mainly, a series of nourishing soups was promoted. Hence, business had been exceptionally good lately. Customers who drank a bowl of soup would comfortably slouch against the chair back with their eyes closed, a picture of bliss. Little Ping An grew very quickly. He could now stand on the ground by himself. Even when held by one hand by Auntie Zhao, he could still walk a few steps. His eyes were big and bright like grapes. The neighbors on both sides praised that the child was very well taken care of. Ding Shea reckoned that by New Year, she could let him try real meals and understand what they tasted like. After all, he was the child from a family that ran an eatery. How could he not know what food tasted like? Ding Shea thought to herself rather amusedly. Da Zhuang finally completed a few orders in quick succession and was gleeful from his handsome earnings. He bought new clothes and gifts for his children and sister-in-law Gong, who scolded him with her mouth, but was elated inside. Before she could complain much, Da Zhuang went off again to handle his new work order. Sister-in-law Gong stood at the door watching him leave with a soft sigh. "Don't worry, he'll be back quickly," Ding Shea comforted her. "I'm not hoping that he'll earn me a mansion. Having enough to spend with some savings and not owing the children is good enough," said sister-in-law Gong. "I'm just afraid he's working too hard. He's such a big man, yet he has become thinner." Wang Wen how interjected, "Such is life." Sister-in-law Gong sighed again and went back in. Du Ro Ro glared at him. Wang Wen how scratched his head guiltily. Ding Shea collected a lot of charcoal from Uncle Wei and customized small stoves for grilling meat, lean beef, quality pork belly meat, And the QQ bouncy smoked sausage, when grilled over charcoal and wrapped with lettuce and garlic slices, while dipped in BBQ sauce, was extremely satisfying as the morsel entered the mouth. There was always a constant stream of customers at the little shop, and the delicious dishes changed daily. Over time, it made its way into the top 5 must-eat local specialty foods list. Not a few foodies from the surrounding cities also chose to drive down over the weekends to sample the fare. They laughingly remarked that they now know about this shop, and have eaten there before, rendering it impossible for them to escape its draw in future. A satisfied customer is the highest praise to a chef. Wang Wenhao was brimming with enthusiasm daily, and his culinary skills improved tremendously. Coupled with that was the wider spread of the Wang family cuisine's name. When Wang Zhengyang found out about it, he was very gratified. He made a special trip down to praise and warn Wang Wenhao to avoid him becoming arrogant or complacent. However, Wang Wenhao always engaged his mouth before his brain, so, by the time the words came tumbling out, it would be too late to retract them. Wang Zhengyang was so annoyed that his mustache bristled as he swung his sleeves and stormed off. That night, Xiao Zhong specially asked Wang Wenhao to stay back. Pack up in a few days' time and go back home. Master? You want to chase me away? Wang Wenhao panicked. It's not that I'm chasing you away. I've been intending to do this for a while, Xiao Zhong said. Now that you've learned Wang family cuisine well, you should go back to your own family's restaurant. It doesn't look right for you to keep staying here like this. What doesn't look right about it? Wang Wenhao shook his head. I just like staying here. Please let me stay, master. Your father came today wanting to call you back too, Xiao Zhong said. I don't know why he didn't say it outright, but he wants you to go back and inherit the business. I don't want to, Wang Wenhao pouted. I'm stubborn by nature. I don't want to go back. I think this is good. I just want to stay here. You little brat, Xiao Zhong laughed at him. You don't want the family business anymore? You don't want your parents anymore? My dad has already taken on disciples. The restaurant can definitely keep operating. My dad is only in his 50s and still hale and hearty. If I really made him go back home to retire, he would be unhappy. Wang Wenhao said. Just let me stay here for now. When it's time to go back, I'll go back myself. Xiao Zhong didn't insist on persuading him further and agreed. Du Ro walked out from the door. Wang Wenhao, are you leaving? She had gotten up to get some water and overheard the conversation between the boss and Wang Wenhao unintentionally. Her heart was in turmoil and she couldn't help but come out to ask for clarification. Wang Wenhao shook his head. I'm not leaving. Du Ro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Not leaving. That's good. Would you miss me? Wang Wenhao teased her. Du Ro hopped 3 feet into the air. Don't be so full of yourself. Of course not. I'm leaving tomorrow, going back home, Wang Wenhao suddenly said. Didn't you say you weren't leaving? Du Ro was stunned for a moment. I was kidding you. I have to leave eventually, just like Master said. I can't stay here forever, Wang Wenhao said. Then, Du Ro unconsciously started fiddling with her clothes. You have to come back and visit from time to time. Wang Wenhao asked her again, would you miss me? Du Ro didn't speak at first, but seeing Wang Wenhao's unusually serious face, she finally nodded lightly. Emma. Why? Wang Wenhao relentlessly pursued. We're colleagues, friends. Of course I would feel reluctant to part. Du Ro said. Just colleagues? Just friends? Wang Wenhao took a step towards her, frightening Du Ro into unconsciously taking a step back. Wang Wenhao stared fixedly into her eyes. Du Ro felt a little nervous, opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't say it. Wang Wenhao just kept staring at her, motionless. Du Ro finally seemed to give up and say, no, not just. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Wenhao interrupted her. I understand now, Wang Wenhao said. Understand what? Du Ro didn't react for a moment. I understand your thoughts, Wang Wenhao said. Let me continue from here. Ro, I've liked you for a long time. Can you be with me? Wang Wenhao said very solemnly. His usually casual face now looked deeply affectionate. Du Ro felt somewhat at a loss. Wang Wenhao said, although I'm just a cook, I swear that from now on, I will always put you first. You are my #1 priority. Du Ro's face flushed slightly red. She didn't expect that just getting up at night for some water would lead to this. She bit her lip and finally agreed. who made her unknowingly fall for Wang Wenhao too. Du Ro had a smile at the corners of her mouth, harboring the private thoughts of a young girl as she went back to bed, while also carrying a trace of sadness over the impending separation. The next morning when she woke up, she saw Wang Wenhao in the kitchen as usual, practicing his knife work. "Weren't you going to leave?" Du Ro ran over and asked him. "I was kidding you, Wang Wenhao breezily said before swiftly running off before Du Ro could react. Du Ro was stunned for a moment. "Wang Wenhao." She angrily clenched her fists. "You bastard, go die." The first snow of winter came very quickly, faster than imagined. It was as if just yesterday they were still discussing knitting little Ping in a sweater for the autumn, and today they suddenly had to prepare to buy down jackets for the baby. Time passed so fast that Ding Shia was a little caught off guard. Thinking back to being anxiously pregnant with little Ping in last year, and this year, he can already make vague gurgling sounds. Ding Shia just felt it was wondrous. On New Year's Day, they opened the door very early. Xiao Zhong insisted on selling Tang Yuan rice balls in his shop. Ding Xia just went along with him. They prepared sesame, peanuts, rose bean paste fillings, as well as fresh meat fillings. All were fillings that Ding Shia made herself and delivered to the Tang Yuan shop to wrap. The cooked Tang Yuan contained Juniang wine brew, sweet, and eating them made one happily squint one's eyes. Du Ro was reluctant to stretch out her hands, due to the cold, and squeezed next to Wang Wenhao to share a bowl with him. Si Lu fed little Shitu first before eating himself. Gong's sister-in-law put a bowl in a thermal container to bring over to Da Wang later. Looking at Si Lu, Zhuang auntie smiled very kindly. "Lin Ji, you knocked on the door and entered. Good morning." Ding Xia greeted him, "Morning, Teacher Lin. Have you eaten? Would you like a bowl of Tang Yuan? To be honest, I actually smelled the aroma and that's why I came in. Do you believe me?" Lin Ji, Yu smiled as he sat down, not at all pretentious. So Ding Xia smilingly asked him which filling he wanted. Lin Ji, Yu thought for a moment and asked for 2 different ones. The Tang Yuan were small, finished in 2 bites each, so eating a bowl with more didn't make one's stomach bloated. In winter there were few people who got up early to eat breakfast. Most were vaguely bleary-eyed, going out to walk the dog or work overtime. They came in to buy a bowl of hot Tang Yuan to painfully scaldingly finish, before rushing at deadly speed to catch the bus. Sitting by the window watching the few people outside, Lin Ji Yu contentedly sighed. "I wanted to do this in the summer too. My first reaction when I came in wasn't too sad then either, but that I felt sitting here drinking tea in the winter would definitely be very comfortable." Ding Shia asked him, "What about now?" Knowing what she was asking, Lin Ji Hu lazily propped his cheek, looking like a satisfied big cat. "It's pretty good, you could even say making lemonade out of lemons." Ding Xia tilted her head. So Lin Ji Yu started telling her about it. He had always kept himself tightly wrapped up before, never telling anyone about matters regarding his sexual orientation. After a long time, his heart always felt suffocated. Having someone like Ding Xia to confide in now, he didn't mind telling her about it either. "My parents never agreed to us being together. I moved out of home when I started university. Although still living in the same city, I really didn't run into them much after that. I know they deliberately avoided all the areas I might possibly appear. The matter of him cheating made my parents find out. They were very angry, but awkwardly asked me to return home. I was actually quite happy. I had been prepared to be alone all my life, but I didn't expect my parents, who had always been so stubborn and old-fashioned, to actually go inquire about other men." Saying this, he laughed and shook his head. "It's pretty cute." Then Ding Xia was astonished for a moment. "I'll bring him to meet you another day, so you can at least see each other, since I'll have to bring him around in the future anyway." Lin Ji Yu said very openly. "Great." Ding Xia was truly happy for him. After sending Lin Ji Yu off, Xiao Zhong came out holding little Ping and, "Why did you take him outside? It's so cold out and he hasn't woken up yet." Ding Xia carefully wrapped little Ping and up tighter. "To get some fresh air. Can't be cooped up indoors every day." As Xiao Zhong spoke, he freed a hand to pick up a skateboard too. "You took out the skateboard too?" Ding Xia was astonished. "To show it to the skater boys. They've been wanting to see my son for a long time," Xiao Zhong said somewhat proudly. "If your son gets sick, you go rolling out of here gracefully with your skateboard. Got it?" Ding Xia smiled. "Promise. Even if I'm sick, my son cannot have anything happen to him." Xiao Zhong raised 3 fingers again. Ding Xia spat at him. "As if I'd believe that." Still, she carried her son along with Xiao-Zhong to the park where they often went skateboarding. Having just walked over, the skater boys were playing wildly. Then they saw the handsome guy and beautiful woman carrying what looked like a finely carved jade baby walking over.
Wow.
The boys looked casual yet distinctive, seemingly young in age. Xiao-Zhong greeted everyone familiarly before introducing Ding Xia and Little Ping and the guys chuckled lightheartedly, greeting them in a friendly and polite manner. After chatting with them briefly, Ding Xia and Little Ping and quietly went to the side, as to not disturb them further. The guys gathered around Xiao-Zhong. Not bad, Brother Jun. Your wife is so beautiful and your baby is so cute too. Your family is perfect. Xiao-Zhong cockily smirked a little, his expression very punchable. Little Ping An had woken up and was staring out curiously, in particular ogling unblinkingly at Xiao-Zhong. Ding Xia was dying of curiosity. Was Little Ping An looking at his dad, or simply staring blankly at a moving object? After playing a couple rounds, Xiao-Zhong came over. Let's go back. You're not playing anymore? Ding Xia was startled for a moment, as Xiao-Zhong would usually play for much longer. No. I just brought you guys to meet everyone, so they don't keep asking me if the kid is fun to play with all day long. Xiao-Zhong was sweating a little, his body heated up. He first covered Ding Xia's icy cold hands, before scooping Little Ping An into his arms. The two of them headed back home together. Unable to sit still, Xiao-Zhong drove to the market again to buy New Year's goods for everyone. Ding Xia sat in the house baking egg tarts. She had covetously smelled the fragrant aroma when passing by a cake shop a couple days ago, and today decided to try making some herself. Du Ro was video editing while cradling her laptop, awaiting the egg tarts. Ding Xia's blogger career was also slowly getting on track. Unable to handle it alone, she had Du Ro take charge of that aspect, giving her a separate salary. Du Ro felt like she had found a professional job fitting of her skills, extremely elated every day. The new year came early this year, the spring festival arriving not long after New Year's Day. Xiao-Zhong had given the employees vacation and benefits, leaving only their family of 3 plus Zhuang Auntie, Si Lu, and the others. The few of them sat together wrapping dumplings, frying dishes, baking cakes, preparing to celebrate Little Ping An's first birthday during the New Year festivities. A table full of fine wine and food, Xiao-Zhong sitting at the head, but not uttering a word for a toast. Xiao-Zhong hesitated for a bit. Today is New Year's, wishing everyone a happy New Year. Everyone joyfully raised their glasses. After drinking one cup, Xiao-Zhong lifted another. This cup is to thank Zhuang Auntie for her help. Without you, I might not have been able to see Ding Xia again. Even left unsaid, the fact that he wasn't there when Little Ping An was born is something he would never forget his whole life. Raising the third cup. With this cup, I'd like everyone to bear witness. Xiao-Zhong looked towards Ding Xia. April 3 or D is a good date. Shall we have our wedding then? Ding Xia was startled for a moment. Okay. She didn't cry this time, just smiled and held Xiao-Zhong's hand that had been trembling under the table the whole time. I've prepared several plans, Chinese and Western styles, see which you like. Xiao-Zhong said. Ding Xia murmured in agreement, suddenly starting to anticipate April 3 RD. But before the romantic wedding was the long and tedious wedding preparation. Ding Xia was tired trying on dresses and getting things ready, making her want to call the whole thing off at one point. Xiao-Zhong was even more energetic, eagerly hurrying her out of bed every day to prepare. Ding Xia decided to just let him handle the preparations, while she focused on some menu planning and other tasks at the shop. Xiao-Zhong was constantly darting in and out every day, not looking tired at all. Little Ping An happily ate his solids every day, even babbling and flailing his limbs excitedly after an especially tasty meal. He was growing quickly, his features increasingly resembling Xiao-Zhong's, a mini carbon copy of Xiao-Zhong. Ding Xia wondered sometimes. People say boys resemble their mother and girls resemble their father. So why does Little Ping An look so much like his dad? Ding Xia secretly pulled out a diaper to double-check. He's definitely a boy. Zhao Auntie smiled knowingly as Ding Xia acted silly. Don't worry. You'll see the resemblance to his mother as he grows up more. Ding Xia stuck out her tongue. The scale of the wedding wasn't big, with not too many invited guests, all intimate ones. As Ding Xia slowly walked towards him in her pure white wedding dress, Xiao-Zhong couldn't hold back his tears. You fool, what are you crying for? Ding Xia wiped his tears. I'm just happy. Xiao-Zhong's voice was hoarse. Not knowing what to say, Ding Xia gently wiped his tears. We voluntarily come together as husband and wife. From this day forth, We shall share the responsibility and duty that marriage bestows upon us, to be filial to parents above. Teach children below, respect and love one another. Place trust and encouragement in each other. Understand and accommodate, share weep and joy, cherish for a lifetime. From now on, whether in good or bad circumstances, in riches or poverty, in health or illness, in youth or old age, we sail the same boat, sharing bitterness and sweetness, till death do us part as lifelong companions. We shall abide by today's vows, as we surely can abide by today's vows. What they recited wasn't the commonly known wedding vows. Xiao had deliberated for a long time before solemnly selecting the wedding oath recited when obtaining a marriage certificate. Even though they couldn't get registered yet, it felt as if they'd gotten their license this way. The wedding ended, but Xiao didn't rest with Diang Sha. After showering and changing, they secretly snuck out to drive somewhere under night's veil. Xiao had brought her to the only mountain in Nanjiang City. The sparse vegetation at the peak revealed a vast sky, stars studding the horizons beautifully. The two of them sat atop the car whispering sweet nothings. Leaning on his shoulder, Ding Shia asked, "Will we be together forever?" "We will. Will you love me forever?" "I will." "Would you abandon me and our son?" "I would not." "Which preschool do you think would be best for our son?" "I don't know," Xiao said helplessly. "Isn't it a bit early to be looking at preschools?" "It doesn't hurt to plan ahead." Ding Shia didn't really want to enroll their son yet either, just blurting it out randomly. "What do you think our son will grow up to be like?" "More like you or more like me?" Xiao suddenly asked. Ding Shia fell silent for a bit. She obviously knew what the original male lead was like. "He'll be great, sunny and cheerful. He'll love yummy food and poking around the kitchen too. He'll love skateboarding and basketball, with lots of good friends. A huge gang will follow him around, playing every day. He'll definitely grow up handsome, popular with all the girls. As for his personality, a bit mischievous. A bit quiet, like you and like me too." But Ding Shia believed little Ping'an would not turn out that way. Her little one would not grow up lonely and encounter life's bitter hardships alone, but rather be surrounded by love and warmth. He would surely become a sunny and cheerful boy. Yes, he surely will. Xiao held Ding Shia tightly, speaking with conviction. At the end of July, Ding Shia and Xiao finally stepped into the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtained 2 brand-new red booklets. They recited the marriage oath once more. Resolute and blissful. The sunshine was just right, breeze not scorching. The night was very dark and quiet. Su Li lay on the soft and spacious bed, unable to fall asleep. He couldn't remember how many times he had suffered from insomnia. He tilted his head to look at the moon outside the window. It was very beautiful, big and round. He heard it was Mid-Autumn Festival today. He wondered what mooncakes tasted like. With random thoughts running through his mind, Su Li glanced at his watch. It was 3:30. He lay still on his back, staring at the ceiling, spacing out until dawn. His secretary Zhou Yao arrived very early, bringing breakfast. When he opened the door and entered, Su Li had already gotten out of bed. Zhou Yao went through the schedule for the day according to the timetable. It was packed full. After finishing, Zhou Yao hesitated for a moment. "Boss, Miss Li called me yesterday," she said. "She hopes you can invest to help her family's company. She said that as long as you are willing to invest, she will marry you." Su Li was very calm. He ate the shrimp dumplings without saying anything, carefully savoring them. Zhou Yao waited for a moment, biting his lips. "Boss, I think Miss Li is quite pitiful," she cried very sadly on the phone. "Her family's company is indeed about to go bankrupt." So my money would just be thrown down a well if I sent it over?" Su Li said. "I believe you know better than me whether her family's company is worth saving and has value. Not only do I have to give away money for no reason, and then have to watch her reluctantly marry me as if I had coerced her, while she still longs for the man she loves in her heart. Zhou Yao, I'm not that much of a masochist yet." Su Li looked at him coldly. "I hope this is the last time." Zhou Yao lowered his head, somewhat ashamed. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Lai King had treated the boss in the past, taking advantage of the boss's feelings and almost causing his death. He was not unaware. Zhou Yao felt somewhat confused. Why did he suddenly feel a little reluctant to refuse when he heard the sadness in Li King's voice yesterday? Even though he had always detested her. Su Li paid no more attention to Zhou Yao's distracted state. After breakfast, he headed to the company. The business affairs that had accumulated in a day were numerous and chaotic. At noon, he still had to go to eat with the boss of a partner company. The boss looked mild-mannered, but his words were subtly demeaning Su Li's background all the time. Su Li remained calm and amiable until the boss grew more and more smug and mentioned his parents. Only then did he pick up a napkin to wipe his mouth and said, "Mr. Zheng, I will have someone deliver the termination of our contract agreement to your company within 3 days." The boss was stunned for a moment, and his face darkened. President Su, one can casually eat food, but cannot casually say words. Please think thrice. Xiangxing is very remarkable, but we old companies are not to be trifled with either. This kind of disrespect for your elders is not good behavior. I think we have no need to cooperate. Although our ex-Xiangxing does not have the history and seniority of your Zenda, we can still afford a bit of penalty fee. We will also launch new software and games afterwards. I personally think they're quite good. Please feel free to download and take a look when you have the time. After saying that, he got up and left with Zhou Yao, ignoring the boss who was angrily throwing things around in the private room. Zhou Yao knew his parents had always been a taboo that Su Li found hard to talk about, so he did not try to persuade him otherwise. Su Li sat in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed. He did not specify where to go, so Zhou Yao quietly waited for him. After a long while, Su Li said in a low voice, "I had a dream." Feeling vaguely noisy around him, Su Li frowned, wanting to open his eyes to take a look, but he only felt his eyes were heavy. As he struggled, he fell back asleep. Not long after, someone gently woke him up. "Little Ping An, little darling." Su Li slowly opened his eyes to see a familiar and gentle middle-aged woman softly patting his arm above him. Su Li gave a start, just about to ask who she was, when he got picked up. "Is our Ping An awake?" Auntie Zhao carried him as she slowly paced around the room. "Hungry?" Su Li silently looked at his own short and chubby little body. "Am I dreaming?" It must be. Yet he did not struggle. His first reaction was, if he was still a child, if he had not been sent to an orphanage yet, could he then see? Just as he thought this, he saw the door open. A beautiful woman with waist-length hair walked in. Seeing him, she smiled, eyes curving, and clapped her hands as she came over. "Little Ping An is awake. Did you sleep well? Are you hungry? Come, let mother hug you." "Mother." Su Li felt somewhat bewildered. His body unconsciously lifted his arms. The body's subconscious cannot lie. He was very close to this woman. Su Li lay on the woman's shoulder, hugging her neck tightly. "It's mother." He opened his mouth but no sound came out. The woman lifted the curtain and walked into the kitchen. 2 men were standing shoulder to shoulder with their backs facing them in the kitchen. The woman headed straight for a broad and sturdy back. "June." Su Li heard it. He turned to stare at the man, who had a resolute and handsome face, similar to Su Li's face in adulthood, by 70%. The man wiped his sweat. He had been cutting stuff. Seeing his wife and child come over, he went to wash his hands before carrying over his son. "Good son, Miss Daddy?" Unlike the soft and warm embrace of the woman, the man's arms were a little bony, but still gave a great sense of security. Su Li hugged the man tightly again. Even if it was a dream, he still wanted to stay a little longer. He spent the whole day in the arms of the man and woman, reluctant to let go of their necks. Until nighttime, as the woman coaxed him to sleep, his child's body could not persist too long. He soon fell into deep slumber. His fingers were still clutching the woman's sleeve, hoping he could still be by her side when he woke up again. But when he woke up, there was only the pitch-dark night again. The big empty house was quiet again, with no one around. Not lively at all, completely devoid of human presence. Su Li was immersed in such a sense of loss upon waking up that he could not pull himself out of it. That dream had felt too real. It really made him believe he was that child called Little Ping An, with parents who loved him. Su Li leaned against the back seat, thinking of that dream. Whenever he rested, he would not be able to stop himself from thinking of that dream. That huge sense of loss and confusion put him in low spirits. Zhou Yao did not know why he looked so sad and dejected. When asked what he had dreamed about, Su Li just stared blankly without answering. Zhou Yao blinked. "Shall we go, boss?" "Let's go." "Where to?" "The company?" "No, not going there." "Send me home." "Home?" "Yes, I want to sleep for a bit." "Boss, there's an interview." Zhou Yao came in with a file. "It's an official interview, quite meaningful." "Do you want to accept it?" "I've seen it." The interviewer is Du Reporter, a very famous reporter, upright and gentle. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Su Li rubbed his temples. "No need." "Turn it down." "Boss, do you have a headache again?" Haven't you been resting well recently? Zhou Yao asked with concern. The boss must have been exhausted recently, often sleeping at home. Zhou Yao was a little worried about his health. Staying up with no sleep or rest for the company before, and now even when the company was doing well, Su Li still didn't have much rest time. No, just a little tired. Su Li didn't want to say more. He hadn't dreamt of that little courtyard again. Then I'll contact the TV station to turn down the interview, Zhou Yao said. It's a pity. I heard Du Ro Ro reporter is an excellent reporter. My cousin's 8-year-old daughter has set her goal to become a reporter when she grows up. Wait, who did you say? Su Li was stunned for a moment. Du reporter. Zhou Yao didn't understand. What's her name? Su Li asked hoarsely. Du Ro Ro, Rao for soft. Zhou Yao replied. Go, tell them I agree to the interview. It took Su Li a while to find his voice again. Zhou Yao left. Su Li sat in his position, feeling a little confused. Du Ro Ro. He had heard this name before. In that small courtyard, the lively and cheerful little girl named Du Ro Ro was beside Mother. He remembered. Su Li was distracted all day. Zhou Yao was a bit worried, boss. Why don't you go home and rest? Leave the follow-up work to me. When is the interview scheduled? Su Li asked. Next Saturday. Zhou Yao said. Can it be moved to tomorrow? Su Li asked him. Why the rush? Zhou Yao scratched his head. Let me communicate with them. After about an hour, Zhou Yao came back sweaty. Done. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, Du reporter will come to our company. Su Li felt complicated. Okay, I'll give you a raise. Seeing Su Li like this, Zhou Yao was very curious indeed, boss. You've been quite strange these past few days. Is that so? Su Li smiled faintly. Just consider me a little curious. Curious about what? Zhou Yao was curious too. Curious about magic or miracles. The next afternoon, the reporter arrived on time. Su Li was dressed neatly and handsomely as he waited for them in the office. Du Ro Ro walked in, Mr. Su. I have long admired your name. I'm Du Ro Ro. Seeing the familiar face, Su Li smiled lightly. Nice to meet you, Du reporter. The interview went very smoothly. At the end, Su Li said, I made reservations at Xin Garden. Du reporter, would you like to have dinner with me? Du Ro Ro raised her eyebrows. Xin Garden was a high-end private kitchen restaurant with membership system. Only members could dine there, and the membership requirements were extremely harsh. Of course. Du Ro Ro smiled. The private meeting had a more relaxed atmosphere. Du Ro Ro's expression was much more relaxed too. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your generosity in letting me enjoy this meal. Su Li smiled and poured champagne for her. I have also long admired Miss Du reporter. Very impressed. To be honest, I thought you wouldn't accept the interview. I sent the invitation hoping for long-term contact, but you accepted it. I'm surprised, said Du Ro Ro. She was dressed elegantly and decently, with some wrinkles on her face, looking very wise and gentle. Su Li just smiled without replying. I heard Mrs. Du didn't study journalism in university? Yes, I studied editing at Nanyang University. Then, in graduate school, I got a dual degree. After entering the TV station, I became a reporter, said Du Ro Ro. Then, do you know Wang Wenhao? Su Li asked again. Who? Du Ro Ro looked puzzled. Sorry, I haven't heard of him. It's fine. I was just asking randomly. Su Li smiled and changed the topic. The atmosphere throughout the dinner was very harmonious. As they were leaving, Du Ro Ro exclaimed, If my son could be as gentle and successful as Mr. Su, I'd really burn incense and pray to Buddha. Your son? Yes. My partner and I married late. My son just started college this year. He's a rascal, always running out to play. I can't control him at all. Su Li didn't ask further and had the driver send Du Ro Ro home. As he walked along the road, he kept thinking. He wanted to go take a look at Nanyang City. Back home, he felt a little tired. He sent Zhou Yao a message to book flight tickets to Nanyang City before slowly closing his eyes. He dreamed of that little courtyard again. This time, he seemed a little older in the dream. Su Li sat up from the bed and eagerly pushed open the door. There were still many people in the yard. Some were tending to the flowers and plants. Some were washing clothes and sweeping the floor. Some were chasing and playing. Su Li stood at the door, holding onto the doorframe without daring to step forward. Xiao Zhong came from the living room, saw him at the door in one glance, strode over, and lifted his son onto his shoulders. Come on, son. Dad will take you skateboarding. Su Li froze on the man's shoulder, not daring to move. He had never experienced this strange feeling before very high up, but the man's big hand was supporting him, so he wasn't scared at all. With one hand holding his son and the other holding the skateboard, Xiao Zhong slid out of the door and glided towards the park. The neighbors along the road were all greeting them. Little Xiao, going skateboarding again, huh? Yo, little Ping An is going too. Be careful. The man greeted them with a smile all the way, and would occasionally pull Su Li to get him to say a few words too. Su Li silently hugged the man's head tighter. Once they arrived at the park, the man greeted his friends and found a flat spot to start teaching Su Li. The short body of the child had difficulty balancing. He almost fell several times, but the man steadily caught him each time. Su Li secretly pressed his lips into a smile. After playing for a while, the man clipped him again to walk home. As soon as they got home, they were spotted by Ding Sha. Ding Sha came over to take the child first, then gave Xiao Zhong a kick. Xiao? Zhong grinned at her. Didn't let him fall. I caught him every time. Right, son? Su Li immediately nodded heavily. Ding Sha glared at him. It's so hot and you took him out. What if he got heat stroke? Sunburn? Xiao Zhong rubbed the back of his head and slipped away. Ding Sha carried Su Li to wash up. At first, Su Li still felt a little uncomfortable, but then he thought, and this is mother. After washing, Ding Sha carefully applied a bunch of products on him and even put some calamine lotion. Su Li sneezed twice. Ding Sha was worried caught a cold. Too hot? Su Li shook his head. Itchy. Ding Sha smiled and poked his nose, pulling him to go to the living room. She brought him a bowl of soy milk pudding. Eat up. You said you wanted to eat this yesterday, didn't you? Su Li knew this was soy milk pudding. He had wanted to eat it so much when he was little, but didn't have the money to buy it. Later, when he grew up, he didn't want to eat it anymore. He carefully scooped a spoonful into his mouth with the spoon. Cold and sweet, the red bean paste was chewy. He narrowed his eyes. It tasted so good. So this was what it tasted like. He unconsciously swung his little legs. At lunch, he ate the meal Ding Sha had personally cooked. Su Li was extremely happy and ate until his stomach was bulging. Ding Sha was a bit worried seeing him eat so much, worried that he would throw up after eating so much. Sure enough, in the afternoon while chasing egg yolk in the yard, he suddenly threw up all over the ground after running 2 steps. Ding Sha took him to see the doctor. Nothing major, just feeling a little out of sorts. Ding Sha was a bit angry. Xiao Xixian, are you silly? How could you keep eating when you're already full? Have you forgotten what mother taught you? Su Li mumbled in his heart. Mother didn't teach me. But he said, tasted good. Ding Sha didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can eat more next time if it tastes good. You can't eat yourself into a fatso in one go, understand? Understood. Su Li felt a little disappointed. Could he still get to eat it again in the future? After returning from the hospital, he had been burying himself in Ding Sha's shoulder the whole time. Su Li was droopy. Xiao Zhong came to check on him several times, and was also worried. I won't bring him skateboarding anymore. Ding Sha stroked the child's head. Don't blame you. It's because he ate too much. Xiao Zhong still insisted. No way any slight abnormality from the child could scare him witless. Gong's sister-in-law compassionately patted his back. Our little Ping An. Why are you so spiritless? Are you still uncomfortable? Su Li obediently shook his head. Ding Sha couldn't hold him and wanted him to get down. Su Li didn't let go, hold. Ding Sha sighed and held him up again. Found a place to sit down and let the child sit on her lap before she breathed a sigh of relief. He had eaten very few bites at dinner. Ding Sha carried him back to the room to rest. Su Li pulled her and didn't let go. Ding Sha coaxed him and sang lullabies to him. Su Li's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He pulled Ding Sha and suddenly wanted to speak, wanting to tell her who he was. Mother. I miss Mother. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little boy had fallen asleep. Ding Sha covered his belly for him, adjusted the air conditioner temperature, and kissed his forehead before going out. When Su Li opened his eyes, he felt empty. A feeling of loss was going to overwhelm him. He sat up and took out a cigarette with shaking hands. The phone rang twice. It was a message from Zhou Yao. He said, "Hello, boss." Su Li picked up the phone and called him. Zhou Yao, the internet-addicted teenager, hadn't gone to sleep yet, and was startled by the boss's phone call. Boss? Do you think I can change my name? Forget it. Just kidding. Have the plane tickets been booked? Booked. Next Tuesday. We have to work hard these next few days and get everything done early. Okay, thanks for your hard work. Go get some rest.
Boss,
What is it? Are you not able to sleep? Zhou Yao asked gingerly. Su Li was silent for a moment. No, I just had a dream. I dreamed of Mom and Dad, Su Li said before he could ask. Zhou Yao felt some heartache for his boss. The boss had always been an outstanding person, but was often looked down upon or even ridiculed because his parents were unknown. His parents had almost become the boss's obsession. Then, Zhou Yao wanted to ask what the parents in the dream were like. Go to sleep. There's still work tomorrow, Su Li said. I want to go to Nanjing City sooner. The plane landed smoothly, and the early autumn in Nanjing City was still hot. Zhou Yao looked at Su Li next to him worriedly, who had been absent-minded ever since he got on the plane. Boss? We've arrived? Let's go. Su Li quickly regained his composure. According to the fuzzy memories from his dream, he found the old street. The old street had been renovated several times and looked different from his memories. But when he looked closely, he could still find some familiar scenes. Zhou Yao watched as Su Li's hand brushed over the bamboo fences, as if he was cherishing something. Boss, were you from Nanjing City before? Zhou Yao couldn't help asking. Probably, Su Li said with a smile. He didn't hide the feeling of joy bursting out of every pore. It really felt like coming home. He bought Zhou Yao a milk tea at the street corner, then walked slowly along the street until that familiar yet unfamiliar little shop. It was covered in dust. There was no hustle and bustle, no customers coming in and out. There were no wooden signboards or wooden sliding doors either. There were no lush flower beds at the door or small blackboards writing today's specials. There was no smiling mother who always stood at the door. Su Li stared at this place for a long time. He felt this dusty and dilapidated look was really unsuitable. Yao, go ask the owner of this house if he is willing to sell the house to me, Su Li said. Although Zhou Yao was very puzzled, he still agreed and went to the neighbor's house to ask for the contact information of the owner. Soon he came back. The owner is an elderly couple, but they have passed away already. Their children have settled overseas. I have emailed them. Su Li stood at the door and looked at it for a long time. Let's find a house to stay in Nanjing City and then find a carpenter. Boss, how long do you plan to stay in Nanjing? Zhou Yao was taken aback. He thought Su Li was only here to take a look. He didn't expect that Su Li was going to stay. I don't know. I should be here for the near future, Su Li said, and there are some other things that I want you to help me find out as soon as possible. Zhou Yao was puzzled, but he didn't dare to persuade Su Li and could only go to get things done. Su Li sat in the back seat and slowly closed his eyes. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. He hadn't had such a good sleep in a long time. Zhou Yao had already parked the car in the hotel parking lot and was just waiting for him to wake up. Boss, you're awake? Zhou Yao was organizing the handover of follow-up work. After all, if Su Li was going to stay in Nanjing City long-term, many tasks needed to be transferred over to proceed smoothly. I booked dinner at the hotel. Shall we go upstairs? No, let's go to Wang's restaurant. Su Li fumbled with his phone for a while. Zhou Yao opened the navigation. Fortunately, it was not too far. Less than half an hour later, they arrived. There were many people at Wang's restaurant. The welcoming lady at the door politely told them that they might have to wait for a while. Su Li didn't mind. He sat in the waiting area. While they were waiting, he saw a rugged-looking but depressed man in slippers shuffling over slowly. The welcoming lady whispered for a while. One left, and soon an old man with a square face came out. Dad. The man still spoke slowly. You still know to come over? The square-faced old man frowned. The man looked up at him. I've bought the tickets. I'm leaving tonight. I won't work at home anymore. Bastard. Where do you still want to go? The old man was furious. Have you forgotten how your grandfather died? You are still so stubborn. If you dare to leave today, don't come back to this family again. The man's hand reaching out to support the old man stopped in midair, then slowly dropped. Brother Da Wen and Brother Bo Lin are both good people. They will definitely take good care of you. Dad, then I'm leaving. The man left after speaking, without seeing the tears falling down instantly from the old man. The old man clearly couldn't bear to part with his son, yet still had to say those words. And the son didn't even know how to speak gently. Zhou Yao frowned as he watched. Su Li didn't feel like eating anymore after watching this. He stood up. I'll go back first. You can eat by yourself. I'll reimburse you after you're done. Boss? Zhou Yao was surprised. Su Li waved his hand. I'll walk around by myself for a bit. Zhou Yao didn't chase after him. Su Li had been acting very unusual ever since he arrived in Nanjing. He didn't know what Su Li was thinking about either, sometimes smiling and sometimes frowning. Since Zhou Yao was Su Li's college classmate, he didn't pry too much and continued to wait happily for a seat. After all, he had checked that Wang's restaurant was said to be very tasty. He didn't know where the boss found this restaurant either. Su Li walked quietly on the streets. It was very quiet. He felt a sense of safety, like returning to the womb, and everything relaxed. Even when he returned to the hotel, he was still in a soft and comfortable state. Su Li, let's talk. Li Qingqing waited at the door, looking at him as if seeing a lifesaver. I don't think there's anything left to talk about. Su Li said, I've made it clear. I don't want to waste money or marry you. But I've compromised. What more do you want? Su Li, don't go too far. Li Qingqing felt extremely humiliated. Can't you understand? I said I hope to never see you again. I don't want to have any contact with you in the future. Su Li said emotionlessly. Li Qingqing was stunned, seemingly not expecting Su Li to say such things. Su Li called the hotel front desk and asked security to escort Li Qingqing out. Li Qingqing didn't react until she left. The man who loved her so much and indulged her so much, how could he change suddenly just like that? She only regarded him as a brother. She didn't even love him. Was it wrong for her to reject Su Li? How could Su Li not help her? Su Li obviously liked her a lot. But Su Li would not explain anything more to her. Su Li's good mood for the day had been ruined. He opened a bottle of red wine for himself, didn't turn on the lights, and sat on the sofa looking at the stars on the horizon. Soon, Su Li went to retrieve the graphics tablet he brought with him. He hoped to quickly draw down what he could still remember. Otherwise, when he forgets, he really won't have a way. As soon as Zhou Yao returned to his room, he received a message from Su Li, Nanjing City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Check if 32 years ago, there was someone called Ding Xia who gave birth to a child there. Okay, boss. Although he was very curious why the boss was checking someone else's birth record, the quality of an excellent secretary was not to ask more questions. Zhou Yao replied, and then went to wash up and rest. Just as he lay in bed, Zhou Yao suddenly flipped up from the bed again. 32 years ago. Was the boss checking his own birth records? Zhou Yao was suddenly wide awake. The boss had always been working hard to find his parents. Could he finally have some clues? Zhou Yao couldn't help feeling excited for him. Su Li was slowly recalling and drawing. He first sketched lightly to outline a beautiful female portrait. It was Ding Xia's appearance. Looking at the sketch, he slowly began to draw in detail. The night was still long, and he could draw on. Boss, I found it, said Zhou Yao. His work ability was outstanding, and he had found the information Su Li wanted in just a few days. Cinnabar, it really is your mother. Zhou Yao had already looked over the information earlier, and now felt somewhat reluctant to say it out loud. Su Li took the documents. What met his eyes was an old, faded photo. He didn't know who took it. She was leaning against a Chinese parasol tree, wearing a goose-yellow skirt. Her belly was very round, and she was smiling gently. It was that face. Su Li suddenly felt his eyes brim with tears. It really was that face. That was Mom. Su Li repeatedly caressed the photo, unable to hold back a hint of a smile. He had seen her too, spent time with her, acted coquettishly in her arms. Zhou Yao stood to the side, somewhat unwilling to read out the information he had found. Did you find out anything else? Su Li asked. Your aunt really loved you. I found the doctor then in charge of her, Dr. Li Yu. Dr. Li Yu said she was always very obedient, carefully asking many questions about how to take good care of the baby. She looked very happy, Zhou Yao said. She really did love me a lot, Su Li said without any hesitation. Additionally, following your aunt's clues, I also discovered the identity of your father. Zhou Yao turned a page and handed him another photo. A youth with scarred eyebrows, skinny and fierce, glared at the camera lens. He wore prisoner's garb and handcuffs. This is from the Nanjing City prison. Your father is called Xiao Zhang. He was imprisoned for gang-related crimes and died not long after in a prison fight. Zhou Yao closed his eyes. Investigate, Su Li said without any hesitation. His father could not possibly be that kind of person. He was very content staying with mother in a small courtyard. There's no way he would do something like this. It's been investigated, Zhou Yao said. I contacted the officer who originally captured Mr. Xiao. The officer said there were too many dubious points in this case. He had always suspected that Mr. Xiao was taking the fall for someone, But before he could investigate clearly, that prison fight occurred. Investigate further, from why he was imprisoned to the truth behind the fight. Find out everything, Su Li said. Zhou Yao left. Su Li placed the two photos side by side. The unruly youth, the gentle and beautiful girl. This was his only family portrait. The new house was located not far from the skate park, with a small yard. Very nice. Zhou Yao had invited a very skilled carpenter master, said to be the disciple of an old carpenter master. Gentle and honest, and very meticulous with his woodwork. The carpenter's surname was Lai. He had thick brows and large eyes. Su Li showed him the drawings he had made, carefully explaining while Li scrutinized them, trying his best to recreate the scene from Su Li's memories. Although Carpenter Li was naive when it came to the ways of the world, he had inspiration when it came to carpentry. After listening for a while, he thumped his chest. Don't worry, boss. I will definitely make it like what you want. These aren't difficult. I just really admire the style and ideas behind it. Su Li smiled slightly. I won't be stingy with money or time. As long as you can recreate this effect, that's good enough. No problem. Have you selected a renovation team on your end? I'll coordinate with their plans on what to work on first. Su Li shook his head. Still looking. If you don't mind, I can introduce one to you. They do meticulous work. To be honest, your house needs to be completely redone. Many of the wood planks have rotted, Lee Carpenter said. Bring their team lead to meet me another day. Su Li nodded slightly. No problem. Then I'll get going, boss. Lee Carpenter happily left. Su Li sat in a rocking chair in the yard looking at the sky. He remembered that mother really liked doing this. Father even said that they had moved the rocking chair from the house 3 times. When Zhou Yao returned, he seemed a little worried. He made a call to Su Li's only good friend. Hello? Wenyu? When are you coming back? Boss is scaring me with how he's acting. It was the middle of the night over there. Zhou Wenyu had originally been sleepy, but was jolted awake by Zhou Yao's words. What's going on? Zhou Yao told him about Su Li's recent condition. The main thing is, he's not sad at all. He would even sit there revealing a reminiscent smile, saying strange things, acting as if he had grown up with his parents before. Zhou Yao's expression turned fearful. But his mother died in childbirth, and his father had already passed before he was born. I suspect something might be wrong with him mentally. I'm booking the earliest flight back, Zhou Wenyu said, before abruptly hanging up. When Zhou Yao returned, it was to give an update. Boss, I found out. Your father went in to take the fall for money. He wanted to back out, but the gang members in prison got wind of it, and informed the outside. The purpose of that prison fight was to silence him. Su Li was not surprised at all. He had guessed this from the start. Su Li gripped the small wood carving Lai Carpenter had casually gifted him, clenching and relaxing. What about their remains? All in the public cemetery. Buy a cemetery plot. I want to handle their funeral affairs properly. All right. On a day with sunny and glorious weather, Su Li went to collect his parents' ashes from the public cemetery. They were even in the same cemetery, one on the left and one on the right, separated by seas of other people's graves. Su Li looked at the tombstones, simple with only their names and years of birth and death. He respectfully kneeled and kowtowed 3 times, hugged his mother's urn as he went before his father's tombstone. Kowtowing 3 more times. The urns were both small and he hugged them tightly. Your son has been unfilial, only coming to bring father and mother home after so many years. You must be stricter to me in the next life. As Su Li spoke, he found a small, flower-filled slope next to a blossoming tree. Hugging the 2 urns, he said, Zhou Yao, take a photo for me. Zhou Yao was stunned for a moment. Take a photo for me, Su Li patiently repeated. He smiled slightly for the camera. It was a family portrait. Zhou Yao couldn't bear to see it. Head lowered, he wiped his tears. Boss, let's go. We shouldn't delay the auspicious timing. Su Li gave an M sound and slowly made his way downhill. The newly purchased cemetery plot was wide and spacious, surrounded by flowers, grass, and trees. As Su Li set the urns down, he silently recited in his heart. I made this place to Mother's liking. Father, you loved Mother so much, you'll definitely like it too, right? If there's anything unsatisfactory, send me a dream. When I was small, I resented not having parents. But I don't think that anymore. I know you both loved me very much. I'm doing very well now, and the years have been good too. Don't worry about me. Be my parents again in the next life, all right? I miss you both. Zhou Yao cried harder than Su Li. Su Li had been smiling the entire time, not shedding a single tear. Why are you crying so hard? He looked at Zhou Yao with some amusement. I'm sad, boss. If you're sad, then cry it out. Don't keep it bottled up. Zhou Yao was a mess of tissues. I'm not sad, Su Li said. I used to feel sad because I thought they neglected me, abandoned me. But now I know they didn't wrong me at all. They loved me a lot. Su Li sat by the gravestone, leaning against the side with Dean Shah's name. The empty space in my heart has been filled. Boss. Zhou Yao was even more of a wreck. Su Li looked as if he was ready to pass on without any lingering attachments. Just then, Su Li's phone rang. He picked up. Wenyu? Why the sudden call? I'm about to board the plane, Zhou Wenyu said. Remember to come pick me up? Su Li helplessly glanced at Zhou Yao. Did you call him? Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Wenyu didn't believe him and insisted on returning. Su Li had no choice. Change your flight to Nanjing City Airport. I'll come get you. 2 days later, Zhou Wenyu landed. Come with me to see a psychologist. I know you probably think I'm crazy, but I really feel fine, Su Li said helplessly. Zhou Wenyu frowned as he looked over the psychiatrist's certificate showing a clean bill of health. Su Li took him to the small courtyard and slowly told him about himself. About everything that had happened to him. Zhou Wenyu listened with furrowed brows at first, then with eyes and mouth wide open in astonishment. Finally, he fell silent. Maybe it's not a bad thing after all. Su Li patted him on the shoulder. You get me, brother. I wish you all the best, Zhou Wenyu said. Zhou Wenyu stayed with him for a week. The day Zhou Wenyu left, Su Li found a cat at his front door. The cat was a bit chubby, with ginger fur that truly suited his color. Curled up in a trembling ball by the door, he was still just a kitten. Su Li picked him up. Where did you come from, guest? The ginger kitten nuzzled his palm and let out a soft, tender mew. No place to go? Want to come with me? I definitely won't let you go hungry. Su Li wrapped him in a scarf and took him to the vet. The kitten was very healthy. He was probably just looking for a long-term meal ticket. Su Li bought a pile of things and took him home. As soon as he was put down, the ginger kitten started frolicking all around the house, perfectly at ease. Su Li believed what the vet had said, that the cat was looking for a permanent food source. Zhou Yao came back holding a stack of documents. Boss, the boss of Kibing Company is also in Nanjing. He said he wants to take you out for a meal. You can arrange it, Su Li said in a good mood. I met a weird guy today. Looked totally normal, but the moment he opened his mouth, he sounded like a psycho, Zhou Yao complained. Oh, what happened? Su Li was a little curious. Some guy waving around a project proposal, saying his studio could research time travel and parallel universe theories and stuff. Total nut job. Zhou Yao grumbled. No idea where he got his information, but he knew you were here and kept calling me. Raving lunatic. If he keeps this up, I'm calling the cops. Find out everything you can about his studio and theories and get me his information, Su Li suddenly said. Boss? Zhou Yao couldn't believe his ears. You can't actually believe this stuff? What era is this? You gotta believe in science, boss? Zhou Yao was on the verge of another meltdown. I told you to do it, so do it, Su Li said. I want to see everything as soon as possible. Zhou Yao took a deep breath and left, hands clutched over his heart. In Su Li's mind, however, a bold and outrageous idea was gradually taking shape, madly making his arm hairs stand on end. 2 days later, Zhou Yao reluctantly came in holding a folder. You really want to see this crazy stuff? Give it here. Su Li was eager to the point of impatience. Su Li carefully read through all of the man's guesses and theories. Set up a meeting. I want to see him. The man turned out to be slightly younger than Su Li expected. Like Dr. Akabono, his face held an excited, fanatical smile. Mr. Su, I know you're a visionary leader. Only someone like you can see the feasibility and monumental significance of my project. With your investment and support for my research, I will surely deliver satisfactory results. I'll be direct. I can invest 20 million for starters, and up to 200 million more afterwards. Over his coffee, Su Li went straight to business. The man rubbed his hands eagerly. What are your requirements? I want to see results for that initial 20 million, Su Li said with a faint smile. 2 days later, Dr. Jing's account received a 200 million wire transfer. Dr. Jing started working day and night. Su Li sat in his yard, staring blankly at the Chinese parasol tree. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do, or what meaning it held. He just thought that if by some chance it succeeded. The ginger kitten waddled over unsteadily and jumped into his lap. the hairs by his mouth and whiskers still wet with milk. Su Li couldn't help smiling slightly. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the kitten's mouth, then went back for a comb and nail clipper. The weather was so nice. He should give the kitten's fur a combing and trim his nails. Su Li happily decided. After being combed all neat and tidy, the clueless ginger kitten was placed belly up on Su Li's knee. Su Li held the kitten's paw and started clipping his nails. The kitten yowled twice in protest before being suppressed. Once Su Li finished trimming his nails, he gathered the cat in his arms and gently stroked him. Unnoticed by either, the ginger kitten started purring and nodded off. His 2 front paws were tucked against his chest. Su Li slowly closed his eyes as well. He was dreaming again. In the dream, he had grown up, waking up in class. The teacher frowned at him to answer a question. Unhurried, Su Li stood up, glanced at the problem, and stated the answer. The teacher's expression lightened somewhat. Sit down. If you're tired, stand up next time, understand? Understood, teacher. Su Li sat down and opened his book. The first page had a name written on it. Xiao Sijin. So those were the 3 characters. Su Li carefully copied the name with his pen on paper. The end of class bell rang quickly. An unfamiliar boy came over and slung an arm around his shoulder. Damn, Xiao Sijin. I saw you sleeping, but you were still listening to class? Badass. Teach me, how do you multitask like that? Su Li shook his head. Natural talent.
Ooh.
It's so bright, I'm blinded. Oh wait, it's just you showing on. Before the boy could finish teasing, Su Li smiled mildly and said no more. After school let out, Su Li hesitated for 2 steps before someone took his book bag from him. He looked up to see a wide-eyed boy pulling him along. Have a safe trip home. The boy didn't seem to have changed much. He still liked to stare wide-eyed at people, like when he was little. Su Li gave an M and took his bag back from Xiao Shitu's hands. Let's go. Xiao Shitu looked blankly at his now empty hands for a beat, then reached to take the book bag again. Su Li dodged. I can carry it myself. Xiao Shitu slowly mumbled an O and trailed after him. After 2 steps, Su Li stopped and regarded Xiao Shitu. You walk in front. Xiao Shitu halted and took Su Li's hand instead. Together. Going home. It was a little odd for 2 grown boys to hold hands, but after a moment's thought, Su Li didn't let go. He obediently followed him back to the familiar little shop. The shop was still bustling with customers. Su Li carefully observed every corner, determined to commit each detail to memory. Ding Shia brought over a plate of snacks. Tired? Hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. This is just something small first. Seeing Ding Xia made Su Li's nose suddenly sting with the urge to cry. She had aged a little, gained some wrinkles. I'm going to do homework. Su Li took the plate with a murmur and headed to the backyard. Finding his room, he sat at his desk in a daze, staring at the plate of snacks. Slowly, he picked one up and put it in his mouth. Very sweet. He blankly regarded the plate, gazing out the window at the yard until called for dinner. At dinner, he saw his father. Xiao Zhong had more charm now, handsome and dignified. Su Li thought to himself that he resembled his grown-up self. As he ate, Su Li carefully observed every detail, determined to commit it all to memory. Xiao Shitu is so well-behaved today. How odd, Duanglanti remarked with a smile. Nothing much, just a little tired, Su Li answered. When getting ready for bed, Ding Xia came. Were you unhappy today? Ding Xia asked, concerned. No, I was very happy, Su Li said sincerely. I've never been this happy before. Ding Xia stroked his head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your mom and dad are here. Su Li smiled and nodded. As Ding Xia turned to leave, Su Li called out, Mom, I love you so much. I love Dad so much too. Ding Xia froze for a second, then smiled. We love you too. Lying down, Su Li kept smiling. He thought that even if he never dreamed again, he would have no regrets now. The rebuilding process of the small courtyard was lengthy and slow. Su Li carefully filled in some details and then gave the new blueprint to Lai Carpenter before buying a set of wood carving knives for home practice. When not busy, he would open the drawing paper by the window and draw carefully. Sometimes he would pick up the carving knife and practice some wood carving. Although very clumsy, Su Li was always in a good mood. After the overall renovation was completed, Zhou Yao accompanied him to the flower and bird market. Su Li bought a bunch of flowers to plant and also learned many tips on managing flowers. The small courtyard began to take shape. Su Li stood at the entrance of the yard and squinted his eyes. Very nice. Boss, you did well. I always thought you were just an engineering man. Didn't expect you would have decent artistic taste. Zhou Yao marveled. Su Li did not explain that this was not his artistic taste, but his mother's. When the flowers bloom next summer, we can also barbecue here. Su Li pointed to a corner he had deliberately left out. I'll build a shed there another day. Zhou Yao happily said, Sure, no problem, leave it to me. What followed next was the addition of facilities inside the house. Su Li had bought and arranged everything that needed to be placed. It just lacked some handmade furniture from Lai Carpenter. Although he did not intend to open a shop, Su Li still made the lobby look like a restaurant. He drew quick sketches of Ding Shai and Xiao Zhong on the small blackboard at the door, and planted the flowers nicely. Zhou Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. Boss, how do you come up with so many tricks? I just can't. Of course, Su Li did not answer. After tidying up, Su Li moved into the small courtyard with his luggage. Zhou Yao was stunned for a moment. You really intend to live here? Why don't you live here too? Forget it, I still prefer hotels more. Zhou Yao shook his head again and again. Su Li liked to make himself a cup of coffee, sit by the window, and read a book or handle work to get through the day. The sunlight was just right here. He did not add sugar to the coffee. Su Li was unusually relaxed today, sitting on the chair and napping. Someone knocked on the door lightly. Su Li opened his eyes to see a girl push open the door. Excuse me. Is this a coffee shop? No, this is a private residence. Su Li said. From the outside, I saw tables and chairs inside. I thought it was a coffee shop. The girl said somewhat apologetically. But the painting on your door is really nice. Is it you and your girlfriend? No. Su Li shook his head. It's my parents. Wow, they must be so happy and beautiful, the girl exclaimed. Su Li smiled slightly. He was in a good mood today. He walked over and pushed the door open. Come on in and sit for a while. Let me make you coffee. How can I trouble you so much? Although the girl's mouth was polite, she walked in without hesitation. Wow, it's even nicer inside. Can I take pictures? Go ahead. Su Li poured her a cup of coffee with extra milk and sugar. So delicious. It's a pity not to open a coffee shop. The girl's eyes widened after just one sip. My name is Ran Shanshan. I'm here on vacation. The girl started to introduce herself. I walked over because it looked so beautiful from outside, so I just knocked on the door and came in. You are here on vacation? Su Li was a little curious. Nanjiang was not exactly a tourist city, nor was it famous. Yes, I just like these old streets and alleys. Because I study history, and I'm particularly interested in ancient culture, Ran Shanshan said. I like to travel, pack up and go to the train station, randomly buy a ticket for the next train leaving, and just go wherever. Su Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't it unsafe for a girl to travel alone? I've been learning martial arts since I was young, Ran Shanshan said proudly. When Zhou Yao came back, he saw Su Li sending a girl out the door, somewhat surprised. Who is it? After the girl left, he walked over and asked meaningfully. A girl who got lost, Su Li said lightly. Zhou Yao wanted to say something else, but Su Li shut him up in one sentence. Go hurry the research lab. Zhou Yao grievously added another task to tomorrow's packed schedule that would exhaust people to death. What Su Li didn't expect was that Ran Shanshan came again the next day. Hey boss? Ran Shanshan knocked on the glass, then went to the door and popped her head out. Do you have time to take me sightseeing around Nanjiang? I'm not very familiar with this area either, Su Li declined. I just moved here not long ago. He thought Ran Shanshan would be disappointed and leave, but unexpectedly, Ran Shanshan's eyes lit up. That's fine too. I can take you around. I've been to quite a lot of places these days. Su Li was startled for a moment by her words. Before he could respond, Ran Shanshan had already run over and pulled him out the door. Let's go. Let's go. I'll treat you to something delicious. Aren't you bored staying inside all day? Su Li hesitated for a moment before being dragged out by Ran Shanshan. Su Li believed that she had been learning martial arts since childhood because her strength was really big and she was very good at using clever force. In just a few moves, the big man Su Li was pulled out the door by her. Let's go, let's go. I'll take you to Yuku Street. You must not have been there. There's a place with delicious, crispy pork. Su Li followed Ran Shanshan around the city all day. By the end, he was a little tired, but Ran Shanshan was still excited and said she wanted to go eat wontons at another place. Were all girls so terrifying? Su Li shook his head. It took great effort to finally get back home. Zhou Yao was sitting at the door with his face in his hands. Where have you been? you know to come back? Su Li ignored his grieved look. I'm very tired. If you have anything to say, just say it. That peach. D said there's progress. Unidentified signal fluctuations were detected, possibly space-time fluctuations. Zhou Yao's voice dragged on. He still felt that this was a scam. Su Li didn't stop walking. Have him confirm it. After confirmation, give him another 2 billion yuan to continue research. Tesk. Zhou Yao knew he was in a bad mood and didn't bother him anymore. But he felt he had witnessed the terrifying nature of human beings firsthand. From then on, every day at around 10 am, Ran Shan would come and knock on Su Li's window, then drag him all over the city to eat everywhere. At first, Su Li was a little annoyed, but later he slowly began to look forward to it every day, looking forward to Ran Shan's arrival. Ran Shan didn't come to drag him out every day either. Yesterday, they might have gone out to the suburbs to eat at a farmhouse restaurant, and today she would accompany Su Li to tend to the flowers and plants, help him arrange the furniture sent by Lai Carpenter. It's so beautiful here. Ran Shan sat on the swing. I love it here so much. It was designed by my mother, Su Li said, stroking the little orange cat's head. Wow! She must be amazing then. She must be especially gentle, Ran Shan exclaimed. She is very gentle, as if she never gets angry, always smiling gracefully. Su Li said, How nice. Not like my mom, who glares at me every day, ready to hit me. Like a tigress. Ran Shan stuck out her tongue a little mischievously. Ran Shan would also work here sometimes. She was a travel blogger who regularly shared her videos on public platforms. Ran Shan sat editing videos while Su Li handled work. Occasionally, he would get up to pour coffee for both Ran Shan and himself. Su Li vaguely felt that he was touching the calm and happiness that his parents, whom he had never met, had yearned for through the passage of time. Ran Shan accompanied him like this for 2 months. I'm leaving. Ran Shan's work meant that she couldn't stay in one city for too long, so Su Li didn't keep her there. Before getting on the plane, Ran Shan said regretfully, I wanted to invite you to travel together. The videos you helped me shoot were great. My fans all said that I spent a lot to hire a photographer. Su Li smiled. If there's time for you to come back, I can help you shoot more. Ran Shan hummed, and both of them fell silent the moment they looked into each other's eyes. The broadcast started announcing the boarding. Ran Shan waved at him. I gotta go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Su Li saw her off. Ran Shan looked back once more, but didn't say anything. Zhou Yao was waiting for him in the car. Seeing him come back, he said, I thought you would either leave with her or ask her to stay. I'm 32 this year, not 22. Su Li fell silent for a bit. If I were 22, he would have asked her to stay. So what? Zhou Yao scratched his head. It doesn't matter where you are. Just take a plane and you'll be there in no time. Are you afraid of long-distance relationships? I do have some feelings for her, Su Li said. But it's just some feelings. He sounded regretful. The feelings were not enough to carry the weight of life, let alone someone like him. Let's go to the lab, Su Li soon said. Zhou Yao nodded and started the car. The lab was located in the suburbs. When they went in, someone wearing a white coat came out to greet them. Su Li put on a mask and went inside. The professor was obsessively debugging a machine and didn't even hear his assistant calling him. Su Li sat on a stool and waited until the professor noticed him before asking, How is it going? I need a lot of experiments. The professor had devoted his whole life to the research of time travel. Now, with sufficient funding, he finally made some progress and was so excited that he almost fainted. As long as the experiment can prove my machine and theory viable, I will succeed. Su Li thought for a moment. What kind of experiment subject do you need? Animals? Humans. I want living humans. Zhou Yao was so frightened that he immediately walked over. Boss, human experiments are illegal. Su Li nodded, indicating that he understood. The professor also heard it. I won't hurt them. I just need them to test the machine to see if they can travel through space-time or read memories from different space-times. Zhou Yao was still worried. Forget it, boss. This is simply impossible. It will work. Absolutely. I pledge everything I have that it will definitely work. Then experiment on yourself. If not, let your assistant do it. The assistant immediately backed away reluctantly. Zhou Yao seized the opportunity upon seeing that. You see, even you yourselves are unwilling. You don't even believe it yourselves. The professor turned around to grab his assistant's hand. You do the experiment? Tell him it's possible. It will work. Shut up, all of you. Su Li frowned. I'll do it. No way, boss. Zhou Yao shrieked. Will it endanger my life? Su Li asked the professor. It won't. Then I'll do it. Don't even think about it. Zhou Yao took out his phone to call the police. Su Li stopped him. I have to do this for a reason. Trust me, I'll be fine. Zhou Yao refused to budge. Have you been brainwashed by him? Then keep me company. Take me to the hospital immediately if anything goes wrong. After a long standoff with neither side willing to give in, this turned out to be the best solution. Su Li took off jewelries with metal and lay on the machine. The professor outfitted him properly with devices, while Zhou Yao stood guard on the side, holding a phone in each hand, both phones prominently displaying 110 and 120. He would dial them immediately at the slightest problem. Su Li closed his eyes. Strange, unknown forces were linking up his brainwaves. He felt more and more weary, and lost consciousness shortly after. Zhou Yao watched Su lie nervously. The professor also broke out in cold sweat. Su Li only saw white fog. He slowly walked forward and saw a catalpa tree. Under the tree was a gentle and beautiful woman, gently caressing her belly. Su Li couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, but the woman couldn't see him. After trying for several times, Su Li came to this conclusion. He found a place to sit down and watched the woman stroke her belly while singing some unknown song. After sitting for a while, the woman looked a little uncomfortable. Perhaps she was tired. She struggled to get up with her belly to go back and rest for a bit. The frail body carrying such a big belly looked precarious. As she walked, she tripped over a rock and lost balance, falling to the ground. Su Li was so shocked that he stood up, having forgotten she couldn't see him. He tried in vain to help her up. He watched her skirt slowly soaked with blood, flowing more and more. Su Li wanted to find someone to save her, but no one could see or hear him. He could only watch helplessly as she bled more and more, her cries for help growing weaker and weaker. Finally, when the neighbor came over, the woman had already lost consciousness. Su Li gazed at her blankly as she was taken away, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Yao watched Su Li, who was originally quiet, but now shaking more and more violently, the veins on his neck bulging as he screamed in pain. Save. Save. His words came intermittently as he struggled harder and harder. Stop. I told you to stop. Zhou Yao yelled at the professor. The professor was also flurried, hastily operating the machine before saying, Okay. Like a dying shrimp, Su Li sat up from the seat. He tilted his head to one side, retching incessantly, apparently in great pain. While taking off the wires connected to him, Zhou Yao asked him repeatedly, How do you feel? Are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Do you want water? Su Li coughed a few times before waving his hand. I'm fine. How could you be fine? You struggled so violently. I saw some things. Su Li stumbled to get up, grabbing the professor's collar. What happened? Why couldn't anyone see me? Space-time irreversibility. Once changed, the present you, me and even others may change trajectory or directly disappear. Going back to the past also means perishing the present, the professor said. Su Li was stunned. Then what's the point of me doing all this? Tell me. What's the point? Su Li cried and laughed, covering his face. Zhou Yao rushed over to hug him. Let's not do this anymore. Let's not do this. You still have me, Wenya. And the company. And Miss Ran. Zhou Yao babbled incoherently. Su Li sat there dejectedly. The past is irreversible. What if it wasn't my past? Huh? The professor was puzzled. Not my past. Not. Su Li suddenly recalled something. He pulled the professor into the adjacent office. Zhou Yao was a beat slower. Anxiously banging on the door outside, he shouted, Boss! Su Li. Inside the office, Su Li told the professor about his dream and the reality he found in the dream. The professor paced excitedly for 2 laps. Parallel worlds. This must be parallel worlds. The history of parallel worlds can be changed. As long as she gets through the difficult labor, everything can change. Su Li only asked him, How much more money do you need? Let me make some improvements. The professor was no longer listening. Su Li opened the door. Zhou Yao, who was about to lose all hope, crashed inside. He held on to Su Li tightly, refusing to let go. Let's go home, Su Li said. Zhou Yao was worried about him. That night, he laid out his bedding on the floor of Su Li's room. Su Li opened his phone and saw Ran Shanshan's latest post. It was a picture of an adorable carved pony. The caption contained only 3 words. Like it. Zhou Yao was scared to death by Su Li. For several days in a row, he didn't dare leave Su Li's side, following Su Li everywhere, almost calling Zhou Wenyu back from the United States. Su Li really didn't have the energy to protest, so he let Zhou Yao be. He sat back in the rocking chair, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. He wasn't actually that desperate anymore. After so many years, looking back on his past life, whether bitter or sweet, he didn't have too strong of an impression anymore. The wounds he had suffered, the taunts he had heard, he had actually forgotten most of them. Always appearing very concerned about it all was just because he had been too stubbornly remembering the feelings at the time. The indignation and unwillingness, the grievances and distress. Su Li took a sip of tea, resting his hand under his head, and softly humming that little tune. Zhou Yao was in the room, processing documents. His window looked right out onto the small courtyard. Every now and then, he would lift his head anxiously to check on Su Li. After lying there for a while, Su Li stood up. I'm going to the cemetery. I'll go with you. Zhou Yao practically jumped up right away. Aren't you busy? Su Li looked at the documents piled high on his desk. Not busy. Zhou Yao turned off his computer and walked over to stand in front of him, looking a bit nervous. Then let's go. Su Li didn't reject him. The cemetery was very peaceful, with hardly anyone there. Su Li bought 2 bouquets of fresh flowers and placed them in front of the tombstone. As he used his hand to clear away the fallen leaves, he said to Zhou Yao, I'm going to talk to them for a bit. It might take a while. You can wander around yourself first. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave. Zhou Yao nodded, walked some distance away, but didn't dare go too far. He found a bench and sat down, watching Su Li from afar. Su Li was silent for a long time. I really wish I could change history. Does that sound too fantastical? I don't know why I dreamed about you all, and I don't know what I should do after dreaming about you either. I feel like no matter what I do, nothing is right, and not doing anything also feels wrong. So I chose to accept this seemingly absurd research. I feel like if you knew, you would definitely scold me, right? Su Li said with a laugh. I think, just let him continue the research, no matter how long it takes. Let this be something I have to look forward to for the rest of my life. Thinking that I have a chance to help the 3 of us in another world, I feel really great about it. I'm still not bad enough. If I could make up my mind to let the professor continue the research unscrupulously, insisting on changing things, that would be good. But I saw many people, Aunt Ruru, Zhou, Yaoyu, Wenyu, Shanshan, and many others. They are all living very well. I'm afraid I would disrupt their lives. The professor said people are the most unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, they may make different choices, and different choices lead to different futures. This means that if we start over again, it's possible they would not be the way they are now. I really don't want to bring misfortune to those who should be happy because of me. Would you forgive me for not being able to save you? I will try my best to reconcile with myself. I'm about to turn 33, not a child anymore. Although I didn't get to grow up by your side. Truly. Thank you for giving me a chance to meet you all. Dad, Mom, I love you. Su Li slowly began to tell them about things from when he was little too, when he grew up. Being rewarded with delicious food for his outstanding grades. Crying over delicious food being snatched away, being mocked for crying. From time to time he would laugh too, marveling that he really had such silly moments. Zhou Yao sat on the bench, eyes glued to him. Watching his frowning and laughing, feeling extremely anxious. Su Li stayed in the cemetery until late afternoon when it was almost dark. On the way home, Su Li said he wanted to go to Wang's restaurant for dinner. The restaurant didn't have many customers today. After they entered, Su Li ordered dishes that he had seen on the wall in the small shop. The dishes came very quickly. Su Li slowly savored them. The taste was pretty good, but it also seemed to be missing something. When they left the restaurant, Su Li suddenly asked, Is there a bookstore nearby? Bookstore? Although puzzled, Zhou Yao still drove to a bookstore. Su Li went inside and found the cookbook section, carefully selecting several books. Zhou Yao blankly watched him do all this. Back home, Su Li called Zhou Yao over. I'm planning to hire you as the company's professional business manager. Huh? Zhou Yao reflexively started feeling nervous again. I'm thinking of learning how to cook, learning wood carving. I also want to learn skateboarding. I probably won't have too much energy to manage the company's affairs anymore. Su Li slowly said. In the future, I might also travel, so I'll have to trouble you, Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao blinked, reacting slowly to the meaning behind Su Li's words. Okay. Okay. Zhou Yao solemnly said, I will definitely manage the company well, becoming the boss's cash machine for learning all kinds of skills. Su Li was speechless for a moment. Go get some rest. You've had it hard these past few days. Zhou Yao happily left. But Su Li didn't sleep. He opened a video tutorial on making picture frames, turned on the desk lamp, and only put down what was in his hands to go to bed when he started feeling drowsy. Time slowly passed, autumn gone, and winter come. Su Li's 33rd birthday was ordinary and unremarkable. Zhou Yao really wanted to celebrate it grandly, but unfortunately, Su Li didn't want that. The cold of winter made Su Li place another order with Carpenter Lai for a large wardrobe. He bought many thick and warm clothes and cooked hot pot at home with the heater on. Sukiyaki hot pot, spicy hot pot, sour soup hot pot, kayasu beef hot pot. After a whole winter, Su Li himself was fine, but Zhou Yao had become round as a ball. The laboratory was still researching without much development, and Su Li would regularly transfer some money into their account. During the New Year holiday, Zhou Wenyu charged into the courtyard, wind swirling about him. I sold my company in the USI, I'm back to work for you. Zhou Yao cries every day that he can't handle everything. Zhou Wenyu took off his coat. I heard you're living a nice little life here. I'm back to improve my situation too. To welcome Zhou Wenyu, Su Li cooked hot pot again. Zhou Yao ate with oil dripping down his chin as he poured Zhou Wenyu beer. The two drunks eventually lay snoring loudly on the carpet. Fortunately, the indoor temperature was high. Su Li threw a blanket over each and didn't bother them. Zhou Wenyu moved into the small courtyard. Every day he would cry out about how delicious Su Li's cooking was. Then he immediately ordered the complete cookbook collection online as a gift for Su Li. When the spring breeze had warmed the treetops, and it was time to change into spring clothes, Su Li opened the door to see a smiling girl. Ran Shanshan stood at the courtyard gate with her suitcase in hand. Hey, want to travel together? Su Li suddenly laughed. Yes. Ran Shanshan was startled. I meant together to travel. Su Li nodded. I said, okay. Ran Shanshan laughed again. And so the spring breeze slowly turned the branches green,